twice as long, more than twice as long as this one, but I haven't used it yet.
I got one that's 35 miles long. You want some videos? Here you go.
Well, there's fish in there, Dan, though. And do you know what angling does to lakes? It bends it.
I was using land.
Lakes don't bend. The fuck?
If there's fish in them, they do, because there's all those anglers out there angling for the fish, and that angles the lake.
Oh, that's what they do.
There's my fish tank, 35 miles long.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I'll try to better understand this curved visual space with you another time, Witsit.
Hold on a second, dude.
I'm showing.
Yeah.
I'm showing. Hold on, Jesse.
Okay.
I'm showing. I'm taking screenshots from that video, and showing that when he's not shining it at an angle toward the side of the tank. I showed one at the top, one at the bottom. Here, I'm showing the one at the top now. I showed one at the very bottom. I was going to show one in the middle. When he's not hitting the side of the tank, you could even see the reflection. When he's not hitting the side of the tank, it goes straight across. Okay.
That's because he's got it down in an area where there's no gradient because it's at 100% saturation.
That's why I'm showing, bro. That's why I'm showing top, middle, and bottom, bro. So I figured you might say that. You know, when he's bending it upward, he's literally hitting the side of the tank, like he's shining at an angle. Even when he, I'm not saying it won't bend and stuff, but I want you to at least acknowledge what I'm saying. Like, watch it carefully, and you could see the reflection off the side of the tank, and you could see the angle it's coming in. If you watch for what I'm saying, but when he's at the top, middle, and bottom of the tank, when he's shining it straight, it's literally straight, unless he just found 3 pockets of fucking equilibrium, bro. But I think,
have you
but if he's parallel, if he's pointing it parallel to the ground, then there's not like there's not a apparent gradient there, because on the globe.
What I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's hit, but maybe that makes sense. If it's horizontal, it's not. There's no gradient. I mean, in the middle there might be, like if it's like very like fluctuated, whatever. But if it's settled, it's usually going to be settled. You know, especially in a small
I'll
fish
say this.
tank.
I think we need to do. Look, I need to buy the sugar. I come in across a few bucks, man. I really need to do a couple more jobs. But either way, I need to buy the sugar. I got a bigger tank than these guys, and I need to do some tests and everything. And we should be doing more of these to see these few little discrepancies we're talking about. But either way, we see the light bending down, and it looks lower. Period. It's bending down, and it's appearing.
From what
down.
view? No, but dude, you're not considering.
Jesse,
I know, but you're not considering. Like I said, if you put yourself in the position of that eye in his picture, the eye picture, put yourself in the position of where the target is, then imagine what you're going to be seeing. And you're right, the light is bending down. But if you put an obstruction there, like a wall, and you put the light, and the light's jumping over the wall, then from your view, you're going to see the wall, and you're going to see a light above it, and the light's really behind it.
No, that's
from your perspective, I know, but I mean the light. It's I don't like
I've never seen anybody
representation.
go over an object. Why you'd think there'd be 20 examples of people shining in the laser and it bending over an object. My point is,
That's what I'm
I've
saying.
never seen that, bro, without them hitting the side of the tank.
I know, but that's what I'm saying to you. In every video that Jesse's just shown, all you have to do is just put, like, imagine there's an obstruction there, like put a skull or a fish, just put it there. The light's but the light's obviously going over that point. Like, it's
right,
whether
I can
there's an
imagine
obstruction
it all
or not,
day,
it's going
but my
over
point
that.
is, when they tried to do it with a physical object, it didn't fucking work. And maybe it does work. Maybe he just
I don't understand your logic, dude.
Maybe, God, why you interrupt, bro? Everything I go to say, I'm trying to calm down a little bit. But what I'm saying is, maybe it does, but I've never seen it without them hitting the side of the tank. I've even slowed down the video and showed that the laser was not over the ramp; it was beside the ramp.
There, I just DM'd you, Brian, a link to my own experiment where I did have the laser above the ramp, and the ramp was curved, and you can see it working.
Okay, I'll give it a look. Wait, okay, you DM'd it to me?
Yeah.
All right,
that way it didn't get lost in the.
I'll give it a look, and we'll talk about it next time. And maybe by then, depending on when we run into each other again, maybe I'll have done my experiments with a bigger tank and everything. But my point is that us looking at that laser, it's bending down and it's appearing lower. That would be equivalent to, now maybe if you're talking about the sun, then maybe you might have some kind of point. But if you're talking about objects, I mean, why can't I describe them like the laser beam? We're looking at it, it's bending down and it's appearing lower.
Because to the observer, it makes things appear higher if you're actually looking straight into the ray of light from the end. The light
That's what I
source
want
will appear
proven.
higher.
I think y'all need to do a better job of proving that, because I think it would have already been done if you could, but maybe you can, and maybe. But I want to see a good job of proving that things appear higher, like from a camera that doesn't ever move or nothing gets changed. You know what I'm saying? Just where all the variables are completely constant.
That's in the video I sent you too.
No,
And
it's
I've
not,
got
man.
Oh, you haven't watched the video I sent you. It's 8 minutes.
With the hot water.
No, this one's salt. But the hot water one shows
Okay.
it too. It shows the house in the distance being higher, right?
Yeah, but you're looking way outside of the fish tank, bro. You're reflecting through two glasses. I would argue that if you was just going through one, it would look a lot lower, and then through two, it's going to look higher. Then if you added another one, it's going to look lower again. You're looking through two panes of glass. You're backed away from it. I want to see shit inside the medium. In all fairness, that's a fair request.
Okay, well, the video I just sent shows that. I had a good strong density gradient. I propped up the camera, and then I showed everything, and then without moving the camera, I mixed the density gradient all up, got rid of the gradient, and you could see how everything dropped down in the field of view without me moving the camera. So it's in there. But just watch it with the sound on, because you'll hear me narrating and you'll understand stuff better. Otherwise, you'll just come back and ask all the questions that I explained in the video as I made it. Oh, Kosho?
Yo.
Wait,
you were
was this a
saying-
camera within the medium, Jesse? Real quick. Sorry about that. I was on mute, but sorry for the stall, Kosher. But is the camera within the medium? I mean, is it at least fair for me to ask for an example of the camera being in the medium we're arguing about? That's
No.
at least a fair request, ain't it?
That's a completely unfair request, because I could take my GoPro, put it in the waterproof case, set it down inside the tank, and guess what? The camera is looking through a little piece of flat glass on the front of the case that keeps it dry. If I put the camera in there without the case, it would immediately be destroyed by the water. So, no, the camera cannot be in the medium, because cameras do not work underwater, okay, without a waterproofing case. So either it has to be the glass, the case.
Oh my God, bro! You're talking about the glass and the lens, bro. Hold on, that's like me getting in a pool and looking at a laser from the other side of the pool, and you saying no, you can't use your because your lens has a type of glass around it. Your eyeball has a sort of glass-like lens around it, bro. Come on, man. You're using the lens of the.
Now you're both on the same side now.
No, the point is, in order to make the GoPro work inside the medium, I have to put a waterproof flat glass in front of it to keep it dry. So what's the difference between the flat glass on the side of the tank and the flat glass on the case of?
Because, bro, if I'm using a camera in reality to take pictures of the fucking horizon, excuse my language, I don't know why I'm cursing, but if I'm using whatever camera, then I'm looking through one piece of glass, and that is a representation of reality. So if you're trying to represent reality, then you want to replicate it the same. So you don't want to take away.
Brian, do you not understand what he's saying?
Yes, I do, bro. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like
I do. It sounds like you're very confused still. There's no.
No, I'm not confused, bro.
The camera.
I'm saying we need to replicate reality as good as possible, right?
Brian, you are. Whether the glass is in front of the camera in a GoPro container or the fish tank, and the camera's outside, doesn't matter. It's the same effect. The glass in the
Hold on,
camera
there's cameras without
Okay.
that you having to put them in a
is
box,
not a
bro.
lens.
I don't need. It doesn't have to be a GoPro in a container. They've got waterproof cameras without being in a box. Without an extra box.
Brian, you're just
Those
making objections for no
those
reason.
those cameras have a built-in flat piece of glass in front of the lens to keep the lens dry.
Okay,
So
so are you
Correct.
saying that if we take one of them GoPros that are in an airtight in the extra piece of glass concealed, and we take a picture of a
Have
building
one.
in the distance, then it's going to be different? Is that what you're saying? It's going to be different?
He's arguing about your your criticism, right? It should be consistent. Otherwise, he's saying that if it were consistent, then it would be a problem with him putting a GoPro in the water. But it's
It
not.
sounds
It's
like
not
he's
really an
already
issue.
tried it,
It's
bro,
not. It's
and
not.
it
It's
didn't
not. It's
work.
not. It's not. It's not an issue from his perspective. From what
Right,
if I had to guess, it's not an issue at all.
So I
no
just
matter how
asked
many
him though,
pieces of
Kosho,
glass.
should we try and match reality as close as we can, and he said no. So to me, he's already probably tried it and it
Brian,
No,
didn't
that's
I got
work.
not
one thing
fair.
to say.
Let's let him hold on. But let's let Jesse. Let's let Jesse.
Yeah, that might be a little unfair, but it did kind of sound like that, Jesse.
No, I'm not saying we shouldn't match reality. I'm just saying that putting a GoPro in a case with a flat glass on the front of the case, or using a camera that's got a built-in flat glass on the front of the lens to keep it dry, is just the same as putting the camera outside the tank and using the tank's flat glass to keep the camera dry. It's still going to be, the camera is still not going to be in and submerged and wetted by the medium.
Then we do
So,
this, Jesse. Then we do this. We take that waterproof camera, and we take pictures of the like a black swan type of picture, or fuck it, a regular type picture with that same camera with the glass in front of it, and then we do it underwater and compare the two. So we use the same exact camera.
yeah, no, it's going to work the same. It's going to work exactly the same, and for the same reason. So, you could still, even if I did put the GoPro or a waterproof camera inside the tank, it would still work. It would still give you the same results, but you could still argue that the actual lens of the GoPro was not in the medium because it was protected by the piece of flat glass in front of it.
Right. So it'd be the same thing out of the medium, in a
Yeah.
different medium. It'd be the same scenario. So we could compare the two.
By all means, put your GoPro in your tank. I don't have any problem with that.
Bro,
It's
you
not
ain't got
gonna.
no waterproof GoPros?
I do.
I got two of them, and they ain't in cases. I mean, maybe they are. I didn't really
I
look
see.
at
I
them.
see. I see. No, my only GoPro is a Hero 3, and it's not waterproof, but it comes with a little waterproof case.
I got a Hero 3 with the
So
waterproof
is
thing
mine.
too. I got some good shit on it. But I got a Hero 8 I think now. But I don't know. My dad gave it to me. But anyways, a couple things. When Zanuck wanted to get in, so I want to be fair to him and give him a chance to get in.
Actually,
But I was
mine's not
gonna-
even a GoPro. The one I'm talking about is a Vibron or whatever you call it.
I knew it, dude. I knew you wouldn't have a real GoPro.
Why did you know that?
Just kidding, man. Have you seen there's this new show called
I
Florida
thought you
Man?
loved me, man. I thought
Yeah,
you
there's-
loved me, bro. Is this
there
like
was-
a
there's
love-hate relationship, man?
There's this new show called Florida Man, and every time I hear that title, it just reminds me of you, Florida Man. I feel like you're Florida Man.
I've seen that. Is it worth watching?
I mean, I thought it's okay so far. I mean, I've watched a few episodes, pretty good. Anyhow, I wanted to let Jenny get it. So, I guess I feel bad.
Oh, could I say something to you real quick, Kosher,
Yeah,
before
sure.
I go?
Yes, please.
It was what I brought up. Started to bring up a few minutes ago. You're talking about gradient refraction, and you
Yeah.
didn't think it would curve down if it started out exactly horizontal, or did I misunderstand?
No.
Well, I
I'm
meant
saying if
no.
it, well,
Well, no, he's
it-
asking. He's asking me. He's asking me for mine. Now, I'm saying in a perfectly not a perfectly, but in a flat in a fish tank sort of thing, a homogeneous. Well, it's not homogeneous, but in a fish tank that's settled so much that the densities are already kind of distinct layers. In that case, I say no.
Oh, but not a gradient though.
No, it'd be in a gradient where each elevation in the tank, like if it was settled to the point that like the densities were like in a density column, something like that. Like imagine a density column but a fish tank, and all the densities are distinct, then I'd say no.
Yeah, think about it, Jesse. If there's
well,
no
let's hear it.
gradient, if you're shining perfectly parallel or perfectly parallel, then you're not changing densities. Basically, I think.
I guess. Well, I guess a density column is not a gradient, though.
I don't know what a density column is, but I do know what a gradient is.
Yeah.
But anyway, so because light does not have a zero size to its wavelength, it's actually occupying more than a zero thickness layer or region or in that gradient. So even if you do enter, even if the laser beam does enter exactly parallel to the level of equal density, it still curves down. And this can be evidenced when you bring it in from below, slightly curving up, and it will curve down, and at some point it has to reach exactly level.
I see
And
what you're saying.
Yeah.
if it was,
more helpful
if it,
to show in a bigger
hold on,
tempo,
Brian,
right?
I'm almost done, Brian.
Let-
And if it was true that at a certain angle it wouldn't be bent by the gradient, then when it was coming from below and then curving, when it reached that crest and reached that point of perfect parallelness, it would then straighten out and stay parallel. But it doesn't. It keeps curving.
That's fair. That's fair. And I just want to make the distinction. That's why I made a distinction for a density column, because the density column actually is discrete layers, whereas a gradient they would be ever changing it, the entire time.
Oh, like the oil and the water and
Right.
the egg yolks and I don't know what all they put in those. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Those are discrete layers. So it's different.
Yeah, the non-miscible density column layers. Yeah. All right, gentlemen, it was a pleasure. Y'all take care.
I just.
Fortunately, he's worked outdoors. Otherwise, I'd be laughing at playing in a fish tank.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because you've taken measurements outside. I've seen your picture.
35 miles is pretty far. And to
I thought you
think
said
that
20.
Huh?
I thought you said 20 something.
We've done 35 too. I just
Okay.
put it in chat
Oh, wow.
a couple minutes ago. And the thing is like, if there's an arc of the light, just like there's supposedly a radius of the Earth, it would have to be relatively consistent, like the Earth would have to. So when I change distances, I don't know how I'm still making.
Can you repeat what you said? You cut out at the very end for me.
I just don't know how I'm still obtaining target with this arc of light that should be one shape and the arc of the Earth that should be another.
Let me see. Is it consistent? Like that? I don't know how many times this test you're talking about. How many times you did it, or in the same place, or whatever. But is that a consistent distance that you can reach, or is that varies?
Yeah, I mean, we did it on the railroad tracks and on the frontage. We did it in gradients on the frontage 5 miles. Fired up a laser. Went 10 miles. Fired up a laser. 15 miles. Fired up the laser. And that was just a dry run before we went up to the railroad tracks the next night. So I don't see any variation off of the surface.
One beats me. I had a good argument for this one. I just can't think of it on top of my head.
Well, it must be curving is the answer that we're told, that I'm told.
Oh, well, yeah, but yeah, of course, the light's curving due to refraction, but specifically, like you said, at the rate at which the Earth is curving.
Hey.
But I don't think that's the case, though.
Well,
What you said, Brian?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm hot micing.
if I'm shooting an arced shape light, it seems to me I'd have to point it upwards just to reach my destination back at an equal height to where it started.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that light. People, we talk about it arcing and going up and going down, but I think it's important to remember that it's important to think of it like a light bulb. Like a light bulb is going to go in all directions. So it just the light that we're talking about seeing would be light that ordinarily would be going over your head, just bending downward. But technically, the light's going in all directions. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think of it as curving like you're saying, like curving and following the Earth. I just think of the light that you're seeing being light that would have ordinarily been obstructed by the Earth, but is now bending down.
So's the coastline on the other side, bending down too.
Sure, but it might be bending down, in front of you, so you may not see it. Or I don't know. Are you able to see the coastline in that? I can't. I'm not sure what that is.
That's the problem. It seems like I'm magically paralleling the Earth with a seemingly straight beam.
Well, it's because there's all those words to help you out.
All the what?
All those words, to help you out in the bending of the light, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all the excuses are what's bending the light. You just have to sit there and point it. You don't have to point it, actually. You just turn it on. Excuses bend the light.
Well, once we
So that's why you're able to get it every time.
Once we purchased the special synonym bulb that would put out multiple explanations, it was really worth it.
I'm sure it was.
You're just using words.
Definitely.
Definitions have no meaning.
We were talking, Brian, we were talking about if you, somebody was giving me shit saying if I couldn't light my own fire and kill my own food and live out on my own, that I was worthless, that I wasn't a man. And I thought, well, there's some city slicker skills that might save his ass one day, and just because you knew how to, eat grubs doesn't mean that you could program your phone. And if you lived alone and knew everything, like had your shit together, had, your building skills and your log cabin and like if you lived alone, you wouldn't need language. In other words, you wouldn't need a name for the bear. You knew what a bear was. You knew what a tree was. It's only when you're communicating with others do you need language.
What if you're thinking that? Like, ain't that weird to think about? Like, if you're, hey, I learned how to make a fire with a bow. I got a stick, a curved stick, like a bow and a string, and made and I tried it for a while and couldn't do it. And I realized there's a little trick. And when you notch, you got to make a little notch where the shit that you're drilling, like a V-shaped notch, and then it's pretty easy. I mean, it ain't easy, but it's easier. But dude, it's impossible when it's wet outside, bro. It's literally impossible.
I'm gonna hear the rest of Dan's point though, but I agree with you, Brian. There's easier ways to do it actually, but I want to see what that was interesting the way Dan would put that. But that's true.
Oh yeah,
about how language you wouldn't need language,
right? So we still confuse things, and we have multiple, and we argue about the details of them, but fuck all not needed, until you're dealing with other people.
Sure.
So
that's one of our greatest gifts, but that's true.
It's a trap too. Yeah, it's sort of a trap because now you said this, and it's like, well, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean I was going to kill you. I meant I was upset with you. And it's like, we get trapped in the words, and today everyone's so hypersensitive, and it's almost all about that. Don't call me a man, woman. Don't call me a he, she. Don't call me this. And
You're moving away from your own point. But regardless, they say that they say dudes a long time ago, like cavemen, hunter gatherers, like by themselves or whatever. In their time, they were smarter than modern people are.
Really, I heard something interesting that they hadn't developed ego, and that's why you don't see pictures of them in the cave. Yeah, and basically you see their world, the animals around them, but they don't draw each other.
Oh yeah,
And
that makes sense.
I thought that made so much sense, Go Show, until somebody suggested something. Maybe the
Yeah.
cave drawings were just the kids.
I don't know about that though, but yeah.
Probably though, kids do that today in their bedroom.
But
so here we are judging their
civilization
on what their 6-year-olds were drawing on the wall.
Not with like dye that's gonna last. They probably did it with shit and mud.
It's just.
But regardless,
crazy.
that's funny. Yeah. No, but they say that dudes back then though they would have been smarter because, like you said, a dude would have to know how to build his own house. Everything in his life would have to be done by him. He would depend on nobody else, and so he'd have to know how to do everything it took for him to survive. So a man who reached adult age or whatever would be, pound for pound smarter than a dude the same age today. Only difference that dude would have more information at his disposal.
And also simpler techniques like pinning things and lashing things. Assembly would have been done. Well, pins instead of screws. Dowels.
So, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Which in a way is easier. In a way,
But you can't go get materials. Much with them.
You don't have to go get materials. Once you learn to work with stuff, and lashing, was like strapping stuff, stripping down barks and using, like furniture, rattan furniture.
Right.
I'm kind of tripping right now on early fishing nets and how intensely cool it would have been to invent them, or any version of netting, so you don't have to physically jump in the water and catch a fish with your hands.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's how when you think about the progression of how clever we are as humans. It impresses me, and it gives me. That's what makes me different than I think some of you guys, because I don't have a limit to like how far I think that can go. You know what I mean? I think that eventually we'll be so clever we can probably scientifically validate God. You know what I mean? Like anything. Like there's no question off the table. That I don't think we're clever enough to find a solution for.
Have you ever checked out Victor Schauberger?
No, but he's got a funny name.
He's like the Tesla of water, and he was tripping on like everything from how salmon go upstream to why trees grow upward, and what are the counter forces involved. Primarily, all of his studies ended up being around the vortex and his development of that towards log flumes. Are they called log plumes? Log flumes? What are they called? Where they have like the log rides. And he developed a way of making an egg shape on the bottom to keep them afloat, so they didn't bang into the seams in between the boards. And that
log flumes, then.
Flumes, thanks. And he was at first really trying to help them from damaging the forest as they were bringing logs down, and he ended up really facilitating more deforestation and was really upset about it. But his studies of the vortex are pretty fantastic, and his either manipulation or studies of river flow, the way they made sort of left and right, and why saved towns and villages when he learned how to manipulate rivers a little bit. He was interesting.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. He is interesting. I'm reading about his thing about the propeller
He's like
That's kind
Tesla,
of
man. This guy was just underwater. He wasn't out in the electricity. He was under, but there was so much. Think about how much energy and energy fields with eddy currents, just like electrical currents in a way. Like eddy currents are a lot like magnetic fields.
like fluid dynamics.
Yeah, he was a full-on pioneer on that stuff, as far as I know, or maybe just modern day.
I'm trying to find out more about him now. I want
He
to
ended
read
up
more about this propeller thing.
he ended up being swiped up by the Nazis, and I think they used some of his designs together with BMW on those couple of Nazi UFO looking shaped things that weren't really UFOs. They were more turbine
Sure.
driven.
Well, it would have still been UFOs, but yeah, but they were actually the legit description of what they actually were versus being like aliens or whatever. Like the ones in the U.S. I'm sure was also military testing.
But I think
Out
that's
there.
that counter rotating thing, two counter rotating things, where this one was trying to do with a vortex and air surfaces. I think the other ones are definitely like anti-gravity due to counter rotating disks.
Okay.
And that's why you have the dome on top, the saucer shape, because basically like a carousel, you need a center point for both
With all the weight.
with the counter rotating things, you got to be in the middle.
I see. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, is that the actual design for the German ones? Because I've seen the pictures of it, but I didn't know how actually what the mechanics were.
I think they had more than one because the Victor Schauberger one was totally just turbine engines and trying to route the exhaust underneath the surface, basically, into a lift and to get lift. So it wasn't anti-gravity lift based. But the other one, the ones that the traditional flying saucer shape that we see. Remember the toy model company Revell came out with that really early? They called it the sport model. That's the one I'm talking about with the dome, like your typical UFO look,
Oh, okay.
trash can.
Yeah, have you ever heard that I heard a claim on the Joe Rogan show one time. It was this chick doing like writing a book or something, but she was saying that she was talking to dudes who worked at Roswell at that what is it called, Area 51 or whatever, that like there was really a plan by our government, or no, there was a fear in our government that the Russians were going to do a fake UFO crash landing in the U.S. and like they were having these like mutant. They were gonna like mutant. They were doing some like genetic shit to some kids and like fuck up their hands and their face or something like that, so that they grew up and they looked like these disformed aliens. And they were to crash land them in the U.S. But then she went further and said that was actually going to be a plan that the U.S. was going to do, but make it look like the Russians did it. But either way, they were saying like that was the whole thing behind what was happening in Roswell. But it was supposed to stir up fears for the Russians based on claiming that they were faking aliens or something like that. I don't know if you ever heard a claim like that.
No, I heard something about Roswell being connected to time travel and them coming back and trying to fix shit,
Huh.
like fix a timeline. And
Yeah.
then like
What?
it collided, I don't know, with another one. The other one landed in 47, like they landed in different times. So I don't know. I don't know what
They
happened.
didn't happen in Futurama. They went back in time and I think they ended up in Roswell. And he ended up having to bang his grandma.
I love that show. That show's
It's a good
funny as
show.
hell.
Yeah, but I think the whole thing, because I mean I was in the military and I've been in other countries where they have like secret military stuff, and I think, especially out in the desert, it's just obviously, where they're going to conduct different sort of tests on spacecraft that aren't public yet, or just really like secret technology. It's kind of just where they test that stuff out.
Yeah, there's another form of propulsion I'm kind of interested in, like the space shuttle tether incident had some weird sort of craft in the background, and it was sort of like imagine a horseshoe magnet and the flow that might go from one tip to the other tip, and the electrical field. But imagine jumping it and creating a loop. Sort of like maglev trains now, you could manipulate a quick jump where you could jump and release and jump and release. You might get perpetual motion in a circle if you manipulate the jump.
Yeah, so they claim. I think you're always going to have loss. I think the closest thing to perpetual motion in the universe, the closest possible thing, is orbit. But that's just me. Sorry. We talk about unified theories in here sometime, or attempts at unified theory. But I was just listening to Wolfram, the guy who does the Wolfram Alpha, website. I was listening to him talk about his idea. He's had it for a couple of years now, and it actually sounds pretty reasonable. It's not really a claim so much as it's like just a model for looking at the universe, but I think his is actually pretty accurate. Kind of unifies all the ideas.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you'd have to check it out.
I'm going to post this image of this craft from Shuttle Mission 75, CS-75.
Yeah, when was that?
It's what we know of as the tether incident.
I know you said that and it sounded familiar, but I can't put my finger on it.
And there's like this pulsating, circulating type of craft that comes around. There's a few of them. And it's got like a notch cutout in it that seems to me related to propulsion. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain.
Oh yeah, this is what, 1996.
Yeah, see, the shuttle used to run infrared cameras, and they saw all kinds of shit up. It's weird. I mean, like, it's just definitely in a different light range. There's action. If you watch this whole thing, video, man, it is ridiculously interesting. There's so much shit up there flying around in different directions. And
I'm reading the report right now.
They got there's like propulsion. Clearly propulsion, actually. At least two types of craft, or biomechanical, like I don't want to say beings, but living things. Here's the video.
So you think they were up there?
Oh, that's a good question. It's only low Earth orbit. Sure. And it looks like
orbited.
Huh?
Well, no. I was just gonna say orbit itself would lead to questions or whatever, but I'm sure you know which kind of questions. But I'm just curious. I'm just curious, like, what you like. What do you think of that? What do you think is happening with the orbit?
I don't think orbit, in terms of perpetual falling, is happening. I think that they're slipping in these days. If you were to manipulate the words balloon, satellite, and orbit, that they're weaning it straight into one thing now, where it used to be like, no, there's no satellite, balloons, and now it's like, oh, sure, there are. Now it's like, and they're in orbit, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not what orbit means. So they're kind of changing the word orbit to mean a circuit, around and around.
Yeah.
And that's kind of bullshit. It's not
I think
what an
some people
orbit.
use it that way.
Yeah.
How would you define it?
I don't know. I don't know that it exists for me to call it orbit,
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, so I've seen it defined like if you look at the definition of orbit, it can be expressed, obviously in the scientific, aeronautical or astronomical way, but I've seen it expressed also as just something going around something. Any fashion whatsoever. Like, to say, like a bird could be orbiting your head just because it's going in circles over your head.
But clearly, there's stuff up there they don't tell us about, and that they're not telling us about. And I mean, living things like this experiment, STS-75, is if you threw a piece of bread into a duck pond and the things come to nibble on it. I think the things that seem to be thriving in space probably live off electricity in some
So
form.
the last thing you said, live off what?
Electricity.
Oh, okay.
Because this thing's got a charge and they come running.
I see. Okay.
Something interesting. But there's things moving in all directions. And then there's a lot of observer kind of stuff too. Stuff drifting out there that's not doing much, but it's in a drift. You can see it in the drift of the current of everything, whatever we're going to call that. There's a lot of activity up there. These fuckers, you know what they did with this? It's basically Ben Franklin in space. They wanted to see what would happen if they put out a big string and let lightning hit it. Basically, they were going to see if they could harness electricity while they're out there.
Yeah, I'm reading through the report right now, actually. Oh, what? This website's back. The website Stuff in Space. That website's awesome. Like, it shows like where all the objects in space are. It shows like that image of the Earth with like all the dots around it. Looks like there's like a bunch of satellites that we can't see.
It's hard for them to do that in scale and show it because we won't see
Yeah,
it.
exactly. That's the real that's the real issue. But often people used to meme that image and be like, "Wow, where are all these satellites? This picture can't be true." But yeah, the site was down for it was, I think, taken down completely for a long time, but it's back up. Yeah, sorry, I like geeking out at this thing. I'm gonna look at this for a little bit. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool, like seeing like where everything is that we claim is in space, like all the objects we put up there.
The other time that there's a bunch of shit, living shit in space is it's called Find the Mir, where they were trying to track the Mir space station, MIR,
Oh yeah.
and it was like live. So they're like, "Oh, let's spot the Mir," and there was so much shit moving around up there that they couldn't find it. Really, like they were just all disagreeing because everything was there blinking and.
They were trying to see it from the ground.
No, I think they were in the. Let's see, find the mirror. They might have been in a shuttle. I can't remember if they were in the shuttle or not.
Is that the Russian? Remind me, is it the Russian one or is that a Japanese one?
It's Russian.
Oh, okay.
It's just
And
funny footage, man. Let's see if I
they
can
were
find
supposed to. They were supposed to know where it was and rendezvous with it, or they were just guessing based on what they
It's
were
a
claiming.
good question. Why it was live and such? It's a very good question.
Well, I just
Uh,
imagine that if they didn't find it, my assumption is that maybe in that case they weren't like they were only
it,
going off of their what they claimed to be or something. I don't know.
no, it was kind of the knuckleheads narrating couldn't find it, and they were trying to communicate with the people on board. And they're going, well, we think it's this one flashing over here, sort of to the center, and the other one's, well, I think it's that one there. And there's just that much stuff floating around that they couldn't clearly identify the one thing they're to see. And they've scrubbed
Yeah.
it. I don't really see it anymore. Find here. Let me see if I can find it for you. Kind of scrubbed it.
Let's see.
Everything's scrubbed, man. What a pain in the ass. Used to just be able to yell at people and say, research flash, be done.
You know what's funny is I was having lunch with this. When I was in the Navy, there was like this Air Force like officer. He was like high up. He's like an older dude. I don't remember what rank he was, but he's an officer high up, and it was just us sitting together. We didn't know each other or whatever, and he was just telling me, he's like, "Man, I wish back. I wish. I wish." It's like I forget the way. I forget how this came up, but he was just saying that he wishes to see back in a little bit ago, where nobody could just look up anything, and he could just make up whatever he wanted, and nobody really will check him. I'm like, damn, dude. It's like it kind of makes me kind of glad that we can look shit up now. But now you can't look stuff up again because they scrub it.
Oh, you know what you don't know?
Wow.
Dr. Rob Parks, our local astronomy buddy,
Oh yeah, that was a part. So.
he'll look up stuff behind the firewall for if you want something important.
Oh
He'll
yeah.
look it up. He said he has
Oh, yeah, that's
access
what's
to
up.
that. Yeah, he said he totally looked shit up for us.
Yeah. There's plenty of people though in here that are in this community. But yeah, it's just cool because I mean like people like Jace or Chronic or anybody, even any student.
Really?
Most student. Well, it depends on the paper and stuff. Most papers, any college that you have a student email for, people get access to it.
But what are
But
these paywalls and subscriptions to white papers and things?
well,
that you
that's
hear?
if you're not. Yeah, if you're not attached to a school, then yeah. But most of those papers, like any student email, you should be good. But some you need to be to like specific schools, like better schools that they're not going to accept like state colleges or anything. For the most part, if you just have a student email, you can get access to most of those papers. But yeah, Chronic and Jace, they both work for. Well, Jace at least works for Ivy League college, and Chronic is in the scientific community.
So they're not pay services because I hear that that's how the scientists their money on this stuff.
Yeah, those journals, yes, they're subscriber based, but like I said, you can get free access to them if you're attached. Like I said, in most cases, it's if you're attached to any university. Having a student email is gives you behind a lot of paywalls, a lot of discounts. But yeah, it depends on which publication you're talking about, because like there's one, the AAAS or whatever. I forget which one that is, but yeah, you got to subscribe to it. But I think that having a student email, you just have to go in and sign in and do it free access. I have a student email, but it's with a community college. I can show anybody how to sign up for it, but it's like I said, it'll only get you through some of them, not not very many.
So I posted this "Where's the Mirror" footage. There's so much stuff moving around up there, and so why we don't use more infrared? When they had infrared on the shuttle, there was activity in space, fucking everywhere. You ever see that spacewalk where the guys are up at the end of like a pole or something, and this thing flies over and he's all, "Hey, look at that!" And he goes, "What?" And the guy goes, "I don't see anything." And there's like this awkward silence, and they're just like, Vector, like, get back on track. Stop looking around. I told them, just go do your job. Stop looking around. And you could see it like going past them in the shot. You can hear them talking. One guy's concerned, and I don't see anything. You could tell he was bullshitting. He said it. It was like the way he said it was like, that's standard line. And then later on, they say it was like, "Oh, he dropped a wrench or something." It was just a tool they dropped. Like they don't tether anything to. They lost a tool bag. They lost a cowl assembly. I don't know. You think they'd be more careful? Like a glove, right? It's like, there's a glove. It's like somebody's in trouble. Okay, somebody put a link in chat to a launch, and the launch is pumping super chat money. And it's not even happening yet, but people are pumping money up on the screen at a fucking NASA space flight YouTube page. Like, why would anybody be compelled to send money to NASA space flight YouTube page for a SpaceX launch that's 5 hours away?
Hey Dan,
Yeah,
how you doing?
it sounds like
Cedric.
that's what it sounded like.
Hey,
I don't see
how
your
did
name. Where, oh, there you are.
if you know, how did Bob Nodell pass away?
How do I know for real, or how did I hear about it?
No, I mean, how did he die?
Um, they're saying an enlarged heart. It could have been something like untreated diabetes because his legs were. He was mostly off his feet, and he lost his balance a couple of years ago. But to tell you the truth, he didn't go to doctors. He's never been to a doctor.
So
So
it could have been diabetes.
yeah, and it could have been something maybe treatable. He was really super stubborn about it.
Right, okay, I appreciate that. I didn't know. I heard the Jaren special, and I popped in, but they weren't talking about that, so I just wanted to ask them. But okay, cool. So he didn't see doctors, and he had a case of diabetes. It could be
It could
something
have been
related to that.
it could have been diabetes. It was undiagnosed, but he definitely had swollen feet and edema. What do they call it? Where you're all swollen, retaining water down there.
Edema is where your flesh is kind of spongy, retaining
Yeah.
water. Yeah, yeah.
And so he took a nap, and she was doing something in the other room, and she stopped snoring and ran in there and called 911. Um, they started CPR, and then the ambulance got there and got him breathing and everything. And he went to the emergency room and stopped breathing and his heart stopped. So he essentially fell, was asleep. He didn't go through any trauma or anything like that. He, took a nap and didn't wake.
Let's say he did have diabetes. It could have been stuff he ate. I mean, you know, was he eating like sugar or something like that? You know,
I don't know, because they are calling it an enlarged. I don't know where that preliminary from and what else they're doing about, investigating. But I'm pretty sure 60-year-old guys got stuff going on left and right, I don't go to doctors.
Dan, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's all I need to hear. No foul play.
Their show, they did like 6 hours, essentially a funeral,
Glowbusters. Yeah.
it was jovial and um it was nice. They all had a good time together remembering him, but they wasn't like super somber or creepy, or sad. It Everyone was real comfortable with it, assuming that he was too, because he had choices. He chose not to go to a doctor.
Yeah, I heard Witsit make his speech, so I appreciate that. Did he have kids?
Yeah, he's got a son.
Oh, okay.
There was lots of footage of that. Him playing with his kid when his kid was younger, like 7, 8, 9. And
Nice.
stuff like them doing stuff together, like hang gliding. Stuff like that. They said a lot of nice things about Bob. They
I
made them.
have I have an uncle-in-law sort of who had because of diabetes had blood clots, and he can barely walk, and he's thinking about retiring early. No choice. He has a physical job, so yeah, that's definitely a thing. So back what we were talking about, NASA spacewalks.
I don't know. There was some launch that somebody posted. It's 5 hours away. Man, they pump a lot of shit in space these days. It was just a launch like 3 days ago. I can't believe people are throwing money at a NASA launch as super chats.
Isn't that what they do though? You know, like you have fans and like a TikTok, a YouTube, they're doing super chats because they want to get money because they want to support the I don't know, the call. Like I saw a video where Selena Gomez jumped on TikTok, which she doesn't usually go on, and right away people were sending money, and she's like, "Why are you sending money? Stop! Don't send me money." You know, it was weird.
I saw that. That was several weeks ago or something.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
She was
probably
freaking
when
out. She was
she said,
freaking out.
"This
That
is
was the
fake
last thing
money."
she
Right?
wanted. That was the last.
Yeah,
She's like, "Oh my God, they're sending money."
she's like, "This is fake money, right? Not real money." No, that's real money. So like the new process, you like someone, you send the money. You know, it doesn't matter if they're famous or rich. You know, support the cause, whatever. It's not like a GoFundMe.
I have a band that I like, and they were putting out a record, a new recording, and I sent them $50 towards production costs and such. And when it was done, they sent me a vinyl copy of it. But I've never been so proud as to contribute to something like that I wanted to.
Sometimes I send super chats just to get my point mentioned, my question answered.
Uh, if you do it in smaller increments, you can run several comments, over the course of a couple hours in $2 increments.
That's right. Yeah, and then sometimes I say, well, $100 super chat, goes first. $50 super chat goes.
We were talking about earlier about survival in the woods. Could you survive as a modern person? You know, could you survive out in the middle of nowhere without years of skills? Maybe not. Without developing those skills.
I can't only because I was a Boy Scout, but I might have a problem starting the fire, but I might be able to start the fire. I didn't. I trained about it, but this is decades ago. Might be a little rusty.
So let's say it's 500 years ago, and you know how to survive, but you're alone. So would you need language at all? Like you would know what a bear was, you'd know what a tree was, but would you have to name it if you weren't communicating with someone else? Would you even think in terms of giving name assignment things? You know,
Well,
and
one thing I thought about, like, if you have example, this is a beaver, this is a bear, but what if you have an animal that's like close, like a wolf or a dog? Would you want to distinguish the two to see one is dangerous and one is, not so dangerous? If you're not talking to anybody, if there's no language, would you actually identify all these different things? This shrub is toxic, this shrub is good, this shrub is tastes awful, but maybe it's good for healing. Like, would you actually make names in your mind to be organized and to be efficient?
let's say you had a pack of animals and they looked the same, and you went to identify one from the other, there'd be more reason to have to do so.
Yeah,
That's
I think
interesting.
you'd have words in your mind, if not verbal words, and words in your mind to distinguish a bear, a wolf, a dog, a rabbit.
Wow. So let's say that you had a couple of dogs. You'd probably learn to communicate with them through whistles and grunts, um, and then eventually maybe by name for each animal. So language may have been developed to communicate with animals first. Assuming you were living alone. The point is, you'd have to live amongst others to develop language.
But Godric was actually, he said something along the same lines of what I was going to suggest, which is consider even um, a person living like Tom Hanks in Castaway, right? But in the occasions where he needed to start recording things for his own purposes, like his own memory. Um, if you were trying to communicate to yourself, basically, you would still have to establish some kind of language, right?
Assumedly so, but maybe not.
What's up, Kosho?
So, Godric.
Well, I think the first language was like someone crying for help. That was the first language. Come help me, I'm dying.
I was going to do a one man play based on Castaway from the perspective of the volleyball. It's called Wilson.
That's funny.
It's like, and he wouldn't leave me alone. I couldn't go anywhere. There was nothing to do day in and day out. He's like, Wilson! And I'm hiding, curled up in a. Oh, I guess he had no choice but to be curled up in a ball. But you know what I mean.
It's very funny, Dan.
Was Wilson like Tom Hanks' only friend?
Yeah, and we assume it was a willing relationship, but in my story, it's not. It's he's violated several times. It's not consensual for the
He
volleyball.
violated Wilson. My goodness.
Oh fuck! I'm still laughing.
I'll be honest with you, I cry every time I see that movie.
What scene do you cry at, Kosho?
When he loses Wilson in the ocean.
I mean, he could still masturbate.
Well, that's a positive right there.
I was kind of broken up when he had to take out a tooth with a rock. Shit, like oral dentistry, manual dentistry. I felt that shit.
He used the ice skate. Remember?
Oh damn, even worse.
Yeah, it was ice skate. Yeah.
Okay, you guys really saw that show. Okay. I'm talking to experts here. I noticed he had all under control for several days, and he finally broke open one of the FedEx boxes. Like, fuck it, it's not going anywhere. Found some ice skates. Cracked open a coconut.
So the story was he saved one package to still be delivered as a representation of his job. Is that what it was? And that's how he
as an advertisement for FedEx.
And that one package was a dildo.
a dildo named Wilson. And they lived happily ever after.
That'd be funny. It was like a satellite phone.
What if you were like on a deserted island and got caught with a dildo, and then like you thought you were alone, but the natives surrounded you secretly. They snuck up on you, and you had to explain what a dildo was and what you do with it.
Dude, that's funny, but a satellite. I got to go back to that. A sat phone with a fucking with a hand crank and a survival kit.
What if you had a cell phone made by Starlink, or set up and everything?
A big old package it's got flare guns, fucking inflatables, damn big old coils. Pound of salt.
Actually, we're safe because castaway can never happen because they have all these satellites up there. They can just zoom in and just look at all the different islands, make sure nobody was stranded. With the AI, they can search, find people, and send say, help if they need help.
Yeah, got one of them flashlights that work just from shaking it up.
Yep.
A fucking satellite phone. That wouldn't have made for much of a movie. That'd have been a hell of a joke at the end. He delivers the box, they open it, it's a satellite phone. In a box in a fucking Zippo. Part 2, he goes back out to find Wilson to burn it.
Then the guy says, "You got my sat phone, but where's my pair of ice skates?"
He was pretty good in that movie. He's a good actor.
I was about to say Tom Hanks is the only guy who could have Tom Hanks that role. Because anybody else would have. I can't imagine, like, I don't know, somebody else. It seems like it'd be such a much more hostile, scene. It's like there's everything he had to go through. So it was like hostile stuff, but he makes it seem like it's Tom Hanks going through it. So it's like, I don't know, you're just rooting for him, like his friendly Tom Hanks kind of way. Also, I like Robert Zemeckis movies. He's actually one of my favorite filmmakers. He also did Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump, which is another one of my favorite movies.
Gump's incredible, isn't it?
It's great.
That movie's just incredible. I just never wanted it to stop, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of movie like you always watch. Right? If it's on, you catch it on. You're sick if you finish it, you know.
I may not be a smart man, but I know the shape of the earth.
Well, he was also in another movie with Lieutenant Dan where he did go to space. And Apollo 13.
Life is like a box of hypergolic gases.
Life is like a box of incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Yeah. Incoherent being the operative word though.
Dude, when people call that word salad, it's like, bro, as many times as it's been explained. I mean, dielectric, incoherent, and
Yeah, incoherent, yeah.
you know, centripetal. I mean, dude, we talk about this shit all the time. And
So the most,
perturbations, mediums, perturbations. Like, how's that fucking word salad?
it's almost like you're like intentionally making fun of it. Keep
It's
saying
actually
incoherent
Well,
over and
tell me,
over
how else
again.
would you explain that? How else would you explain
How else would I explain that?
like an incoherent,
Right.
an incoherent dielectric? What other words could you use
Well,
besides incoherent?
typically the thing that is brought up, like this explanation for gravity, is like the incoherent magnetism, the incoherent magnetic attraction.
So how else could you explain that? I'm
But
just wondering because
but all those
they
other,
make,
but I just said it in 2 words, right? So it's like I don't think the other words are necessary, and I don't think that is even the explanation that you guys are going for.
that's why I'm asking you. Okay, they act like he's using big words to try and confuse. What else? Okay, if you're gonna describe incoherent dielectric, tell me another word you could use to say that, to express that.
Well, I just said what you guys. The reason why you guys bring it up is because of the incoherent magnetism, which is like the effect you get when you have a bunch of magnetic fields oriented
No,
in different
that
directions.
yeah, kind of. But that's an example, like an example of incoherence, because people act like they don't understand it. So we bring up like incoherent light being like scattered light, you know. So coherent would be like a laser beam, and then with magnetism, with magnets, they the reason we use that as an example because when you jumble up and have an incoherent magnetic field, it doesn't repel because they are, that's one of the first things they say. Then with when talking about that as gravity, whether I agree with it or not, they say, then how come you can't repel? You know, is it just a pulling force? Because it's incoherent. Like, and when you get an incoherent magnetic field, it no longer repels. It attracts the north and the south. So you know what I'm saying. But I'm trying to find out if you or anybody else in here can think of another word other than incoherent.
There is something called the Casimir effect,
Yeah, Casimir.
and then asymmetric longitudinal optical binding force. Whatever the fuck that means. Give you a link.
No, like longitudinal. It's like the type of a polarity kind of like you got the longitudinal. But here, wait, what was I about to say? Fuck, I forgot. I'm brain farting. The sooner that the anti-flat earthers join our side with this gravity thing, with the dielectric acceleration and stuff, the sooner we're gonna have levitating fucking scooters and bikes and cars and shit. Because they're not, it's not even being worked on in mainstream, you know. And it's right there in front of our face. We could levitate frogs and shit like that and overcome the whole entire Earth's field with just some potential. Not even current, bro. Like not even actual current. Just the volts. I mean, a little tiny bit of current, but mainly just the voltage, just the potential. Like the
What are you
Van de
saying?
Graaff generator. Like the Van de Graaff generator. You're not going to run a light bulb with that thing. It doesn't have enough electricity. It's just it's like, and people need to understand that there's a big difference between current and volts. It's like opposite. So when you measure something to be 120 volts, you could have 1,000,000 volts. If you don't have the resistance, if you don't have the damn the current, the amps to go with it, then all you're going to get is the static field. You'll get a stronger and stronger static field, but you're not getting electricity. People need to understand that that shit's different. It's like two parts of the same,
You mean if you don't
two sides of the
overcome the
same.
resistance? I think in
Well,
the
you
case of
know the
atmosphere,
difference
the
between
resistance is too
the
high.
difference between the potential, right? The voltage being the potential.
Yeah, that's voltages. Yeah, as the potential is 100 volts per meter as you go up, but that potential is not actualized unless there's a way to cut through the resistance, which
Well,
the resistance
right,
is
right.
much greater than.
But the voltage is there. The voltage, it's being described as the potential. In other words, it's not electricity because there's hardly any current. So it's hard to be described as just regular electricity that people think of. It's just the voltage without the fucking amps. And so like I said, you could have a million volts and not even power a fucking LED. Well, maybe not LED, but you know what I'm saying? Like a high beam headlight with a million volts because it's just potential. Without the current, you don't
So I'm
have
saying with
the
that, yeah, but the resistance being there, the voltage can't get actualized. So if you were able to connect, the two regions and somehow disclude the resistance, then you'd have something.
That's what I'm
Right, but
thinking, dude. That's why I want to connect. I want to do my experiment that I did a long time ago with the hydrogen balloons. I put them up there on a real small copper wire, and like I said, I'm gonna skip the whole story, but I got
yeah,
tangled
that
up a
works
little bit.
out.
It was, but I did my amp part was blown, but I did get voltage, and then so I checked the resistance, and there was a small amount of resistance, which means but I tried hooking it up to a headlight, car headlight, and looking back, dude, that had no chance of working with the height I had, or either way. But so what I'm thinking is, dude, they should be hooking shit up to generator, like actual generators, to just add voltage to the amps. The amps that are already being produced. In other words, it's not producing its own energy, but it could possibly amplify the shit out of what you're generating by hooking it up to something high altitude. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, but you have to, like I said, you have to cut through the resistance. That's why I said the same thing. But if you had a superconducting wire, because superconducting wires are zero resistance. If you were able to get a superconducting wire at altitude, then yeah, you'd have something, because then you'd be able to actualize all that voltage without any resistance.
Right. So in other words, let's say I got a little generator, a little hand crank, and I'm producing like 1 amp, and at, like, let's say 5 volts. Okay, if I somehow hooked up a wire, like as part of the circuit that just went up to collect the voltage, basically, I can amplify the amps in another circuit. I can add more circuitry or whatever you want to it, add some resistors or add capacitors, whatever, man. But I can amplify what I'm getting. I'll only have 1 amp until I do something with it, as far as converting it, But I could potentially get way more juice out of it just by adding the volts, the potential. It's worth a try. I can't believe nobody's tried it.
Well, as far as I was told, resistance is futile. What's that from? It's a quote from something, right?
But if you resist
From
futile, that's Borg, Star Trek. But my
Thank
point
you.
is this, real quick, and if anybody doesn't want to comment on it, we can move on. My point is this: so
I had to let the
if
dogs in. My
everybody
bed.
would
Get back.
acknowledge that gravity is a type of like a cousin to just the electromagnetic spectrum, the sooner people acknowledge that, the sooner our technology is going to take, instead of all this artificial technology and shit to go with that, like actual physical technology, it'll be a leap and a bound as soon as people realize that what they call gravity is electrostatic. As soon as they accept that, we can move on. I think they've
Yeah,
intentionally
but
suppressed that.
what's not true, because it doesn't really seem to be true. So what if it's just not the truth?
Well, if we can just take some potential in a Van de Graaff generator, just take a fucking 500,000 volts with no amps at all, and overcome just on a small scale and overcome the entire field of the Earth in that little location, and make shit way less, or just flip the fucking its direction altogether.
Yeah.
When y'all describe this, maybe not you, Kosho, but other people on this other globe earthers, they're describing it like it's just styrofoam. Like, no, dude, he did
Yeah.
every light material he put on there went up. Everyone, there was no
Every light
exceptions. He
material.
used a little teeny iron filing, little
Right.
paint flake, wood,
Or water. Yeah.
cotton, everything. So they make it sound like it's just styrofoam, something light. Yeah, of
Oh, it's
course it's
just light
something
stuff.
light.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Okay, so this is what I don't get. There's like, I mean, it's understood in physics that you have multiple forces acting on things. So it's like if you have gravity acting on something, and then you introduce some other force in the opposite direction, yeah, it's there's no violation if it's able to
yeah, but this leads
counteract
to
what's
people
happening.
arguing. Yeah, but this leads to people arguing instead of taking a deeper dive into it. This leads people to arguing out of ignorance, like saying that the ionic, like the little ionic propulsion, the little drones and shit, and the little thing, the
Yeah.
triangle thing you make is just air, and it's not. It does push air, but that's not what's giving it the lift. I mean, it helps
What?
obviously, but
Ionic
there's
propulsion doesn't
more
even
to
do
it.
that.
What?
Ionic propulsion is just thrust. So there's
Right, but they're
there's no
arguing that it's
external,
just what?
nothing external about it. There's not. It's not the
They're making the
atmosphere or
argument that it's
the.
just air. The difference in charges are just pushing air, and the air is giving it all its lift. That's not true.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It has nothing to do with the voltage in the atmosphere. It's not doing anything with that. It's just. It's literally just. It's the same
No,
thing
it
as
doesn't.
rocket
But it's
thrust.
still, but it's voltage though.
Well, internally, like it's taking the air that's around it, just regular air.
Yeah, but you're talking about like some big ass coils and shit. You're not talking about like a bunch of big batteries that where
Sure.
people. You see what I'm saying? Like people, not you or maybe not anybody in here, but the mainstream people. I mean, not even mainstream electricians, obviously, but just the layman, as far as ideas and stuff. When we think of voltage, we think in pure electricity, and it's different. The dielectric
It's just
is
potential.
yeah, it's different, man. And if we had everybody thinking on the same page, on the proper page, there'd be a lot more ideas to go around, and people, we would have long since had levitating cars and shit like that, man. I think.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm trying to find somebody who's actually trying to harness this atmospheric energy with the superconducting wire, because that'd be the way I do it. But yeah, ionic thrust, like I said, ionic thrust is just totally different. It doesn't work even in the realm of the voltage in the atmosphere. It's just using.
Right, but you hear about the new material that I think it's a type of graphene where they can achieve superconductivity at like 67 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just
I've
just
seen
breakthrough.
the claim. I've seen the claim a lot of times, but I've never seen that realized in reality. But yeah, what they call room temperature superconductivity is, I think, only above 32 degrees, and I've never even seen anything close to that.
I just seen a new video, man. I don't know how. Yeah, said I'd like to see it applied, but they certainly made the claim. It was one of the science channels too. I wish I could
Yeah,
post it.
when I read it in the paper, and then I found out soon after that it was they were wrong. But
Theoretical, like on paper, like theoretical, basically.
no, they
Mathematically.
claim to do gold. They claim to have made gold superconductive at room temperature. And I was like, wow, that was crazy. And then I remember a couple weeks after that, it turned out to be false.
Yeah, but
So
the
people will claim it sometimes.
superconductivity might not have there's I mean, if there's one way to do something, more than likely there's another. So it might not the temperature it could be something stupid, man, that nobody's thought of, man. And it might not have nothing to do with temperature. Or it might obviously it does have something to do with temperature, but there'd be other ways around it, man. Different
Oh, yeah.
combinations or whatever.
Well, I'm seeing. Wait, this is from Wikipedia. It says that there was because of course at different pressures there's different shit, but it says that 267 gigapascals they claim to get it at 15 degrees Celsius, which I think is
That's what it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like a crazy high pressure, but it's pressures that we make shit like small things all the time, you know, to withstand pressures on a small scale.
but it's also saying that was in 2020, but in 2022 Nature had retracted the original paper because after it got called into question, basically. I think that's probably the one I'm talking about too. Actually, to be honest with you, because it's around the same time frame, 2020. That's I think when I saw the one I was talking about. But they're saying it was sulfur hydride. I remember the one I was talking about being gold.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
everybody would work. More people would be working on shit like that if there was more people talking about it, you know.
oh man, maybe. I mean, it is a huge in engineering. It is definitely a huge field because there's a lot there's money that goes into it even now. But there's a lot of money for superconductors because, like I said, you'd be able to do a lot with wires.
I'm gonna add another transformer to my spot welder because I put thicker little points on there, little copper points, and it doesn't. Man, it wants to stick to the copper instead of sticking to the battery. The little tabs for the 18650s to kind of spot weld them together. It did work, but it worked with my hollow points, the little hollow copper points, but it ain't working with the solid copper points. I mean, it's working, but I literally fucking blew, like I thought I blew up a whole cell with like,
Wow.
what is it here? 18650s. But it was just one. And luckily the others didn't ignite. I grabbed it real quick and threw it out in the sand and everything. And everything was black. It melted my damn light that was next to it. And it was loud. It's like a flower. You know, the flowers and the fireworks, the ones that just spin around and go zzz.
Oh yeah.
It sounded like that, dude. And it was, I didn't stick around long enough to look at how bright it was, but just the flash was intense, bro.
My friend showed me her bed a few nights ago where she had like one of those e-cigs or something like that. I don't know exactly what it was, but I guess she had it plugged in this I saw it plugged into a like one of those I don't know, it's one of those things where you can plug a lot of shit into. And she was sleeping and it made like a huge hole in her bed. Like it must have overheated, but it was like the hole in her bed went through like 5 blankets and like
Oh,
the
dude, it's
entire
hot, bro.
mattress. Yeah, it was all they're all
Yeah, it
melted
didn't even
together.
touch the light. My spotlight that I've had for a long time. It's battery power or plug power, and so I use it all the time. And it's a Ryobi, and the front lens it didn't even touch it. It was probably about 5 inches away, and it just melted half the damn lens. It's like a hard plastic lens, and it just ruined it. Basically, it still works, but
You know, Dave. You know,
yeah, it's
David.
hot.
Dallas David. We used to always talk about battery technology, and I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think is going to be the best battery? Because I think currently, but people overlook like gravity batteries.
Copper zinc. Gonna be copper zinc as soon as people figure out how to stop the dendrites and stop the self discharge like they have to a certain extent on both. But as soon as they get the them problems solved, I think that'll be the batteries or the bromine. You know the bromine batteries and shit. They're contenders as far as your rating or whatever. Like I guess it goes by weight and power you get out of it, total power. I
We're
think
talking about
bromine's the
chemical
close.
batteries.
I
You seen
think
the
bromine's
nuclear
the
diamond
closest
batteries?
contender.
The nuclear
Yeah,
diamond
but
batteries?
I looked at that, but man, I didn't like I'll watch videos like that a few times, but that one wasn't worth watching again because it's out of my reach to do. Like I seen the nuclear different type of batteries, yeah, with the diamond and all that stuff. Because diamond's a type of carbon. But
Mm.
graphene, dude, just putting them graphene sheets and like graphite even sheets, carbon sheets to batteries, does
Yeah.
a lot. Like even the carbon, the even with lead acid, bro. The ultra battery, I think they call it, or forgot what it's called. The Australians came up with it just by adding. You don't even hardly need the negative plates. You could just use pretty much carbon and maybe a little tiny bit of lead. Just using carbon as like current collectors, additional current collectors, and you could charge them way faster and get more power out of them. So that's what I've been doing is working on trying to make felts like conductive felts like carbon, graphite, all that shit. Been working on that a little bit. But I
Well,
need
diamonds.
I need autoclave, man. I've tried to make one, but to withstand the pressure I need an actual autoclave. I don't need a DIY. Like, in other words, like a pressure cooker. It ain't gonna be enough to do the types of things that I need to do. They're expensive as fuck, dude.
I know somebody who fucks around, has one. He does dumb shit though.
I made a paper battery, like not a paper battery. I don't know why I'm saying that, but a cell. Just I took a notebook paper and took the some of the brown shit off the positive out of a lead acid battery. The brown, um, the what do you call the shit? It's like the stuff that they stamp onto the grids, a paste, like it's a paste, and then it dries or however they do it. You could compress it on or a type of glue. But anyway, the brown paste on the positive grids, and then I took the gray paste off the negative grids and put it on paper. Just mixed it with a little bit of ABS, whatever, or not ABS, but the like wood glue is
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called even, dude. I'm brain farting, but basic wood glue or kills, the gray kills is the type of glue, but mix a little bit with that and put it on
Around
the
those, the
what?
brown part's non-conductive.
The what?
The brown part isn't that non-conductive?
No, well, it gives you a voltage, man. But yeah, that's the thing is I got the voltage out of it like the same as the battery. I got like 2.2 volts of just using the paper. But yeah, as far as getting the current and the power out of it, you need some type of current collector, some type of metal. Like aluminum didn't really work too good, but I kind of put that project on the back burner. But it's but the volts were there. I tripped out when I just put it on paper, just basically painted it on, and let it dry, and put a separator in between and a little bit of. I think I just used salt water. I forgot. I might have used a little sulfuric acid, but I forgot. But damn sure got the volts, bro. Same as. But yeah, as far as collecting, yeah, you got to have. But that's what I'm saying. You can use the felts, like graphite is conductive, or carbon black felts, or graphene if you had the money.
A battery is really just a way to store energy that you already have. So anything you can just store energy and give you back the same amount or close to it.
If you think about all the energies, Kosher, it's like every battery is basically just equilibrium. You're taking two things and it's the same thing with any kind of electricity. Really, it's just taking disequilibrium, like moving a magnet over over a coil, and just disequalizing the thing that was just stationary, or chemicals, like you're taking two things that that are totally disequal, and they're trying to just they're trying to reach an equilibrium. So that's nature's way of equalizing, is a type of electricity. So all these batteries, it's cool, man. It's I'm having a hard time explaining it, but give me a minute. I'll think of a better way to interpret what I'm trying to say. It's
No, but I mean it's like I said, it's just a way to store the energy. Where how we do it now, it's the most easiest way to do it and packing it in as small as possible. But I think there's more efficient ways, like gravity batteries. But there's a couple examples, like there's like that. I heard what it's called, but it's like a lake. They get like a lake.
But it's like things want to oxidize and shit, and things want to, and so you could take and or things want to even unoxidize, but they can't in regular environment and shit. You put them in a different environment, like put them in a bath of sulfuric acid or something, and with one side that's not oxidized. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just know that everything is. It just seems like everything's trying to seek equilibrium in whatever environment you put it in, whatever electrolyte or whatever condition you put it in. It's trying to equalize, and you just reverse it. You get the power out of it, out of adding the two totally different kinds of things, like anode and cathode, two different types of material, and then you charge it back up, and it just basically disequalizes it. Use the energy to disequalize it, and then you've recharged it. Now it's going to try and equalize back down to a zero potential.
It's just like hydrogen and oxygen. It's like you can separate them, take energy to do that, and then the energy that you get from burning the hydrogen. Of course, you lose a lot in that process. That's the problem. So
Yeah, sure.
you can't keep converting it back and forth.
Yeah. There's nothing that you could do it forever, but it's pretty neat, man. Dude, looking at these 18650s, you know what I'm talking about, right? The lithium batteries, like they look like a big AA. They're just like an oversized AA battery.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They even have the plus tab and the negative tab, like a little round thing on top. But basically the whole cell is the negative, so it's covered, like taped off. But them things pack a wallet. But dude, you take one apart, and it's basically just it looks like just an aluminum sheet and a little copper sheet, like just the size of the battery just rolled up, bro. And I think the lithium is in the fucking electrolyte.
Well, no, that's a chemical reaction. Is those sheets against each other?
Yeah,
that's why they
telling you,
layered like
these
that.
sheets are not lithium though. There's no.
The one you're talking about doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like this lithium battery. It sounds like a.
Yeah, it is. They say that they're lithium ion. I know there's one type of battery. I think there's one type of lithium battery where they use actual lithium, and that's the Energizer rechargeables, from what I heard. But all these other batteries, they're like it's like almost like a nickel, foil, or aluminum, like a nickel aluminum type of foil, and so knowing that it's not lithium, whatever it is, then the lithium's got to be in all these components, because the paste that's on them is just like graphite. It's just black graphite, and it might have a little.
Isn't that the insulator?
But that's just the surface. It's like surface area. It adds to the surface area.
Well,
and
their
it's
surface
just
area is the reason why it's thin foil, because the more times you can wrap it around, you get like
yeah,
you pull it all apart, it's gonna have a giant surface area.
right. Same things with these capacitors, dude. These little round capacitors, they're just like aluminum and with graphite, glued to them or stamped on them, whatever. And yeah, you unroll them and they're like, dude, they're like 2 feet long, bro. It's like an enormous amount of surface area. But with the graphite, when you put that on there and stuff, I'm not exactly sure what it does, but you look at it under a little microscope and shit, and like the surface area is crazy. It looks like just little caves and cavernous. Like they say there's more surface area in like a cubic inch of the graphite or the carbon black to equal out to like 20, something ridiculous, dude. Like 20 square feet. Fucking, it's really more than that, but I don't want to sound like I'm telling fish stories. But it's a crazy the amount of surface area in
I
that
hope,
shit.
hope you're being careful, man.
It's all fucking fascinating, dude. It is, but like I'm saying though, somebody probably knows more about it. But I mean, of course, it's going to be a closely guarded recipe. But even when you look at the patents, dude, it's so discreet. They, I don't know. I've never looked at the full patents and shit, but just what's on Google. But I'm pretty sure that the lithium and all that stuff is in the electrolyte, mixed in with the electrolyte. Like I don't see how it could be part of the anode or cathode because it's just copper and like nickel or aluminum.
I think it depends on the battery.
All right, we know that if we add water to lithium, it's going to react, right? Like sodium metal or lithium metal, there is not stable in water. Am I correct saying that? Or maybe it's the air even. Maybe sodium. I know that is highly unstable in water, but lithium it could be the air. But I'm thinking it's water. But they so you're supposed to like keep it if you have some like you keep it in mineral oil or something like that. Um, so it could be air. I'm not sure, but either way, if it's oil or water, if it's lithium metal in these batteries, I could take it out and put it in water and it would react, but it doesn't.
But why are you claiming that it's lithium? And also, that's not true. I mean, if it's oxidized, then like you take it out, it's going to be oxidized. It's oxidized, it's going to have a coating on it.
That's a good point. That's what I was going to add that in, but my would have got 10 times even longer than it already is. But as far as it being oxidized, still, they must be just using just oxidized lithium, or but if it was the electrodes, it would just be a surface layer oxidized. I mean, I don't see how. I don't think it would be oxidized all the way through, but yeah,
No,
I mean,
I
I
mean,
guess
I
that's
don't know.
possible.
Yeah, I don't know if it's oxidized in the battery, but I'm saying, but when you open it up, it's going to become oxidized. If it wasn't before, I don't know. That's what happens with aluminum. I don't know. You said lithium. I don't know if lithium works the same way, but what number is aluminum on the periodic table? $13.
Dude, I've been on mute the whole time. I was saying I wanted to make a ultra capacitor because they're only like a few volts. Like you might have one that's like 3.5 volts, but it just holds pure current, just pure power. And they're badass, man. But it's probably something just as simple as the electrolyte. I mean, I could make a capacitor, a strong one, like a freaking 20,000 farads or whatever, like micro whatever farads, and but it's going to be like high voltage, like 200 something volts. I don't want that. I want to learn how to make just a little one of these. I think they're either ultra capacitors or super capacitors, and they're only like 3.5 or 4 volts and hold all that current. I need to learn the electrolyte or find out how to do it because you can do a lot with them, and they're cheap as fuck to make, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos that show how to make. Video how to make one for a greener future.
Dude, I have like 5 solar panels. I have a couple of new ones in the box I haven't even installed, but it's like I waste so much power. Um, I don't even use it all. Some days I don't use it at all. It's just a waste, man. If I had a way to store some of the power, even with the capacitors, like if I could figure out how to make some 12-volt supercapacitors just out of aluminum and a certain electrolyte, I could make a giant bank of them bitches. And I realize it's not the same as batteries, but still, if you had enough of them, you could do a lot. You could store. You could get where you ain't wasting as much power.
Yeah.
These solar panels are the real deal, though, bro. I'll tell you. Like they kick out like just a regular sunny day. It ain't got to be a magnificent hot summer day, but just a regular sunny day. You're getting like 20 volts and 4 or 5 amps, bro. You could spark that shit. Like if I'd sit there and short circuit it, bro, like people would be impressed. Like, damn, that's coming off that fucking solar panel. Yeah, it is. It's
Wasn't
else.
there just a breakthrough? There's just some big breakthrough.
No, I'm just saying what I could do.
I'm saying, but wasn't there just a big breakthrough in solar panel technology? I thought there was like a huge one recently.
I heard there's something, man. I've heard a few things, but I think they're gonna let everything catch up before they start. Like if they have a certain amount of panels made and stuff, I don't think they're gonna mass produce the new ones until like some of them are gone, or they're not gonna put them out for the public until the market equalizes some. That's just my little theory. I mean, they might just take a shit on everybody and come out with new shit, but then that would make all the other shit obsolete, and that, to a certain extent, that'll have to happen. But to just flood the market with something 5 times better and 5 times cheaper, bro, just think of that would stir up the fucking economy. You know what I'm saying?
And but naturally, that's what happens. I mean, all it takes is that technology.
Yeah. So I collect these e-cig batteries too that you're talking about. My kids who smoke e-cigs, I get them. I get all their old batteries, and they're basically little lithium-ion batteries, man. I don't know how many times they'll recharge, but so far, as many times I've recharged it, they pretty much recharge. Like 10 times or something. I don't know if they're as good. They're disposable e-cigs, but it's the same thing. But they just don't have the hard casing around them. They're protected and wrapped in a thicker type of foil. I don't even know if it's conductive. I ain't even checked it. In fact, I might do that while we're talking. But I collect these things, and they pack a punch too. Yeah, these e-cig batteries. They're basically just small lithium-ion batteries. They're just a roll, just like the other ones. They're just rolled up, and I got quite a few of these. Probably got about at least 50 or 70 of them. But I'm gonna add another transformer to my spot welder because I have a little button I used off the microwave oven, the little button that the door when the door closes it engages, and you know the thing that stops it from where you can't turn the microwave on with the door open. It's just a little switch, and so I have my spot welder where I hit that little switch, but I've got it where with this one transformer with a regular copper little point, I'm having to hold the button for a couple seconds, you know, and you could feel the energy. You don't even have to see it. You could feel the energy. It's like, so you know when it's getting hot, red hot. But if I had more, like so out of all the batteries I spot welded, probably a few hundred, which ain't an incredible amount. That's quite a few. But I only blew up one of them, and I had a feeling because I was having it wasn't real clean when I was spot welding. Like it was, I should have filed it and sanded it down and cleaned it up, but I was having to hold it too long, like a couple full seconds, because it wouldn't stick. And I was almost done with this whole fucking cell, and in the last damn battery, I held it on to try and get it to stick. I went back to it because it wouldn't stick, and I just held it on, and it went off like a flower. It didn't ruin any of the other batteries, though. Interestingly enough, all the other batteries, I thought they were all screwed, and I went a couple hours later after everything cooled down and all that. I pulled them apart and tested them, and it was just that one that was screwed. I couldn't believe it, dude. But I need to just add another transformer and put them in parallel where I just get extra current, and that way I could just tap the little switch for a split second and get the weld, because that's what's so special about the spot welders. It's better than soldering because you don't want to apply heat to these batteries, A, because of the danger, but B, because of messing up the battery, period. So if I had enough current, I could just tap the button. Like that's what a regular spot welder does. You just click it, click, and it heats up so hot, so fast, the heat doesn't have time to spread anywhere except for just a little two points where the short circuit is, where the contactors. So I'm gonna add another transformer to this. But I got the nickel strip. It's cheap, dude, like $7, $8. You can get like a 5 meter little strip of this nickel plated little strips. And so for pretty cheap, dude, if you got an old microwave or two, you get pretty much everything you need. All you need is maybe an old pair of jumper cables or something like that to go with it, and a microwave too, preferably, and you can make a spot welder. Also made one out of the first one I made was out of a solenoid to a starter, a car starter, like the solenoids in a regular car battery, and it worked good, but it just sparks too much, bro. It's just too sparky. I think the optimal voltage is like anywhere from like 1 to 3 or 4 volts. When I think it is when you get over 10 volts, I think it starts getting sparky. But I think the commercial spot welders are like 3 or 4 volts, I think. But a car battery, it does work, but it's just too sparky, man. It's nerve wracking when you're doing them together. Every time you do it, dude, you get blasting little fucking sparks. I don't know if anybody ever seen lid motor. Since nobody's talking, I'm just kind of filling the air. Anybody could join in anytime. I'd love to hear what you have to say. But if anybody, there's a flat earther called Lid Motor, and he did all these tests with different anodes and cathodes. Like he tried, I think he had about 5 or 6 electrolytes that he tried all kinds of different combinations, and he charted how much voltage, and the ones that were good that didn't drain too fast, he'd test the current on them, and so he tried all these different kinds of combinations: stainless steel and lead, stainless steel and just iron, regular iron, and then like iron and copper, copper and lead, just every combination, and all these different electrolytes. He did the saltwater electrolyte, sulfuric acid, sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, and just you name it, dude. He just did it, and did it over months and months, and he narrowed it down to the best that he the best combination that was copper and zinc, and he tested it with holes, without the hole, with blah blah blah. So that's the battery he's going to make it, but he's going to try and compare it to his Trojans because he's got solar also. And I'm like, man, I think he's going to be disappointed, bro. Like he's just going to try and make a couple 6-volt batteries and compare them, but he's comparing them to like the very best in lead acid, AB, absorbed glass mat, AGM. So that's like top of the line, them Trojans. And so I think he's going to be disappointed if he compares it to them. But his plates that he's making, he had trouble. Like it took him. He just released a new video where he can't get the copper to melt. He's got the little plate maker thing out of an old waffle iron thing, but he couldn't get copper to melt. Uh, he bought a freaking, what do you call them? Not a foundry, but just a little thing to melt metal that you could make out of propane tank and concrete and shit, whatever you call it. But he bought one, and it wouldn't melt the copper. He let the bitch run for an hour. Then he bought an electric one, and it started to melt it, but he got it to where with the electric foundry thing he could melt the copper, but then it dried too quick. So he's got it now where he knows he's got to get the waffle iron just hot as he possibly can, and then melt the copper for a little extra time to get it real, real hot. It's so hard to melt copper, you wouldn't believe it. And he made the plates, but they're like 2 pounds each. And I think he needs about, for his 6-volt battery, he's probably going to need like 60 pounds of copper, the method he's using. But I'm so curious to see what he gets. I got a shitload of copper. I wouldn't make my plates that thick, but I could do it. The batteries I was working on were trying to come up with something new, where it's copper zinc. That's the best I've found too. Without doing all the experiments, the best I found was the copper zinc combination. But using like the zinc, I used so many different kinds of electrolytes, and you get different shit. But the zinc sulfate, I thought I had something, man. I'm like, dude, this is badass, dude. I'm getting like 2 amps off of this little fucking battery, and it's and but it's, bro, there's a catch to everything. It self discharges. Like it works good and everything, but it works whether you have something plugged into it or not, bro. It's producing power. It self discharges, and so it's like there's a catch with every little combination, and so it's tough. But there's infinite amount of combinations and amounts that you can make with these batteries. So I just figure if I keep trying different shit, man, just takes one little breakthrough, man, and that nobody's tried yet. Like I said, there's an endless amount of combinations. Earth is life, dude. I hardly ever look in live chat unless somebody says something. I just looked in there, and it's Earth is life. Why are you texting, bro? I'm the only one talking. You just said, "How about that triangle?" Like, what does that even mean? Like, what triangle? Why don't you join and talk? Nobody's even. There's some people listening, but I was shooting the shit with Kosho, and I know he's doing something right now. There's nobody else. Join. You don't gotta type shit, bro. Join and tell me what triangle you're talking about.
He posted in one of his videos, Brian.
So, Blue Balls, when did you get so sensitive? You didn't used to be so sensitive.
Hey, did B-Ball or Earth is Life, whatever he calls himself nowadays, did he join? I just had to step away for a second. Did he speak up?
Oh, no, I was going after.
Come on, B-Ball. If you could type something, you can join for just a second.
He posted a video that he made.
Yeah, well, instead of watching a video, let's talk about it for a second.
Well, I haven't watched the whole video, but apparently he's not too impressed with your angle measuring ability, Brian.
Oh, he must be talking about the angles he measured from the toothpicks I put on the globe. So he's probably trying to use perspective. So he probably found like the perfect camera angle to give himself anything other than a 180-degree triangle, which is what you get. Anybody can do this. This is what's so stupid, dude. Anybody can do this. You can put toothpicks on any ball, 3 of them, and as long as you don't have to touch the ball, as long as you have a straight line between them, it's going to measure 180. There's no getting around it. Like if we're talking about the surface of a sphere or something, then okay, that's a different argument. But as far as measuring angles of the 3 toothpicks, it doesn't matter. You take 3 points anywhere in the known universe and you join them with straight lines, then it's a coplanar triangle and you get 180. Now, if you bend the line, like bend it around the ball vertically or horizontally, then you can start talking about angles, wonky angles. But as far as straight lines, there's no configuration where you can join 3 unbent lines and get more than 180. So, like, without even watching his video, I'm pretty sure he just found a perfect perspective where it looks a little more than 60 or something. But just do it yourself, B-Ball. You don't even need a globe. Just use a soccer ball or whatever. A protractor and a ball and some string. It ain't rocket science. I even did it like almost not directly above, but almost right above a spherical triangle. Like I've got the spherical triangle drew on the surface to show that the string lines don't follow.
Well, planar triangles have 180 degrees, no doubt about it. If you pick
Right.
3
So
points,
a planar, right. Sorry, go ahead.
if you pick 3 points in space and draw a planar triangle using those 3 points and measure the angles in that plane, you will get 180 degrees all the time, every time. Can't be anything different. When you draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere, the angles will exceed 180 degrees every time. They can't not do that.
I agree. So you would then agree that a planar triangle above the surface of the sphere would still be 180. But on the surface, it would be more than 180.
Above what?
So
Yeah, above the surface of the sphere it would be.
right.
But
He's trying to, if I'm not mistaken, he's trying to measure the triangle I made above my sphere and trying to say that it's more than 180. Like, dude.
he says he didn't have time to get in VC right now. He's got bad connections and stuff. He's out in the field.
But you'd agree that if I could take that planar triangle above my sphere and find a certain angle and make it look like more than 60-degree angles, you know. Well, I mean, I'm not asking you. You ain't got to agree or disagree with that, but that's my point. Is that's all he's doing is, but he's trying to take a planar triangle that's above a sphere and turn it into more than 180, bro. And it's planar. It's just above the sphere, you know.
I don't know. Is that what he? Have you watched the video?
No, I didn't watch the new one that he just posted, but I watched it. But the old one he made, he showed my triangle and put measurements on it on the screen, and I think it measured up to about 210 or maybe 202 or something. Like, bro, it's a 180-degree triangle. Like, and I held a protractor to it, and I did it like every angle, and I got right up on the protractor so you could see the actual angles. And I think he, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I do need to watch his video to see if he's making a different point. But I mean, the point he made before was, you know, he should be making a video retracting his previous statement because he just added degrees to a coplanar triangle. Like I said, the triangle above a sphere. He's trying to claim that the triangle above the sphere is more than 180. He's just taking certain camera angles and measuring perspective, man. But I'll check out the new one. But I don't know. If you go through my videos, you'll see a couple where I you know, retracted a couple things. And if somebody points something else out that I hadn't noticed yet, I'll make a retraction video. But he needs to do that with this example.
I really haven't watched either one of them. I've watched parts of both of them, but haven't paid too much attention to it.
Like another retraction video I need to make is the one where, but I mean, I didn't really feel like I needed to. I mean, you pointed it out pretty much plain as day, but on my video with the circle, like I brain farted with the 2 pi r squared with the 2 pi d. Like it worked in the one example, but yeah, another example that was, you know, just an error, just a brain fart. But it wasn't really my point, so I didn't really feel the need. And anybody who sees it, it's easy to see. It doesn't take a retraction video, but I most certainly didn't follow it up with like, look, you're wrong. 2 pi d always works this and that, you know. That's basically what he's like trying to do. Like, to me, I'd have some nerve to try and double down on my claim that was wrong, you know, where it wasn't the case. That's what he's doing, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I I can't comment on it. I really have stayed. I've tended to stay away from these sorts of discussions in the last few months. I'm sick and tired of talking about basic, fundamental mathematics and basic physics. The laws that govern those things are well known and established, and there's nothing to argue about.
Yeah, but some of the things you talk about aren't just basic, like basic mathematics. And I mean, I've learned some things from you, and a lot of that shit is far from basic. It's advanced, and to me, some of the things is advanced, and then some of them there's there's other ways to interpret it, but with the mathematics, then yeah, you lock it in as far as the mathematics. But then the argument would be what type of mathematics should be applied. But I don't try to. I'm never intentionally trying to argue the mathematics, and that's where some of the videos you've put up have helped me get better at math.
Well, some people do though, and some people do want to argue about things like that, which to me is pointless. We understand all that stuff. It's not. It just doesn't make any sense to me anymore to go any further.
Yeah, I know, man, but it's like to me, it almost that in a different kind of world, the math wouldn't apply. I mean, it's the spherical geometry is one thing, but it's when you start applying everything is up would be my argument. Like to me, you got to prove that we're on the ball first before you apply math that makes every position up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see what you're saying as far as staying out of them arguments, because you've stated your case and showed the mathematics, and so I can't argue against it in your world. It'd be futile. It'd be a pointless argument for me too. My point would be to argue the basis of it all. But somehow or another, you're full of shit, Blue. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they keep telling me that, but they keep losing too. I think a lot of this triangle crap was promoted by Bev and the try-thinking crowd. They absolutely refuse to acknowledge that you can draw lines on the surface of a sphere. It's ridiculous, but hey, I'm tired of talking to them about it.
Yeah, that's what I meant by arguing the basis of it.
It's
but I know what you're saying.
It's intuitively obvious that you cannot draw a planar triangle on the surface of a sphere, and that's what it comes down to. Obviously, you cannot.
Right. My argument would be like with Blackpool Tower, where he used the like he was making a different point. My argument would be, okay, we'd see that. Maybe we'd see it if the Earth were spherical. Maybe we would see it if we see in spherical geometry, like if our vision, or not just perspective, but like refraction and perspective, whatever. I mean, we see the same thing. So I would take it to that level, and they don't. So I don't. It gets on my nerves sometimes, like how they won't talk about refraction and things like that. But it takes something like that, like a certain type of perspective, like Austin says, like we see with the in hyperbolic geometry is a better way to calculate it or define it, or oblate. What do you say? Not hyperbolic or oblate, but
I call it ostentatious word salad, but
no, but it's no, but dude, it doesn't matter if you it or not, it's an explanation. Where, as far as I'm concerned, like Bev and them, just say no, you don't use the instrument that far, which I do agree with. But still, I can still see the crosshairs and where they're hitting on the tower. So something's causing that,
Yes,
whatever the fuck it is. And so, will you give me that at least? Like, at least we're
that's
trying to
exactly
explain what we're seeing, you know?
that's the point. That's the point. That's exactly right. I don't care what he thinks he was looking at. He's got Blackpool Tower 13 miles away from where he was in the picture, and you can see where the crosshairs are on that tower.
Yeah. But wouldn't it be obvious to you though that if we did a time lapse, we would see the crosshairs like moving around and stuff? Wouldn't it be obvious to you that something else is going on?
I think it wouldn't be obvious to me that you would always see that, Brian. I think you could go out there and find days where it would sit there and never move. But I think that would be a great test, because if it would, let's see the conditions under which Blackpool Tower rises up to the level where it's at the same elevation as that auto level is. Then then we got something to talk about. Right now, it's missing by 100 feet. And he repeated the same thing.
No, it ain't. Wait. I can't say it's missing by that much because, well, I don't want to come off with the wrong impression, but his crosshairs are above the 15-meter rod.
No.
No. What is it? Wait, I meant to say 15 feet.
You look at the Blackpool Tower and you can see where it hits on the building.
Yeah, I see.
And you can go measure that and see how high that is. And that's an elevation of 100 feet. And his
right. So
his
let's
auto
say
level
he's
is about at sea level.
You think his auto level? How can his auto level be at sea level?
Well,
when
I'll give him a few. All right, Brian. Look, I'm not going to mince bullshit with you. Let's give him 30 fucking feet. How about that? Let's give him 30 fucking feet. His auto level's at 30 fucking feet.
We'll say 20.
Let's go 40. He's at 40 feet. Let's say that he's at 40 feet. His damn auto level is still hitting the side of that building 200 at 100 feet.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do.
Feet?
Look, I'm not trying to strike a nerve. I'm trying to say, like, if we're going to do a test, like, let's make sure we're on the same page. So I'll say 25 feet. But if his rod's 15 feet, I think 20 is fair. If he's but yeah, that still leaves 80 feet. Okay, yeah. I'm not trying to bypass the point, because to me that'd be a dumbass conversation to even get into. But I think you're right. I think what we need to do, I actually could do this, obviously not with Blackpool Tower, but some other tower here, or a building even, like at the beach, and just to see, because I don't know if anybody's done that, Blue. Like, we've seen Skunk Bay, we've seen Bev's picture of Blackpool Tower, we've seen B-balls, buildings, but I don't know if we've seen any kind of time lapse through an auto level. That would be a hell of a test to. I mean, that would narrow it down. All these long distance, all this other shit is too arguable for both sides. Like, I could make a point with one picture, you could make a point with another. I think with an auto level, and I know we're not supposed to use these instruments over a certain distance as far as like very good accuracy, but fuck accuracy. I'm not talking about a millimeter accuracy or even 1 foot accuracy. I'm talking about what I'm seeing in the distance with the crosshairs up higher. So I'm not trying to ignore what I'm seeing, but I want to see first how often I do see that and to what extent of the refraction going. And then we could start our discussion there. So, I might just do that, Blue. That would be a good idea to test it and see the extremes, see how high we see them sometimes and how low. We could at least have a starting point to start this discussion, honest discussion. So what do you think, man?
I think I'll be back in a second. Give me a second.
Morning. Do both of you guys trust that Bev had his auto level? Or do you reckon there's any chance he could have just tilted it up or down and he's got no idea?
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm going to do the test and I know what I'm doing, I'm gonna know if the instrument's calibrated.
Yeah,
But
each person can trust themselves, but I'm just saying, how do you trust Bev? Have that?
oh, I trust him, dude.
Right.
He's like a fucking truth.
What?
Like that's his pet peeve is liars. He's like a hyper specific truth. Like he.
What? I don't believe that. He's lied about
Oh, come on,
geometry.
dude.
He's lied about geometry a lot for ages.
What do you mean?
He says you can't. He denies spherical triangles. Says you can't have a planar triangle on a globe.
No, he's talking about in the real world. That's his viewpoint. Is Euclidean
The way
free
he
space.
says it is always wrong.
I mean,
I don't believe
you got to
can
give him
do
the
that.
benefit of the doubt, though. It's got to be in our mind. You got to prove the sphere first before you can start applying this type of geometry.
Right. So we need to rule out all triangle geometry till we prove it's a globe some other way.
Well, anybody honest would say that it's possible that it's optical. You know, whatever it is, refraction, whether it be, you know, whether you believe it or not, it's fucking possible. You know, that's just being honest. It's like even Blue just said, you know, he didn't agree with it, but of course he's going to say, yeah, you know, sure.
I don't reckon Bev
he'd be the
agrees
type
with
to come up with other examples of why it's not, but still, you know, the argument still stands.
No, I get you. If you want to throw it all out, throw out all triangulation, whatever you call that.
And plus, the way we measure shit in reality, bro, we do use horizontal level lines. That's how we do it in the world. But I mean, it's not over long distances that I'm aware of. But
okay, so
at some point, it's got to start curving.
You trust Bev, so it means you trust the evidence that the Blackpool Tower is too low, which suggests a globe. And then your reasoning is it must be atmosphere because you believe it moves up and down.
I didn't need Bev to show that. Like I've seen other people. I go out and look through the auto level, man. I never really made a video out of it, but when I go to the beach with my P1000 and shit, like I bring the auto level. I mean, I've made a couple videos with the auto level out there at the beach, but besides posting videos, I look through it all the time. I know what we see, and I chalk it down as optical because if I look at something, here's why. Okay, not saying that I'm proving it, but here's why I say that. Here'd be my evidence. If I see something like if I just have a giant story pull off in the distance and I'm on the beach and 15 miles away, I see it like 50 feet up or 80 feet up or something. If I do increments at a time and transfer my straight line, I'm not going to be 80 foot up. The closer I get, the less I'm going to get. So that's why I would call it optics. So yeah, sure, that would happen on a sphere too.
I get your explanation. I believe refraction as well. So there is some type of optics changing our view of obstruction and horizons and distance. But if you're saying it needs to all be thrown out, that type of observation and measuring, because it's optical, so we can't know, then surely you can't use any P1000 shots or anything like that for flat Earth. So how would you test if Earth's flat? How are you going to prove Earth's flat before you get to use the optical stuff?
Well, that's good, man, and that's fair. And dude, I like having an honest conversation, like saying, you know, just what's possible. I agree with what
I'm just saying
that's what this channel's about, bro. Is we're trying to find a way to we're constantly, like me and Gio and Jeremy and others, like we try and come up with ideas, even with Globers. And I've got one to run by you if you're interested. But yeah, we're trying to find out ways to explain what we see. And I think this auto level is more valuable than just the photographs.
Don't you
then
think
we
an auto
know
level
what level it is.
though? Then you just say that.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is.
So you can't use that until you've already proved Earth's flat in a different way, using your logic.
Well, I can use it. To me, I'm not trying to be like that. I'm trying to say, you know, we can come up with a margin of error, but we're going to see what we're going to see. You know,
you agree we can understand the optics and keep using them.
I think this is what we need to do to boil it down, bro.
All right, that's better than throwing it all out. I agree.
Yeah, I don't think we should throw them out, even if the fucking error is like 10 feet. Still, if I'm seeing crosshairs like halfway up a building, I want to know what, you know, the picture, because some people who've never seen it through the auto level are thinking like it's just refraction and that that maybe it's local refraction and the horizon's
So
refracted up, blocking shit or whatever. And I don't agree. I think we do see things lower in the
yeah,
distance.
yeah.
And I don't agree with
Mm.
trying to put a exact number on it over them distances, but still, to
But
some
the thing
extent, I think we need to figure this shit out.
thing that worries me now is you're willing to accept Whitsitt's metaphysics that he makes up after reading a few articles about
You know, where you're getting kind of unfair, bro.
hyperbolic curved visual space. You'll accept
getting a little
anything now
unfair, though,
that
Don.
explains it not being a globe. Any
I'm
optical
trying to be
word
neutral,
salad.
bro. Look, if we're gonna have this conversation completely honest, man, let's stay completely honest. Like what he's bringing up is he's posted papers where you could take an equilateral triangle and show spherical excess over 1 meter. It's not much, granted, but let's be honest, dude. That is going on, and that is a possibility.
Okay,
And
for
but
you,
just chalking it off as perspective and shit. Yeah, I don't agree with all that. I'll be honest.
John Blue, you're back now.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think we're closer to over the target with acknowledging what we see, and instead of trying to put an exact feet value on it and all that, let's test the extremes of it and collectively come up with some methods.
You need to prove Earth isn't a globe in a different way before you can use these optical evidences using your own logic that you said. Because you say we have to prove Earth's a globe before we can invoke the triangle stuff and the boats over the curve. So you'd have to prove the flat Earth before you can invoke
Fair enough.
curved visual space.
That's fair.
That doesn't make any sense. Why do you have to prove a negative?
I'm saying he has to prove flat Earth.
Earlier you said he has to prove the Earth isn't a ball. See, the thing is that Earth presents itself as a stationary plane. There's nothing to prove or disprove.
It presents itself differently to each individual.
No, it's the same for everybody.
No.
I mean, people may be warped in the head, right? They may be drunk or on sugar or cocaine or high or something like that. But the Earth remains the same.
How can we
now,
decide which
your
one of
views
us
on it may change, right? Obviously. So when someone comes along and claims something, they then have to prove the claim.
That's what I'm telling Brian.
So people claim that the Earth is a ball. However, there is no indication that this is true. So therefore, when people claim that the Earth is a ball, they are the ones burdened with proving it, not the ones who
How do I know
disagree.
you haven't got just a warped mind? How do I know you're not the one with a warped mind?
Other people claim it's a flat plane. Other people make
most
that
people
claim,
don't claim that it's a flat plane.
But to me,
see,
it
the
does
majority
not present itself as that.
It does.
It
I mean,
does not
water's
to me.
always flat.
Not to me, it is.
See that the properties of water never change.
See, I know that.
Okay, so knowing that, you know that water over long distances doesn't curve. Now, if you're going to go microscopic and show me a water droplet or some little meniscus, in a glass, well, then you're just warping your own brain, right? But in reality, if you go to a lake, it's flat. You're going to say waves? I mean, that's silly, right? At rest, it's always flat, just like the bathtub, just like the glass of water, just like all water. At rest, it's level.
No,
now, if we live in a
fucking
place,
assumption. That's
if
your assumption.
we live in a place that's supposed to be covered in 80% of this water, right? How can it be bending? How can it be a ball? That is just impossible.
You got to listen.
Now, I do listen to people, but people just say words.
Be quiet then and let
me
speak.
Now, the problem is that most people don't even know the words that they're saying. They're just saying them thinking that they're true, knowing what they're saying, but they don't.
That's your assumptions about water. We don't agree.
No,
I don't agree.
That's
either.
reality.
I've had other experience that tells me that's not true. Everybody loves to use the boats disappearing over the horizon, and I've seen that many times. We all have. and that's direct observation that says, hey, that water cannot be flat. It's got to be curving away from me. But you can see it the other way, and this is odd. You never see anybody talk about what you see when you come from out in the ocean to the land, and then you see the buildings reappear from top down.
Well, Blue,
And
that's
it
like me
happens
going
every
out on a
time.
day like the Black Swan, which is usually there's inferior mirage, but there's but and catch a day like that and saying that since there is no curvature, then I've just proven
I'm not talking.
that there is no curvature.
I'm not talking about Brian. I'm not talking about a one-off observation in ridiculously fucked up conditions. I'm talking
That's not
about the
one-off.
average. I'm talking about the average day, the normal thing that you would see. That
Bro,
take
if you
your
want to talk
boat.
about average day, there's an inferior mirage, bro. That's what is usually out there, bro. There's no
Well,
shit's
bro,
always
I
disappearing,
don't,
bro.
no, bro, what, bro?
Now
Well,
here's
if
the
you went out and
question.
did
Here's the
optics, you'd
question.
know, bro.
Okay, so let's assume, okay, that boats are going over the horizon, right? The words, right? These words are so important. Over the horizon. Now, at what point are the boats going over this horizon? What distance is that?
Depends on what your height is.
Wait, so you're going to tell me that it changes?
I'm telling you, it depends on what your height is.
You're saying that it's not a fixed point?
Of course,
Of
bruv.
course, it is not. It depends on how high above it you are.
Now, when you're on a basketball, is the curvature away from you a fixed point?
It depends on where how high your observation point is.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Yeah, it's the
yes.
same with the
No,
balls.
because the rate of curvature, check this out, the rate of curvature on a basketball is the same all the way around. All the way around.
It is on the Earth too.
Which means that you can see it and determine when that curvature is going to happen. And guess when that curvature happens? Guess when it happens?
Top of me.
Yeah, just listen. Just guess when the curvature happens. Instantly. Instantly. Now, you don't ever see that in reality on the Earth. The curvature never happens.
It's so
You know
big.
why? Because it's not
That's why
there.
you can't see it instantly. It's really big.
Preach it, brother. Preach
Oh, how big is it?
You go right ahead. Keep
how big?
preaching.
26,000, isn't it?
Oh, really? And how did you figure that out?
It's a lot bigger than a basketball, right?
Well, how did you figure that out?
How did I figure it out?
Yeah, exactly. How did you figure it out?
I didn't figure it out. I read it.
I actually measured it.
Oh, you read it. Oh, I see. So now you're saying that everything is written must be true.
How did you figure out all water's flat?
Now you see how you're avoiding things. How did you figure it out?
You don't like your own rules is a problem.
How are you about to?
You see the problem here, right?
Yeah,
you're digging yourself into the hole. So when you get into a hole, right, your first thing to do is to try to turn around on me.
Did you see it on a YouTube video?
But that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Right. So how did you figure out how big it was? That's all I want to know. What did you do to figure it out?
I measured it myself using the.
Oh, you measured it. How? With what?
Using the Eratosthenes method. I measured the circumference of the Earth.
Oh, really? What did you do?
Oh my God, that's optics, man.
That's not optics, Brian. That's measuring
using the stars.
A star, yeah, it's called the sun.
Okay, so what I've figured out so far is that you guys haven't figured anything out. See, so I figured it out. See, real easy. That's how you figure things out.
Where's
it's not
your
rocket
evidence
science
of this flatness? Where is it? What have you done to measure flatness? Yeah.
I don't have to measure anything. There's no indication that the Earth is curving anywhere.
I've just
so why would I ever assume that we live on a ball?
Where did you find that?
Now, see, the other thing is I'm not trying to prove anything to people. Because I'm not making any claims.
Well, I'm not trying to prove anything either, pal. I don't give a shit if you go in.
Why you keep talking then?
It doesn't bother me.
If you're not trying to prove anything, then why does your mouth keep moving?
Then shut up and let's talk about something else.
You're the one that keeps talking.
You came in making claims, dude. You don't have to back them, but
no, I haven't made a claim. I asked questions.
You won't be
now you see how you can't even follow the conversation. I ask questions. I don't make claims. I ask questions. Follow along.
chat
So here's
shit.
what we'll do in the future when you and I speak. You should grab a notepad and a piece of paper, write things down, then you can respond to me. Because you can't follow along.
You get your notepad out. Have you got it? So we asked you where you got the information that all water was flat. I read my info about
Use
the
your
measurements
eyeballs.
of Earth.
Use your eyeballs. Just because you don't trust yourself or whatever, or you only use 10% of your brain, hey, that's not my problem.
Yeah,
Life is real easy.
I used my eyeballs to realize Earth was 26,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, when I went down the beach with
You
my
still haven't
auto
told me how you figured it out.
measuring horizontal lines, the water didn't change elevation. Granted, I went not even quite a mile and a half, but
Isn't that
the water
how
never.
you figured it out? By looking at it.
It didn't change elevation. Now you would have to say that I'm changing angles every time I set up my instrument. So as far as actually measuring this shit, I've got the better argument because when I went
Brian.
down the
It's
coastline,
optics.
the
It's
water
optics.
didn't change level.
It's all optics.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm just saying, don't act like this ain't a fair discussion or anything, because the measurements and the way we're measuring shit, is showing water horizontal, at least over short distances.
Brian, all I'm telling you is, if you say to Globers you can't use that, that's optics. I'm going to say that to you every time you're using a camera.
That's what I'm saying. We need to come up with something. We need to find out the extremes with auto level instead of the camera.
You
And
need
we
to
need to
accept
come up
optics.
with an idea.
You
Well,
want
I'm
to use
giving you
optics.
the other side of the argument, man, to show you that you haven't proven anything, and we need to come up with something to settle this shit once and for all, man. Not just our.
Instead of just coming up with something, why don't you accept that optics are a valuable observation and can be used for calculations?
Well, here's this. So, okay, optics obviously make us see shit hidden, make us see shit higher, lower. So now I want to go out there and find out if it's optics, which we both agree, hide shit, makes us see shit higher, lower, further, shorter, or is it Earth curve and optic? In my opinion, we don't need Earth curve. We all agree that optics is obstructing shit. From what to what extent? That's an argument. But
could I point out that it's you that wants a final decision? I've already got one. So when you do your final thing, the best test that finally finds it out, you're not helping Globers because Globers already know it's a globe for sure. You're only helping the people on the fence on the flat Earth side who don't know.
Did I tell you what I measured over a mile and a half on the water, the coastline?
No.
Using a tool.
What did you measure?
Like I said, I can throw the same argument at you and tell you it's already been measured. I measured it, didn't drop. Okay, I understand that there's a counter argument. Listen, I'm trying to be fair and understand there is a counter argument.
You're not understanding me though.
I'm trying to come up with a method where we can
get. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, you can come up with that method, but it will be for you. It won't be for me because I already know it's.
That's why I said if we could come up with a method together, something we can.
I'm telling you, I don't need to. I don't need a new method. I've already know.
Then you're not being honest, bro. Then you're not.
You're not understanding. You don't understand what me knowing a globe means. It doesn't mean I'm dishonest.
What don't I understand? Explain.
Doesn't mean I'm dishonest. It means I've accepted enough information that I know it already.
So you've just accepted it, okay?
I've accepted enough information that I believe is enough, which is a lot. I've heard all the flat Earth arguments for years as well, so I've heard all of that.
Even the fact that it measures flat?
Yeah, I've heard the fact that some people claim it measures flat. I don't believe that.
What do you mean claim, bro? You think I'm lying?
I don't believe it.
I often don't believe flat Earthers
when they say over that mile.
Look, whether I'm changing angles or not, I bet you Blue would, or anybody who knows anything about the instruments would agree that if I go work my way down a few miles along a calm lake of the shore, that I won't change angles. They might have an explanation, but I think they would agree that I would remain level to the extent of my fucking survey.
I don't know how that helps you.
You're just denying it.
No, I'm telling you, I have my own beliefs. So your special test that settles it is only for you, not for me. It's not like you're helping me with finding the special test we can do together, because I already know what I know.
So you're not
You
interested
that's
in finding out
agnostic. It's
that
you that's not
you're not
sure.
interested in finding out a method to see if you might have been wrong?
No, I'm not interested in putting any energy into that.
What are you scared of, bro?
I'm not scared. I haven't got the energy
Well,
or
it
effort.
sounds like it. I'm just saying, dude. I mean,
I concentrate on
I'm
other
trying to
things in life. I like
invoke some thought, bro.
like chatting to people. I don't like measuring Earth because I already know what Earth is.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I'm
No, you
allowed.
believe.
I'm allowed to know things, Brian. You're allowed to think I'm wrong.
Yeah,
You're not
I'm
allowed
allowed
to
to
say I
believe
don't know
things
it.
too, bro. Yes,
You're not allowed
yes,
to tell
but
me
you
I
don't
don't know
know.
it. You don't know what no
You
means.
believe.
You don't know what no means.
I know
No
what believe
means
means, bro.
a type of belief. That's what it means.
But if I'm saying one thing and you're saying the other, I think it's agree on a method that would settle it, man. And I think just me and Blue talking for 5 minutes come up with
For
a
me,
good
it's
idea.
already settled. For me, it's already settled.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're scared of, bro, because you could be wrong, right? You could be wrong, and unless you're scared,
I'm not
then
scared.
you should be good in trying to think of anything you could add to our ideas, man.
I gave flat earthers 5 years and kept checking back on them to see if they've proved it, and they haven't yet. So
Bro,
now
this is me being
I'm
being
not
fair,
scared.
bro.
Not scared to not watch or help every
This
test.
is me being fair though, Don. Everything y'all said was a proof. Is fucking. There's holes in it, bro, and it's half of it totally kills a globe, in my opinion. But
Good for you.
neither one of us know. If I'm being honest, nobody knows for sure what the whole
No,
world is, dude.
knowing is a type of belief. That means I believe it. I know it. I believe it.
Yeah, you believe it. Fair enough. But
It
you
means I
wouldn't
know
be.
it.
So if me and Blue, let's say we come up with a foolproof idea, and we all agreed on it, me and Rip and Austin and Blue, and we come up with this idea, and we went out and conducted this test, all 4 of the names I just named. Like, would you just say, "Don't tell me what happened. I don't want to know because I'm good with my belief." Would you be
I'd look
scared?
what happened. Of course, I'd look what happened. I'm just saying I can't be bothered to help you come up with it, and I need you to understand. It's not for Blue. He already knows it's a globe. He would just be humoring you.
So would you not want to know though? Would you just say, "Don't tell me"?
No, I just told you.
I don't want to
would
know what
take
the results were.
information. I'd come here and I'd listen to the information. But I have
Why?
no.
Well, then
I
why
have
are you
no
acting
hope
like you don't care
whatsoever.
then?
No, it's not that I don't care. I'm telling you, your special finality test isn't for globers because they already know it's a globe. It's for people on the fence on the flat Earth side, like you, who doesn't know what
Flat
Earth is.
earthers already know it's flat, bro. We've already
Yeah,
done
but
all these tests.
You don't, do you?
But we need a new test to prove it once and for all.
You want to prove it to
Okay.
globers because you're obsessed with globers converting.
No, if it is a globe, it's a globe, Don. I want a fucking foolproof method that
Yes, but you're not.
does it.
You don't know
That
what
we
Earth
can't
is yet.
argue, bro. The arguments y'all throw up is not proving shit, and the arguments we throw up are also arguable. I mean, to me, not very fucking without sounding
Hey.
kind of crazy, but still, they're arguable.
When you say that, it sounds like you don't know what Earth is, flat or round.
Well, bro, when you tell me that I'm curving my way around a ball in little segments as I shoot around, as I do a survey, I tell you I'm projecting out a horizontal line. It does sound kind of wonky, bro. You really think that I'm changing angles every fucking 100 feet to make it perfectly fucking line up with a curved ball? That's kind of, but it's just me being fair, since it is possible. I'll concede and say, okay, well, let's come up with a method that rules that out or rules it in, one or the other. I'm just trying to be fair about it. So
there is no method.
I understand everybody's beliefs, bro. You saying I
People
don't understand
disagree.
ain't accurate.
People already disagree. There is no method that makes them agree.
I think I got an idea, man, that's cheap and that a few have already agreed to. Jesse, I think, agreed to it. I believe Ruip agreed to it. I'm not 100%
They're
sure.
all just humoring you. They already know it's a globe. They're
Yeah.
obsessed.
Okay. Well,
they're
if
obsessed with knowing
we
it's a
wouldn't
globe.
be debating it if we knew for sure, would we?
And that's completely wrong. They are
Bro,
obsessed.
you don't know it's a globe, bro. It's not a fucking globe. So you don't know it's a globe.
We just went over what knowing means. It's a type of belief. You admit I believe it's a globe, which means if knowing is a type of belief and I consider it knowing, that still fits what you believe, that I believe it's a globe. I know
Right.
it's a
You
globe.
believe, right? But that's why
I
I'm trying to
know.
come up with proof. I
I
already
know
know
it's
what it
a
is,
globe.
Don. Don, I do know what it is,
Just
but
shouting
I'm
over
trying
me
to.
without listening.
We've already done everything y'all challenged us. We've done, and now what I'm trying to do is come up with something before I do it that y'all agree to prove to y'all once and for all that you're not on a fucking globe, bro. But I still will be fair and say that until I do that, I haven't 100% proven it. It's still a belief, just like you just said, it's a belief. That's fair to say that. But
You
dude,
think
we talk about this shit day after day after day. So to me, it's good to try and come up with something that is in reality we could do, ain't too expensive, and then we could conduct this and prove it one way or another. There's got to be a way, bro.
Can you please listen to me? Science doesn't prove things. Science just gives you more evidence. You have to listen
Not talking
to me.
about science,
Do
bro.
not talk over me. Listen. Science doesn't prove things. It gives you more evidence, and then you accept it as proof in your brain. You say, "This is proved now." Yeah, knowing
I
something.
agree.
Hang on. Knowing something doesn't have to be proved with science. You deciding it's true after science. Knowing something can happen whenever
I
you
don't think
want,
science will help
whenever
us,
you
bro.
want, after taking information in. So you're vocalizing that you don't know what Earth is until the
No,
final.
bro.
Hang on. Until the final
yeah.
test is done and it's proven to you. That's because you trust science to
No,
prove.
I'm not talking about
you.
science. You keep saying science, bro. I gotta cut you off.
What is your
Science is
final
not going to
test?
help us, bro. Science is not going to help us, bro. I'm talking about physical measurements, man.
Oh God, physical measurements. That's what science is. That's what I meant by science. You think a physical measurement will be the final say, and then it will be proven to you.
Well, there's no globe or flat scientist, bro. I don't think that.
Wait,
I don't think that
wait,
falls
wait.
under the realm of science.
Hold on. Did you say that measuring things is science?
The type of science. That's what I meant by science in that
So,
context.
so you're saying that the guy that works at Foot Locker, he's a scientist because he measures my foot?
I'm just frustrated because Brian doesn't understand my 2 points. They came in really
What
gentle,
point?
but because he shouted
I don't
over
think you
me,
really
I
have
ended
any
up
points.
shouting them.
Yeah, so measuring isn't science.
Brian, you get to decide what's true yourself at any point after taking in information. Doesn't mean just because you don't know what Earth is yet until you've thought up the final test. Yeah, that doesn't mean other people don't. Other people are already at the knowing stage of Earth. So your final test is just LARPing with you and the Globers. You can't project that Rufus doesn't know what Earth is because he hasn't done the final test. He is so obsessed with knowing what Earth is, you would not believe it. That's the only reason he's humoring you. So the small chance that you'll find out Earth is a globe as well, and they can claim a win. That's the only reason any glober would humor you.
It's not really a win or a loss, bro. It is what it is. I'm not scared to find out.
I said science. I meant going to do a test, a practical test. Yeah, that's what some people think some of science is. I meant doing that final practical test will give you more information, but it doesn't mean now you know it's a globe. You still have to decide if it's a globe based on the evidence.
So have you convinced anyone yet?
I don't care about convincing people. All the people I speak to are already convinced of the opposite.
You don't care, so then why are you here?
All I like to do is make people doubt their reasoning a tiny bit. That's all I'm capable of.
What are you afraid of?
Boredom, car crashes.
So you're lonely. That's why you're here.
No, I can
It's
cope
cool, man.
well on my own. I just like to chat.
Think so. Keep it up. Doing a good job.
Maybe Brian took in some of what I said, even though I ended up shouting it.
I was just trying to cut you. I wasn't trying to interrupt as much as the point is I was trying to set you down a different path because I wasn't really referring to science. I was just I wasn't trying to I wasn't trying to censor you like I don't want to hear anything you have to say. I was just trying to straighten out the point that I don't think science is. I don't think there's any globe scientists or flat scientists. There's nobody out there measuring the fucking Earth like that. We model it, but you gotta model it one way or another. You gotta take the measurements and make a model. The measurements are the measurements.
Could you understand my main point, Brian? Other people have their
Yeah,
own knowledge.
I
No,
understand what
hang
you're
on.
saying,
Before you
man.
talk over it, I want to say it again, really simply. Other people have their own set of knowledges and their own path of coming to knowing. Your final flat Earth tests isn't how other people know it's a globe. Yeah, they already either know or believe and know with their own standards already.
Well, you guys prompted some lively exchange in the chat, that's for sure.
I actually think Brian is shouting. It's just his mic so loud.
Well, without going to the trouble of looking it up, I'll give you my definition of science. It is the acquisition of knowledge through measurements and observations.
I like that. Better than the scientific method one flat earthers try and use.
My scientific methods of Betty Crocker cookbook.
Yeah.
That's not how the real world operates.
So isolating variables is not the way to prove something, in your opinion?
Isolating variables is critical, Brian. That is absolutely critical. If you don't understand the variables, you'll never understand the answer you're getting. In the best case, we we do what we can to fix everything except one variable and only change one thing, and that's ideal. But in the real world, much of the time, that's not possible. There are confounding variables that you can't control.
I don't think you have to even base science on measurement. It can be observation and calculation as well. I think it's really negative to say to other people, you don't know what you know. You can only know it after I've designed the final best test that can help everyone know. Fuck off, dude.
Well, dude, the argument has been going on for a long time, and they did these tests a long time ago. We got way better equipment now. It should be, than they had back then. We've got, way better communication too, man. We got to settle this shit once and for all. It's 2023, bro.
There you go again. Settle this shit once and for all. For you in your head, not for everyone else.
Yeah, that's why I keep asking you, what are you scared of, dude?
I'm not scared of you settling something for yourself. Why would that scare me?
If I wanted to do it to myself, bro, then I wouldn't even be talking to you right now. I'd just be making videos and giving you my proofs.
There you go. Then you're
The
admitting
fact of the matter is, bro,
wanting
there's a
to project
debate. There's a debate
you want to
going,
project
bro.
your future knowledge onto me, like I don't already know something.
You don't know.
Not
You
fair.
wouldn't be here if you knew. You could say whatever you want, Don.
Of course I
You
would.
wouldn't spend
I
years of
come here
your
because I'm
life
obsessed with knowing. I've got
debating
an
it.
ego boost from knowing Earth's a globe.
You think so, bro? But if you knew for sure, you wouldn't be entertaining it. If you wasn't at least
Oh,
curious,
God.
you
I
wouldn't be
know for
entertaining it,
sure. I
bro.
do know for sure. I believe
No,
it.
you don't. Nobody knows for sure what the whole fucking world is. I'm telling you
Nobody
that.
knows for sure. So you're projecting your lack of knowledge onto all humans. What the fuck is that type of ego? Why are you saying that?
Bro, why do you debate this shit if you're so fucking sure? Why is there a debate?
To bring
Why do
you
you have
down a
whole
notch
country? Why do you got
from
whole
your
countries?
ego trip.
Why do you got whole countries who think it's flat, bro? If they're just wrong,
What
everybody,
whole
somebody's wrong
countries?
and somebody's right, bro. The thing of a debate is to throw evidence. The fact of the matter is there's a good debate brewing. There's a good debate brewing, and y'all, to be honest, ain't doing too good lately in these debates.
You're totally deluded with how big and important flat Earth is.
Maybe I am, bro. Maybe I am. You don't even know how important. But I think that the
You
fact that
prove
we
it. Where's this
the fact that
country
we don't
where
have
everyone
proof,
believes flat Earth?
the
Where's that?
fact it's not settled in 2023, bro, to me is
For you,
baffling.
it's not settled. For you.
Then yeah, to you, yeah, to me it
No,
is settled,
for
bro.
you.
But
No. You're
yeah,
mixing it up.
yeah.
You're getting
To
triggered
me,
and saying it's just for you, and then you're changing your mind to saying it is
no,
settled.
I'm not. I'm trying to prove it to everybody. I've already measured it.
Right.
I know what it is.
So
Okay.
you can't say no one knows if you already know.
No, I don't know what the whole world is. No, of course
So
not.
you're saying
Nobody
you
knows what
already
the whole
got the
world is.
special information and the rest of the world hasn't.
No, I know I've measured it, and I don't know how many people have measured it. I know you haven't measured
You
it.
think measuring's the only way to know what shape Earth is?
I think, dude, I proved it to myself. Okay.
Right.
But
So why
the
do you
fact of
say
the matter
nobody
is this. The
knows?
fact of the matter is this.
Why
If
are you
everybody else
projecting that
doesn't have the
nobody knows if
capability of
you already
measuring it,
know?
why you interrupted me, bro?
Because you
Yeah.
interrupted me.
Well, you asked me a question, dude.
You're just getting so triggered that you talk over me each time.
Bro, I'm not getting triggered, bro. I'm trying to have a honest conversation, man. That's all.
Okay, let's try and have a gap in between. I'll ask a question, then you.
Okay, so we have a debate going, right? I know one thing, you know the other. Okay, so
can we agree on that? Can we agree on that I know and you know they're just different knowings?
Sure.
But do you really believe that, or do you think you've got the actual truth and I'm still just in a belief?
I know I've measured it, and I know you haven't.
And do you think measuring means you know better than me?
I ain't gonna claim I know what the whole world is, but I know.
No. Do you
what
think
water
the
is.
idea of measuring means that you know more about the shape of Earth than me?
Yeah, I think if you'd have been with me when I measured it, I think you'd have came to the same conclusion I did. Yeah.
That's our sticking point then. You think measuring is the final knowledge, and I don't.
Yeah, but we got to isolate it though. And in all fairness, this is me trying to be fair. The fact that y'all have an out and saying that I'm changing angles, we got to find a way to eliminate that possibility. That's the variable we got to try to find a way to eliminate.
Relearn how to measure Earth completely and not use that method.
No, we just got to come up with a method. I got a couple ideas. We got to do it collectively, or else we're just going to keep going back and forth. You know, let's say we measure it, and it measures as a ball. Then I just learned that hey, it's fucking. We come up with a test that we all agreed on. I measured it. It's a fucking ball, man. Then I tell everybody what my results were.
Why don't you go and do a test?
But you got to do the same on your side, right?
Why don't you go do the test? What the Globers recommend to know it's a ball, if you want to do that.
Bro, everything we did, they challenged it. We redid it. They challenged it. We redid it, and they're never satisfied. That's why I say we got to come up with.
I don't think you're following the instructions very well.
Well, I'd say this. For one, we don't use the sky, because if I wanted to use the sky, then it'd been settled a long time ago. Be content with a model, and I want to measure the ground. You know, would you agree that we could measure it for sure? There's a way we could do this, and settle it for sure.
You're still
without using the sky.
I
What is
believe
it?
it's already been measured thousands of times over and over and over again as a globe.
Which way are you talking about, Brian?
I'm thinking about this, Blue. Okay, so instead of differential measurements, I'm thinking I got a couple ideas, but this is one that I think Jesse Gordon had agreed. Pretty sure Rip agreed to it. So instead of so what they're saying, and in all fairness, I say it's possible. To me, it sounds kind of nutty, but okay, it's possible that I'm changing angles every time I set up my station. Okay, and by me doing my back shots, that I'm shooting lower because it's further back, and then I'm just projecting that horizontal line out in front of me. So in other words, I'm like a disco ball. I'm just doing little tiny line segments, and they're curving perfectly level with the water. To me, that sounds a little crazy and nutty. I could argue against it, but in fairness, I'm gonna agree to that and say, yeah, okay, that is a possibility. So I propose this. Okay, so instead of doing back shots and getting that drop, we do it too. We do two methods right next to each other. We go off about, we'll say 4 miles. We could do 3 or 10 or whatever, but let's just say 3 miles, okay? And then we do one of them where we do back shots every, let's say 100 feet. But then the one next to it, we don't do back shots. We set up our every time we leapfrog, we set up right next to our benchmark, our new mark, and we just keep projecting it forward. So we shoot right next to it. That way our back shot ain't dropping down. So we're not taking back shots and projecting them forward. We're essentially projecting out a straight line. Now, as a glober, I would say that I'm gonna get different shit if I'm just measuring the story pole or whatever marker right next to me, and then just projecting it out forward 100 foot at a time. I'm not going to change angles because I'm not doing my back shots. My back shots are little distances, giving me a little bit lower of a shot that I'm just projecting out in front of me. So I just do shots right next to my story pole and just keep going forward and forward and forward. I say I'll get the same. I say I'll get the same thing. I think all the differential and back shots is could work on a globe theoretically, but I don't think it would make two shits if I shot right next to me.
You're still moving your instrument, though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not doing the back shot, so I'm not going to get the drop. If I'm, in other words,
yes, you will.
In other words, wait. In other words, I could, if I'm projecting an upward angle, it's going to keep on going up. Or if I'm sloping down a little, it's going to keep sloping down.
No, Brian.
At that exact rate.
No, not when you move the instrument. You
So
just move.
Why?
All you did was just move the point where the kink is.
Yeah, but if I'm shooting right next to me, I'm not going to ever drop.
Brian, you shoot you shoot from a point to your stake. All right, your first one, 100 yards away or whatever.
100 feet.
100 feet. Okay. Mark that point, right? Now you move your instrument to that point and shoot to the next stake 100 feet away. As soon as you move that instrument, you reoriented vertical. The gravity vector is now different. Now the line tilts down a little bit compared to the
you're
first
changing
one.
your entire.
You're still changing it.
Right. So you're taking back all the years of art.
No, it's doing
the differential leveling works on a ball. So in other words, by me doing when I reset up my instrument, okay, then I've got to reestablish my mark. Okay, so if I got to shoot back 100 feet, even if it's a millimeter down lower, then that's what I'll project out in front of me is a millimeter down lower. So I'll keep accruing these little tiny half millimeters or whatever you want to call it, and I'll keep dropping. But if I shoot right next to me, then it's going to be the same height that I project out forward. So on a ball, it's going to accrue. It's going to get higher and higher on a ball. Even if it is changing angles a little bit, it's going to still get higher and higher progressively.
No, it won't.
It's got to, bro. Just think about it before you argue it. Just take about 2 or 3 minutes and write it on paper, kind of, and think about it, man. And then
Already did.
It's got to get higher, even on a ball.
Maybe do what you said, Brian. Take a few minutes, draw yourself a little picture. See what happens to those lines.
Okay, then why do back shots, Blue?
To make the refraction and the.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay, Brian, if you don't want to know.
No, I mean,
don't
seriously.
ask me the question.
Refraction?
Brian, differential leveling does three things. Because it's the same instrument, you're not changing anything about the instrument. Whatever refraction you have in the line going to the foresight is presumed to be, because you're in such a small distance, the same amount of refraction back to the backside. So refraction may be lifting each one of them up a little bit, but it will be doing it by exactly the same amount. So you wash out refraction. Then you wash out collimation error. If your crosshairs are not lined up exactly with the center line of the telescope, and a lot of times that's true, with the instruments always have a little bit of error, that error also goes away. And at the same time, Earth curves away from you toward the front sight exactly the same way as it curves away from you looking back at the back sight. So you get rid of those three variables. That's what differential leveling does. That's what every text about differential leveling tells you.
Okay, fair enough.
That sounds like a bunch of horse shit.
Hold on. And then I'll give it away. Okay, I'm only going 100 feet because I don't want refraction to be an issue. If refraction was an issue over 100 feet, then why are we even talking? Then the Earth, who knows what the fuck it is. But anyway, over 100 feet. Okay, just one quick question. Would you agree that when I reset up my my instrument and I do a back shot 100 feet, however high it is, I project that height forward 100 feet? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's my point. So now let me make my main point. Okay, so if I don't do a back shot, then if I shoot right next to me, it's going to be a smidge higher. If I'm not going back 100 feet, if I'm just going right next to me, in other words, even if it's only 1/4 of a millimeter over that 100 feet, I'm going to project that 1/4 millimeter in front of me. So it's going to keep accruing. So if I do that 520 times to go a mile, or no, 52 times, whatever, then I'm going to have to keep adding up that 1/4 millimeter. Even if it doesn't work perfect on a sphere, I would most certainly be higher by them accruing 1/4 millimeters than I would by doing the back shots. Them 1/4 millimeters are going to keep accruing. So like I said, it's not going to be a perfect measurement, but on a ball, it most certainly will be higher. You will gain elevation because each time that 1/4 millimeter will be considered. It'll keep adding up and you will not remain level. That's why they say they differential level.
We can still know what Earth is, even if there's a bit of refraction, right? Because we know through other methods, logic.
Do you understand enough about the auto level to know that if I'm projecting a height 100 feet behind me to 100 feet in front of me, that even if it's like a 1/2 millimeter or something, that if I shoot right next to me, it's going to be a 1/2 millimeter higher on a ball than 100 foot back. So I'm going to keep projecting it 1/4 or 1/2 millimeter higher. It's going to keep adding up. What do you mean? No?
I don't know enough about it.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't think it's just a millimeter. I think it's an angle difference every time you shoot a new horizontal.
Right. The angle still does stand true. So what Blue was saying, I don't totally disagree with.
That it's an angle difference.
And see, Blue, hopefully now that I've clarified, you see what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that it would prove like what I'm saying is that it would be different, most certainly different by doing my back shots, because I do agree with the angle changing and all that. I'm not arguing that, Blue. But what I am arguing is, or no, not even arguing. But what I'm adding on to that is by not doing the back shots, that teeny little bit that I'm projecting forward would never stay level even on a globe or a flat Earth. I mean, on a globe, it would never stay level. It would just start compounding, quarter millimeter or half millimeter each time I set up. I'm not arguing the angle change and all that. I agree with you on all that.
If you manage to come up with a method to make all the horizontals one long horizontal, on a globe it should go off into space. When you follow it, it should deviate from the curved level of Earth, if Earth's a globe. On flat Earth, the horizontal should just keep going across the plane, shouldn't it? But what Globers don't trust is you to measure more than one horizontal and add them together.
That's why I want Globers involved in this. I want Globers and flat earthers. I want to agree on tests.
Globers use a totally different method to prove it's a globe.
Right. That's why I've come up with this method, Don. Because but I've already had Jesse and Ruhif agree that I see what Blue's saying. Like I'm not trying to use psychology now. I understand what he's saying as far as shit goes. Yeah. I'm not arguing with anything he's saying. But what I'm adding on to that is that little bit of difference in the back shot, and I'm trying to get him to consider that and see if he can join on board with
I know what you're saying. You're saying would
the
there be
fact-
less?
Did
would
you
there
see
be
my
less
video,
error
Brian?
if I did back shots?
what?
Did you see my
Saying
video about Jay
Would there
Tolan?
be
up,
less
bro?
error?
No, I didn't see your video. When did you make it?
Fuck's
Yesterday.
sake.
Oh man, I gotta check it out, bro.
I DM'd it
I
to you.
didn't. I wonder why I didn't get a notification. What's it about?
The Jay Tolan thing you brought up the other day.
Okay,
About
good.
the
Yeah,
measuring
I'll
the gap
have the
between the-
explanation.
It's in your DMs.
You would agree that's definitely something that needed addressing.
Sure. I did try at the time, but I had to get I was going to get a surveyor up there to make some upstream shots.
I can't believe you didn't go there, bro. Damn, right there.
Yeah. I was there before he made that video. So yeah.
Hey, Riff, was I mistaken? Didn't me and you come to an agreement? Like we never did it or nothing, but the back shots, that tiny little bit would have to reflect in the foreshot. Like it wouldn't necessarily disprove a globe or nothing like that, but it would keep getting higher and higher. It would accrue over long distances. It would.
No. If your back shots and forward shots are the same distance, like if you're in the middle, the curvature cancels out.
Right, so it would get higher and higher. So it's worth doing. It's worth doing.
Cancels.
Wouldn't get higher and higher. It'd be the same elevation.
That's what cancels out these, Brian.
Yeah, it'd be a straight line. You'd be basically drawing the closest thing you could to a straight line on a globe.
Mm.
No, you'd be drawing the closest thing you can to a curve.
Yeah, I'm not arguing the curve, Blue. That's where you're missing. Maybe I'm not explaining this right. Okay, whatever I my instrument to, every time I set up, that's what I'm projecting. Okay, so if I line up with my mark that's a mile back, and then I project it in front of me, then it's gonna on a globe. It's gonna be like 8 inches lower. Would you agree with that? Whatever I line up with in my back shot, that's the same thing I'm gonna project forward on a globe. If my back shot's 1 mile, then I'm gonna project. If I mark that in front of me, it's gonna be 8 inches a mile away, right?
Yeah, but so is your forward shot.
Right. That's what I'm. That's what I'm trying to tell Blue. So if I shoot right next to me, I'm not saying angling. I gotta concede with you on that. But what I am saying is that if I shoot right next to me and transfer that, then yeah, the angle is going to change a little bit. But I'm that let's say that 8 inches is no longer going to reflect in my foreshot.
Yeah, but you'll measure curvature that way. If you have like unbalanced shots or long shots, then yeah, you'll measure curvature. B-Ball asked in the chat, tell Brian he needs to watch my response video to his 2 videos about me.
Bro, just tell him to join for 1 minute because I'm not going to go back and forth when he's right there typing. Just tell him when he gets a second to
He's
join and
out.
talk.
He's in the army. You know that, right? He's out in the field. He can't get in VC right now.
He can
Yeah,
text.
anyway, I'm just the messenger. So
Well, he'll get a minute eventually, you know. And here's the thing: he's trying to take a planar triangle that I did on top of a ball, and show me measurements more than 180. It's a planar triangle on above a sphere. And I mean, I'm just trying to save him the humiliation, bro.
no, when you say it's a planar triangle above a sphere, hang on
Yes.
1 second. Hold on.
He just wants you to watch them because he's put effort into trying to debunk you, Brian. So give him the favor. So you go back and forward.
Yeah, but I will, man. But I would rather talk to him to maybe my next video be the last one, bro, because he's trying to show me measurements bigger than 60 degrees. He's just finding the perfect shot and measuring it from a different perspective. Yeah. I'm challenging him to just do it himself and just get a soccer ball or a globe and put toothpicks on it and make your own planar triangle like I did and measure it.
Could you just watch his video?
Yes, I told you I will.
Cool.
Okay,
And in the meanwhile, I want to talk to him instead of going back and forth with videos. So when he gets a minute, join, and let's try and. I'm not gonna just keep going back and. This is like our fourth one, dude. It's just fucking monotonous, stupid.
It's pretty fun.
But I understand if he's in, you know, he don't have talk. If all I could do is text, you know, he's just sneaking in a text here and there. But look, I mean, I'll be here for a few. Just when you get a minute to talk, it ain't gonna take long.
Can you hear me? Do I have a connection?
Hey, people. Yeah, I can hear people.
Okay, see, Brian, first of all, if you would just watch the video, you would know that I'm not even talking about what you're talking about. Right? The video's not even that long.
Well, it said triangles, so that's what I assumed.
So
you measured, you put measurements on the triangle, bro, right? So you measured it wrong.
If you would have watched the video, you would see that I measured on 3 different spheres, spherical excess. On your video, you used a globe and you used a protractor, and I don't even know how you got your angles. So how in the heck did you get a triangle with 3 60-degree angles on a sphere? Please tell me that.
It's coplanar, bro. It's above the sphere. It's a planar. No, it's a planar triangle, bro.
All,
get it?
I am not talking about the one. I'm not talking about the one with your little toothpicks. See, if you would watch the video, you would know what I was talking about. I'm talking about the one with
you talking about the triangle I drew a long time ago on with I just took an actual triangle and traced it down from one orientation.
The one where you used to measure it.
Yeah, I know you're talking about that old. When I was talking about the Australian sunrise, I just took. You remember that game we used to play where you stick a square? We had a ball. It was like a hollowed out ball, and it squeezes through there. I took one of them triangles and just traced it.
No idea what you're talking about.
I mean, you don't remember the game, dude? It's a picture a sphere, a hollow sphere, and then you got a square cut out, and then a triangle cut out, and a circle cut out. Remember we used to stick? It's for kids like 2 years old, and you stick the triangle in the sphere, and it goes in. If it's the wrong shape, it doesn't fit, right? So I just took one of them triangles. I took one of them triangles and traced it.
All you needed to do was take a piece of string, and you could have drawn a triangle like that. But you didn't. I don't know how you drew your triangle. Then you tried to draw a red spherical air quotes, a red spherical triangle around it, which that made me laugh a little bit. But then you
I'm not talking about on the surface, bro.
Hold on. You claim that all the angles were 60 degrees, right? And then you use your protractor and you claim that you measured it, but you can clearly see in your video that it was an inaccurate measurement.
What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, I could. You know what? I could show a different.
Can I settle this, Brian? Can I settle this?
I could show a different perspective and give you a bunch of different measurements. The point is, it's a planar triangle above the sphere. On the sphere, if I did it on the sphere, hold on. If I do it on the sphere, then I'm not representing my line of sight, bro. That was my whole
Yes,
argument.
you are,
God-
Brian.
Oh my God.
This is the whole point. You think it's a coplanar triangle on
It's a planar
sphere.
triangle.
It's
Ask
not.
Blue. Ask Blue. We've
It's
already
not.
discussed
One-
this. It's above
No.
the sphere.
When you are measuring it on the surface of the Earth, right? It's not coplanar. You have 3 different planes for 3 different measurements. That's where the spherical excess comes from.
That is a different argument, bro. Listen, that's a different argument. I'm talking about with the toothpicks. If you take, hold on, bro. If you take toothpicks and you put them on any ball and you tie strings, you get a planar triangle above a ball.
Right.
That's
but
not
that is a
the argument here.
coplanar triangle. That's not a spherical triangle.
That's what I told
That's not-
B-ball. He's
Brian,
fucking.
that is not the argument here. That's not even what I'm arguing here. I'm arguing
So you're not saying that my measurements are wrong?
I'm arguing that the triangle that you drew on the surface, you claimed all the angles were 60 degrees, not the one with the toothpicks.
I didn't measure nothing on the surface, bro.
Here, I'm gonna post a picture of it right here.
You talking about my 4-year-old video about the angles to Australia?
No. This one right here. I'm posting a picture.
With my string lines.
No, this picture right
But then
here.
you're not being honest, bro.
Brian.
You claim that these angles were all 60 degrees.
Bro,
First of all, you only
the ones I held the
measured,
protractor to, right?
first of all, you only measured 2 of them. You
Yeah,
didn't measure
I
the third.
realized that. I realized that afterwards, bro. I was like, fuck, I measured all 3 of them, but I fucking showed one twice.
Right. Another thing, you've got the protractor too high, so you're not measuring the angle very well.
Hold
So that
on,
man-
let me say something to B-ball. B-ball, the one I'm measuring was above the sphere. It's not on the surface of the sphere. The ones underneath are they're not lined up exactly. They're not lined up exactly, but they're on the sphere.
You're not looking at chat. This is a pen line on a globe that you've drawn.
Yeah, but the one I'm measuring is a string line, Don.
Yeah, but
Brian,
that's a different argument, Brian.
Right, but that's what I was just saying. Line of sight. You know, I understand the argument against that, bro. But bro, this should be squashed really easy if we're all being honest. Okay,
Yes,
if I'm measuring the planar triangle,
you made a
Don,
funny
why are you
claim.
getting involved in this, bro? You know, B-ball ain't probably might not have long.
I can say it in one sentence, and you'll have to agree with it.
Okay, if we're all going to be honest here, okay, we can settle this right now. For the string lines above the sphere, the string lines above the sphere that I was measuring, they're 180, right? Does anybody argue that the
There is
planar
no string lines?
Don, I'm not talking to you, bud. Please.
Brian, I don't disagree with that. Yes, that will be a planar triangle. Yes.
He's treating it as a coplanar triangle when it's not. That's why it's 180 degrees.
Wait. So my triangle above the sphere is not a planar triangle?
You're treating it as one. Right?
Then
But
what
in
are we
reality,
fucking, then how can my measurements
when you go and measure those 3 angles on the surface of the sphere, it's not coplanar. You have 3 different verticals. It's not a
because the
planar
orientation
triangle.
changed, Ruhif. You see how the mark underneath it maintained an orientation and it took a different path, and you see how the string didn't give a fuck about that. The string was above the sphere, so it took the shortest distance. Hold on, Don, dude, you keep fucking interrupting me, bro. I'm trying to. My point is this: is the string line above the sphere didn't care about what I drew on the sphere. It just fucking took the shortest path to the other toothpick.
But that's not the measurement in reality.
Says you. That's not what we're arguing, Ruhif.
It's on the ground.
It's on the ground visually.
No, it's line of sight. That's not what we're arguing, bro. That's a whole different. I can't measure a triangle, bro.
Brian, they're not measuring it through the air. They're measuring it along the ground.
No, through
That's
the
a
air's
different
fine.
fucking
It's
argument.
just a
That's
different plane. It's just a different plane, right?
Is a different argument. He's trying to say my string lines are not fucking 180.
Talking about your pen lines.
Do I need to make another video, Ryan?
Yeah,
Bro.
I think so.
When you have the string lines,
Are you gonna fucking really sit here and lie and say that the string lines above the sphere?
Nobody is saying that.
When you measure the string lines, Brian, you are treating that triangle as coplanar. So you put your fucking measuring angle thing. What are they called? Fuck. What are they called?
Protractor.
Protractor. You put your protractor on that plane. If you were on the surface of the Earth, that plane would be different.
No shit. I literally have a triangle drawn on the sphere underneath it that is different. Drew him. He's saying that I fucking measured the one wrong with the strings.
You're saying that a spherical triangle is 180 degrees.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying a spherical fucking triangle is 180, bro. I literally have one in red, bro. Does that look like 180?
Oh, Brian, that's not a spherical triangle. That's curved lines you put on a sphere.
It's part of a fucking triangle, though. A bigger triangle.
A spherical triangle on a sphere would be straight. It's straight lines, not curved lines.
Red line, are you saying that red line's not a straight line?
No, it's not. It's curved. Clearly curved.
Okay, that's not a part of a great circle?
No, it's you curved it to the you curved them, Ryan.
So when you do a triangle, continue that red. Hold on. If I continue that red line, I'm not going to cut the ball in half.
I don't think so.
Oh, brother. Okay, let me clear this up. Okay. I know that a fucking triangle drawn on the surface of a sphere is not going to give you 180. Anybody fucking knows that. My point was this: is that the triangle above the sphere, like the towers they built and all this shit, if I'm going strictly by the line of sight,
no,
then 180. I understand the azimuth argument and all about that, but the fact that I mismeasured my triangle is my only argument right now. Is the fact that I didn't mismeasure my string lines because it's a planar triangle.
It's not string the line of sight argument, right? Even if it's line of sight on a sphere, it will still have spherical excess. But a
planar triangle above a sphere will be 180, right? A planar triangle. Three toothpicks, and 3 pieces of string. Okay.
Yeah.
We fucking at least be honest and give me that.
Yes, but that's not what reality represents.
Tell B-Ball that.
I'm pretty sure B-Ball understands it. I saw his video.
Can progress the Listen, we can progress the argument once he realizes that I did not mismeasure my string lines.
He's talking about
no one's claiming.
Pen.
No one's claiming that you mismeasured the string
your
lines,
pen lines on the globe.
You treated that triangle as a single plane, which is not what is in reality.
That's what we can argue that as soon as we get past the fact I didn't mismeasure my planar fucking triangle.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm happy to say you didn't mismeasure it. Fine.
Thank you, man.
You treated it as in the same plane, but in reality, the 3 corners of it are in 3 different planes.
Rui, to be honest, just between me and you as buddies or enemies or whatever, do you think I know what a triangle is?
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right. Thanks for giving me at least that. Now, I will watch the video, and whatever he wants me to address, I will. And I agree that it will lead to different and shit like that. But, B-Ball, at least I hope you heard it from somebody on your team that I do know what a spherical triangle is. Whether the red line is the whole part of a triangle, whether it does cut the globe in half. My point was that that if the orientations change on a sphere, they have no choice but change, and you can't get 180. You got to get more than 180. I've realized that on the surface.
Yes. Okay. So that's the argument.
Take the video down then.
All right.
Well, you ain't got to take it down, but it's
if
only
you now realize that you can't have a 180 triangle while it's touching the surface like that pen line is that you tried to say was 180. You now realize that's impossible. You should take the video down.
Yeah, I've always realized that, Don, on a surface of a sphere.
Then you should take the video down because it's deceptive.
What video?
The video where
he's the one who made the video, bro.
Brian, listen. The video where you draw pen lines on the surface of a globe and try and claim it's 180 degrees. That video.
No, I could draw a 180-degree triangle. But it's just going to be.
Then you need to.
No, here's how you do it, though. You got to bend it. You got to bend it. If you bend it vertically, then you can do that. But yeah, that's not really a proper triangle on a sphere. I'm just saying, if I just bend it vertically, I can make it pretty much whatever shape I want. So from a God view, you could measure 180. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I never made a big video. I don't think I did.
I think you get my
specifying.
point.
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, I think
Why
you
you hold the
understand the
tractor above the
orientation
surface.
change, right? Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's
If you could look at the text chat, Brian, you can see what video we're referring to and be able to be on point on the argument.
dude, what are we talking about?
Your video that you're trying to deny happened.
What video, bro? Hold on, let me see.
Oh, well, I already told you which one.
Bro, that's I just made that, bro. So you didn't hear.
Exactly.
Hold
That's
on.
why it's not 4
Can I
years old.
respond, please?
Brand
Can I
new.
respond, bro? You're triggered, bro. Calm down a little bit, bro. It's spreading. Just calm down. Let me respond and listen this time. Okay, you heard Ruhif and you heard Blue earlier. Okay, that the strings above the sphere that I got my protractor on is a planar triangle. It's above the sphere.
I can't see
It's
any
180,
strings.
bro. Do you hear
I
me?
can't see any strings. I'm talking about the pen line, the blue
Just
pen.
because you can't see them and they look like pen lines, then go watch the video, bro. They're strings.
You saying that blue line is a string?
Yes. Yes. It is a string.
No, it's not. It's
Yes, it is,
tip
man.
marker. I can see where it's faded out.
Oh, fuck.
That's not a string, you fucking liar.
Why are you calling me a liar, bro? I just did the video,
You're
man.
claiming a
Go on,
permanent
relax,
marker
man.
mark is a string.
Yes. I mean, yeah, there's lines all over the place. The ones I've
What's
measured.
wrong with you?
What do you mean?
You can't even admit your own pen is a pen.
Bro, it's a string. What are you talking about,
No, it
man?
isn't.
Don, you're making a fool of yourself, bro.
Brian, to be honest, it definitely looks like a pen.
Yeah, it might. That's why I'm trying to give him. I'm trying to cut him some slack, bro. I'm trying to cut him some.
Not only is it dishonest, it's a waste of time.
Don, you're starting to piss me off, bro. Look, I'm cutting you some slack because it looks a little bit like
Because
a fucking
you're a liar, and I noticed.
a marker. Don, I'm gonna expect an apology, bro. I'm gonna post the fucking video, the part where I show the string, dude. Okay. God, man, you're sitting here calling me a fucking liar, dude, without even watching the video.
Somebody's triggered.
I saw enough of your video in B-Ball's video.
So what is your argument against spherical triangles then, Brian? Because you seem to understand the orientation change.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Riff. I'm posting this video real quick. He's sitting there calling me a liar, bro. Like I'm trying to sympathize. But bro, it's not. You know, it's string. So let me show him this. So he'll quit calling me a fucking liar and getting all pissed off at me, bro. Starting to piss
Fucking
me
asshole.
off. Just saying, dude. There's an argument to be had.
Three deceptions you did, Brian, in about 10 seconds. 20 seconds. In that video.
Fuck. God damn, dude. Ridiculous, dude.
Rohif, I'm trying to correct him that it's not a string so that he can't say it's above the surface. And you're just arguing along as if it's a string. And that makes me feel crazy. Like, I haven't looked at this photo properly, even though I'm 41, an adult man, and I'm awake. I have to recheck it. Is that a string? Because Ruhif's saying it's a string as well now. Oh no, it's not a string. He's just arguing for the sake of arguing without correcting lies. And look at that fucking monstrosity. Nothing to do with B-Ball's video at all.
Oh God, you're still gonna fucking deny it, bro. Fuck off, dude.
Yeah, valid. Fuck off, Dawn.
It's nothing to do with B-Ball's video.
Wait, what's the thing?
Yeah, that's a question for Brian. Like, what's the issue?
Who is it? 2 against 1 agreement?
No, we can get to the issue. There's an argument to be. I want to at least. B-Ball should be sticking up for me right here and telling Don, because he's seen the video, that it's fucking string, bro. Whatever it looks like. I was trying to be nice at first, bro. I try to be nice at first because it does kind of look like it. B-Ball knows it's fucking string. And he ain't doing nothing. He's just sitting there listening to this guy fucking get vicious on me, call me a liar, bro. I want to clear that up first, and we'll talk about the argument.
Yeah, he was calling you a liar like a bit.
B-Ball's
I don't think that's
right now, Brian.
I don't know if that's.
I'm sorry, Blue.
B-Ball's not
I don't
in
think that's
VC anymore. He had to go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. What are you trying to get to, Brian?
I'll give B-Ball this too. That red line might not be part. I got to look at it. I got to go grab my globe. That may not be part of a spherical triangle. That might be part of one of my red lines I was drawing for my angles to the equator. Let me look. No, that is part of a fucking spherical triangle. And look, you know what? Up. Okay, I see what's going on here. I see what Don might be talking about. Okay, I took and traced from a God view. I traced the. Let me see. Let me make sure. Hold on. Oh, I'll give Don an out. He's right.
You fudged the angles on the blue one when you've read it out on the video. You've held the protractor above the globe, helping you fudge the angles, and you've extended the curve on the red triangles. You've inflated it.
No, I see what I did. Okay, Don. All right, I apologize. The mark that I did right there is was from my string lines, and I just God viewed them down to the globe and drew the triangles bending like vertically. So I'll apologize to you on that. But now, in all fairness, the whole thing I did in the whole video, all that was about the string lines that I just showed you above the damn red mark, the red triangle, and that is a triangle, a proper spherical triangle. The red one is, and then the marks were, like I said, was just a God view from my string lines. Yeah, I didn't want to put them back up.
But then you measured them, and you held the protractor too far above at an angle, and you claimed each angle was 60, but you only showed 2, and B-Ball kind of debunked you that neither of them were 60 and that you shouldn't hold the protractor that high.
Oh, God. So now I got to put the string lines back up, bro. That's what I measured originally.
No. You just have to admit that when you put a triangle on a ball, it can't be 180 anymore. That's all
it can. From a God view, it can too.
No, it's never 180 when you measure it on the surface.
No, you got to just curve the lines horizontally, right?
No. It's all about the 3 points that you measure from being in 3 different planes.
Can I make a concave triangle on a ball?
Yes.
With a pen? Yeah, sure.
I think so. Yeah.
I can make them any fucking degrees I want if I'm measuring it. That wasn't the whole point. He's taking this whole thing out of context, man. The whole thing out of context, the whole argument was with the line of sight, with the string lines, I drew them above the sphere to represent line of sight, and that was my argument.
It's not to do with line of sight. Right? We're doing line of sight on the surface of a sphere and still measuring spherical excess. It's because your 3 observer locations are in 3 different planes. If you draw an angle on a piece of paper.
I get it, bro. I get it.
Okay.
I
think you do. I think you do. So I want to know what your actual problem or argument is.
I would like to see that, bro. You know, I'd like to see that in reality.
They
Do
measure
this myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see this for myself because here's my my argument. Okay, is that if we're measuring triangles, man, and my argument would be that the shorter the measurement, the more accurate. Okay, I understand that where you say further away might result in bigger ones, but I can't really agree with that until I see it. Okay, and I would say that, you know, when you look at some of these measurements in this survey, that you've got some that are just, you know, little under, none of them by a full degree or nothing. We're talking little amounts, but under 180, and then the majority of them over 180. So I'll make this argument. I think it's done all mathematically. I think every angle, ain't it more likely that every triangle they measured was 180 and that they fucking just applied the mathematics to it? Then why did they measure some under 180?
Because their accuracy is around about an arc second, right? So for these really big triangles, where the spherical excess is going to be big, yeah, they measured way over 180. Like 45. Where's my little meme? I got to post a meme to go feed the dogs.
I understand that too, man. But look, I'll tell you, man, I would want to see this in real life, dude. I understand that argument, even if that is what I measure, but I'm not convinced that that it's anything more than mathematics, man. I would have to see that with my own 2 eyes, man.
Okay. You got to do these massive triangles, though.
I'd be willing to do it, you know, to look, but all I needed to measure is 1. You know what I'm saying? Like,
3,
if well, 3, but if I had a couple of different people, we could technically do it with
you know, they have these like massive towers with they've got to set up directly over the spot, and they've got to have these lights, and it's a fucking pain in the ass. This is over 190 kilometers. It's huge.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is it wouldn't be as hard as it used to be. We could find some points, and I think it's fair enough that we could even maybe find a couple, maybe a mountain, a radio tower, and whatever. I'm saying if we could find a place to do it on a sphere, it would have to give us more than 180. I'd be very, very interested in seeing that.
How are you going to set up under the radio tower? Like, you'd
have to climb that bit.
Jesus. Yeah, no. Anyway, I got to feed the dogs. Yeah, it's been measured in reality. Yeah. Anyway. Cool.
Yeah, maybe the radio tower might not be the best, but feed your dogs, man.
All right, cool.
Walking the dogs.
Shit getting heated up in here. Hey, at least B-Ball joined for a minute, man. So, I mean, think of what we just cleared up there, even if we need to talk again or what, like took just a few minutes. It'd probably have been quicker if it was just me and him, but still, instead of just going back and forth with videos over dumb shit. So I appreciate him joining for a second. Hey, is Blue Marble Science still here? Damn, he left, man. Man, I was very curious to see if we're talking about azimuths and everything, and they're getting excess. then I would say let's, set up, we could even do a thought experiment. If we set up a central point, let's say at the North Pole, right under Polaris, and we drew 6 equilateral triangles, okay, however far, let's say 50 miles, 6 equilateral triangles. So would they be more than 360? Like, would our circle now be bigger, or would not as many fit? I mean, what would be the argument? We would measure more than 360 degrees as a circle, or would we get less triangle in the 360 degrees? That'd be a question I'd have for them. Because if you have excess with line of sight, and you just continue that on around in a circle, then, basically, it would be three equilateral triangles. So you'd have 60, 60, and 60. So if I drew 3 big ones, let's just say, and had 2 60-degree angles on the outside, and did that 3 times, would they all measure more than 60? So would I get like a 370-degree circle, or would I just get less triangles? Would it be like 2 3/4 triangles that I could get in my circle? I mean, it doesn't sound right. But I'd be curious, before I harped on that, I'd be curious to their answer on that. I gotta step away for 2 minutes. So nobody say nothing until I get back.
Maybe we're supposed to wait. Just supposed to wait here, man. You a
No,
control
I'm just
freak,
kidding, man.
right?
I'm just kidding, but I don't want to miss nothing, man. No, but I'll be right back. I can't unplug this phone, or
I'll make sure nothing important said while you're going.
I swear it happens to me, man, when I'm in the heat of a moment. Like, I'll forget that my phone's on 5% and be pacing around arguing and shit, and just cut off right in the middle. So if y'all wonder what happens there, it's my fucking phone dying. And then I gotta wait like 4 or 5 minutes for it to reboot, and then half the time they're on do a different argument. It's like, damn.
Yeah, just about to make my point. Now it's on 1% battery. I have this phone. Since I got this phone, it sends a brain signal to me. It's like, hey, I'm on 1% battery. And then I look at the phone and I'm like, hey, it's on 1% battery. But I'm like, I didn't get the text to my brain. But somehow I notice this phone every fucking time it goes to 1%. I'm like, oh shit, let me check
I'm
my
starting
phone
to
right
catch
now.
that too, bro. Just acknowledging. Wait, my phone's about to die, and I'm looking at 1%. That's true. And
This
to
shit's
the
fucked
question,
up, man.
hey, to the
This phone's-
question, does anybody ever wonder how it says shutting down for a minute before it cuts off? Well, I always wondered, like, if I plugged it in right when it says shutting down, it cuts off. But to the answer, dude, I literally was right by my charger and it said shutting down. I plugged it in like right after it said shutting down, thinking, and it sat there for a minute, like it took a little longer to turn off, but it still turned off. So if anybody's wondering.
Check this out. For the last several years, if I get a phone call on the open phone line, right before my phone starts ringing, I hear it ringing in my head, and it happens more often than not, most of the time. But
Right.
I have since switched to with my friends using data apps to communicate, and it's faded away. But this has lasted for several years. It's kind of faded away, but I mean, I told you why. I mean, when I was using open phone lines primarily, yeah, something happened with my brain, and most of the time I hear it ring, and then about 1 or 2 seconds, maybe a couple seconds later, then the phone starts ringing. You know, and when
Yeah.
the ring
Well,
I hear, the ringtone I hear is the same as the phone. So I think my brain is associating the audible ring sound that my ears hear and associating that with some sort of electrical radiation, something, whatever. If the brain can tell the
you got
phone's
a
about
fancy
to ring.
brain.
Yeah, it's just because there's ripples in the water, man. There's no Faraday cage on my brain, and I'm not bragging. It's kind of embarrassing. I've been around cell phones so much that my brain can tell when it's about to ring. You know, it's kind of weird. You know, but it detects it's going to ring, and then I hear a ring sound in my brain, in my head.
Yeah,
And
I know.
then
Like I remember the old ones used to I'm an old like Nokia push to talk type ones, like the old ones. If they were near enough to like my desktop speakers, like before it would ring, I'd be like, "Tuck, tuck, 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 blah, 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 blah," and then it would be like, bling.
yeah, I think it's similar to that. The
I think
brain
there's like a pulse.
analog, yeah,
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 it's sending out some kind of pulse,
yeah,
and
exactly.
we're able to intuit like somehow either hear it or feel it or
Yeah,
intuit it. And
exactly.
it's really
Well,
spooky
I
stuff.
think
But
the
like,
body subconsciously senses it, and somebody said the body filters out. Okay, the visible wavelength is less than okay. If we filter out 99.99% of the electromagnetic spectrum, is what I was trying. The senses comprises less than 0.01% of anyway, I was trying to say that whatever happens when the phone rings, like your
yeah.
speaker thing, you know, my brain analog picks something up in that form of digital static or whatever it is. You know,
Mhm.
my brain says, "Hey, the phone's about to ring."
Yeah.
You know, and my phone starts ringing inside my head, inside my skull, dude.
Yeah, I get it with sometimes I'll get in a zone with traffic lights, but I don't know.
I gotta
Maybe.
say it's faded away a lot because I switched to data apps, but this persisted
Mhm.
for maybe I don't know 5 years. You know, in about 5 years of being around cell phones, this thing starts ringing inside your brain. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Oh, and hey, Smarf, how you doing, man?
Hey, was it good? I'm above the ground.
Hey, that sounds good. It's a good idea. Yeah. Well, no, I definitely think that there's like action that can be done. Whether somebody designed the phones to like at 1% battery emit like a wee 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 wee, help help. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, I think it does that.
I don't know. I'd like to be able to research that, but I don't really care either way because I think they're doing it regardless. Like,
Well, I think the brain. I brought that up. I didn't mean to be redundant. I brought that up because, um, yeah, the brain can somehow adapt to I'd learned this from my personal firsthand experience I just shared. The brain seems to somehow adapt to these digital signals,
mm,
and then it can like predict stuff. Well, maybe not predict, but you know, it detects a signal. It lets you know right before you know it
yeah.
before the phone starts.
But
This
there's
phone
not.
speaker starts doing it.
Well, like, so I was like, yeah. So I was using the comparison with the like older phones, and you know, you might hear the ring. The ring happens before you audibly have the signal sent from the phone because it's being sent to the phone. So if you can hear that on something else, that's all good. Um, but this is like
Yeah,
I don't know. It's like a different setup, man. Because it's not audible. It's never audible. It never makes a sound. It never makes a
yeah.
sound.
I think it
It's
works
just
the
like
same. Works the
yeah.
same way though. Even though even though there's no ringtone, it works the same way. Your brain like detects there's like a different sort of signal and is associated that with your 1% battery.
Like
How's
that's
that?
spooky. That's spooky that that's
It
possible.
is,
If
isn't
it's
it? Yeah, it is
because
like
they could be
scary.
setting up all kinds of like digital instinct shit. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
where you're like, oh,
Oh yeah.
um, you know what I mean? Like I don't have a sense for that, but like, oh yeah, somebody just reached out and like kind of hit me, and I'm like, huh. Well, let me think about that right now. That's weird.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Yeah, it is spooky. They could put
I'm sure there's
something
people that think
in
that that's
the
crazy
TV.
sounding too, but I
They
mean,
could put yeah, they could
I
put
just
something on that circuit board in the cable box TV. I just
yeah.
thought of that. I'm not saying they're doing that, but they could put something on that circuit board that messes with your senses, eh?
I think there's degrees that you can interface with this kind of spooky
Oh yeah.
science that people don't really like have a word for.
Imagine a headset you just put on your head. I've thought of this for years, but I mean, I think this has been thought of by other people also. I think it's in Hollywood somewhere. But anyway, you put this thing on your head, and it like sensors work, and it interfaces wirelessly with your brain.
An electroencephalogram.
Yeah, it probably already existed. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably
Just
what
like
it's called.
little
Yeah.
plugs you put on your head or whatever, and they just measure the surface potential differences, and you're just
Yes, I think that's all you need to interface with the whatever the internet. I don't know that, but think about it. Usually, there's sensing one way, but you could have it go both ways. You could be transceiving.
I'm like, yeah. I've done a little bit with that stuff. I don't know. There's the Neuralink stuff. I guess people
Well,
are trying to be doing.
that's scary, man. That's real scary stuff. I'm
I
just
haven't
talking
even really.
about wireless.
I haven't really looked.
Yeah, Neuralink's scary USB to your brain thing. They plugged it in a pig or something, and I saw a video. Or anyway, well, I was just talking about
I'm not
they
trying
have
to be.
they have these sensors that like detect like activity, but what about transmitting activity? So you could do both. You could have sensors that can transceive, and then yeah, I think your brain could adapt to digital waves, and you could interface with all sorts of stuff. This is my imagination, but I'm sure it's been done many times, or in science fiction at least, or I'm sure that stole this from. This is like an impression I have of the future, But anyway, what I mean is, it's probably happened before. I'm just saying, why can't you put something on your head, and then your brain would adapt to the equipment may be designed that like they've probably through R&D they can tell your brain would adapt to different signals, and you should be able to get used to. You could pilot things like that video game Mech Warrior with the big robots, like the Gundam robots. You could pilot stuff. You could like pilot an aircraft, with your brain. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know if we have that kind of.
I mean, wireless. I'm just saying entirely wirelessly. You just put something on your brain. You just put it on there, kind of like putting a phone to your head.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I don't know if the tech's out there, quite. I don't know.
What if it's in your cell phone?
Yeah, I don't know.
What if it's already there?
I'm not going that far. I'm not going all the way there.
Well, I just know that
just going as far as I went.
I did manage to make it go away for the most part, but it still happens occasionally. Because I mostly stopped using open phone. I just use these data apps like WhatsApp and similar stuff. But anyway,
I don't know when there's a phone call coming in. All that other stuff. I have in the past had phones where I can feel them in my pocket working. It's just like weird.
I was a
since that first cell phone.
I was a CEO for like a decade, so I had my phone like always within a few feet from me, which is I think that stay 6 feet apart thing is about the average length of a toroidal field or aura, whatever you call it, or electromagnetic field of the body or whatever. Anyway, my point is that the phone was always a few feet from me, so I think that's the method if you want to have the same experience. If you keep your phone within a few feet from you over the years, because I was running a company, so I 24/7. But hey, if you eventually that you'll start hearing it ring in your head before the phone rings, and which is probably why you look at your phone when it's at 1% battery, because it's always rippling these data signals all the time.
I mean, but nothing like my provider is not calling into my phone and saying like, "Hey, man, you only got 1% battery," So that's not correct. I just mean some process is going on in the phone that I'm checking the phone at 1%.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's always vibrating and rippling and stuff, and that's how the senses work. And the ether being, the air being water, the ether, the air.
It'll pulse. It'll like buzz itself at 5%. It'll be like, "Yo, you're on 5%." But on 1%, it's like you're a lost cause. If you haven't fucking found if you don't even know like fuck you.
Well,
You know what I mean?
the
It
cell
doesn't
phone
keep
is
toasting me like that.
the cell phone is kind of like a micro cell, but it has a lot of components like a cell, but it's always rippling and vibrating and stuff with like a musical instrument, and like the copper, and it's like an instrument chord, and the thing is constantly always doing these real hard ripples, like sounds like if you listen to digital signals, they sound like a Harley Davidson or a motor or something like that. It sounds like a car. Yeah, anyway, so there's this mechanical sound, always ongoing out of that little plastic box that you call a cell phone. It's got all these endless vibrating hard ripples,
Yes, I'm
you
saying,
know,
but like they're
in a
technically
rhythmic
inaudible.
pattern.
You know.
Yeah, in a
Yeah.
rhythmic pattern is what I'm trying to say. And now your skin has all these crystals in them that on a layer in a layer of the skin. These various different layered sensors are in your skin that can sense different wide different spectrum of the wave of the electromagnetic spectrum. I'm trying to say the wave band, but beyond the usual senses that our conscious uses, the subconscious has all these various senses in this throughout layered throughout the skin, and I think it can pick up the radio frequency that I'm talking about from the cell phone. Yeah, I'm not even talking about it transmitting. I'm just talking about the thing idling. The thing idling is constantly has all these little tiny magnetic switches in it. You know, you're like a little piano. The cell phone's like a little tiny piano. I mean, it's so microscopic. The stuff I'm talking about is super microscopic, but everything is rippling in the pond water, so to speak. Like you're like a fish in water. You know what I'm saying? Imagine like the lower pressure gradient is the air. The difference between the ocean and if they thinned out the ocean, it would be, they call it the air. I'm just saying the cell phone is always vibrating all the time, like right now. Everything is vibrating. You know what I'm talking about? You know that everything is condensed to a slow vibration. Solid material. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're still there. I was saying you can hear the phone ring in your head because things are rippling. These vibrations are rippling through the airs. That's my point. I don't know if you're still there. You know,
Yeah, it's
you got
emitting frequencies, dude. That's
yeah,
the point
yeah,
I'm trying to make
yeah.
in the beginning. But yeah, it's like we're on very similar points here. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying
Hmm.
yeah, rippling the frequencies being how frequently the waves are rippling, from the cell phone to the brain. Right? There's no Faraday cage. We can't forget there's no Faraday cage. So I think with time, the brain begins to adapt. The subconscious is starting to like merge or mold with the phone or other electronics.
No,
All
it's not
wireless
that.
signals,
It's. I
all
mean, it's
wireless.
just like. I mean, you ever play video games? Like they
Um,
got controllers. The controllers have little pulse
you ever
packs in
hear
them.
like a you ever hear like a
Vibratory.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know
I
how
know.
like there's vibratory and little
Yeah,
like
I had
motors
that
inside
when
like a
I had
controller.
a Nintendo 64 when I was young with the vibrating pack and the memory pack and all that. Yeah.
Right. So like vibrations like that will cause like the generation of like nerve uh
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
like you build like nerve endings like
Oh yeah.
from vibrations. They'll
Well,
like
that's also how the cell phone tower work. The cell phone towers are like drums, like those
no.
antennas. They're like big drums, They're just got a resonant frequency. And they're using the air as the medium, which is water. The air is the thinned out water. You know.
Anyway, that's why you video game. That's why you keep playing. It's because you develop the reflexes to do it.
Yeah, I agree that there's reflexes. That's a good word I'm looking for. Reflexes. Yeah, their body it reflexively can
Because you respond to your body responds to like that feedback, and it
yeah.
will like build like little. Well, I mean, not like some kind of like neural connections or nerve ending connections or something.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Especially with your hands, you know what I mean? That's like your primary tactile, like like we're like a dog that we use his mouth and its tongue, and it's like that's my hand, blah, blah, slobber all everything, but we just use our hands. Sometimes you might put something up to your face to make sure it's cool or check the temperature or something like that, but
Yeah.
primary tactile like input output is hands.
It's so great that we have that germ theory is propaganda, or we'd all be dead. Like all the
Oh, that's
dogs,
totally the same topic. Yeah.
you know. Well, yeah. I mean, dogs are a great example of that. Yeah. Did he just bounce? Well, anyway. Like a fish in water, wondering why you can hear the phone ring before it rings, or why you look at it, it has that 1% battery more often than not when you look at it. What's up with that? Makes you wonder.
Check one, check one. Anybody in?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just be quiet in here.
Yeah, looks it. So what's news on your side of the world?
I don't pay much attention to the news, but it's nice morning.
Yep.
Hey, how we doing today, guys?
Yo, Jeremy, everyone's quiet today. Seems to be in the text, the action.
Yeah, it was a quiet day yesterday too.
Yeah. Well, it was Easter for us yesterday. Orthodox Easter. Yeah, 1 week later.
Oh.
We had some good lamb. We had some good, yeah, everything.
I'm about to drive through a bad spot here. I'll be right back in a second.
Yep.
Yo, anyone out there? Hello.
Yeah, we're here. What's up?
Chilling. What's good, bro? Hello? Yo, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Nate.
Yo, Howard, was I roboting or was that Jeremy?
It's Jeremy. He's driving.
Jesus.
bro.
Jeremy and his fucking metro. Where you driving
That
to,
bad
bro?
spot. Hold on. I hear. Yeah. Can you hear me?
No, bro. I hear you for shit, Jeremy. Who's your service provider, bro? Is it Metro PCS or something?
Check.
It ain't working, bro. I don't know. You must be driving through like the woods or something.
Yeah, I'm out of a good spot.
Say who or where? Anywho, how you doing, Howard?
Yeah, I'm good, Nate. Also driving.
Where you driving to?
I'm in Phoenix and going to a town called Morenci, Arizona, to a copper mine.
Oh, nice. What are you delivering? Machinery or?
That's raw materials. I bring aluminum stock for making Coke cans, soda cans.
Yeah.
And then I'll go to the copper mine and get copper to take back.
Hey, I hear
Okay,
copper makes some good O-ring seals, vacuum seals left lane.
Yeah, it makes good banjo seals on brake calipers too.
Dynamic.
Here we go.
Dynamic seals.
You're kind of low. What'd you say, Jeremy? You sound like you're mumbling. Let's form full sentences now. I thought you got a new freaking ear set, Jeremy.
I think he's driving through the woods or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, what's new in flat Earth? Like, what's the latest argument?
Well, I don't know about flat Earth, but I know I have a good argument with the O-rings. Have you heard of that one?
O-rings? What do you mean?
Yeah, the ISS, the cupola, has a shutter mechanism with a shaft that goes right through the body. And it has two little rubber O-rings. You haven't heard this argument yet?
Nah. Tell me about it.
Well, the O-rings are made of rubber and rubber outgases. And we're trying to find the maintenance record of the cupola O-rings maintenance schedule, and it's just not there. So I'll give you a little.
Where are you looking to find this?
Well, I've been looking everywhere. I've been asking people to look for years and years. And trust me, if it was out there, they would take the opportunity to embarrass me live. They would love to do that. But so far, nothing.
Would that be like public information? I don't know.
Yeah, why not? Sure.
I don't know, Odysee. What is...
Well, I found records of how procedure to change windows and all kinds of stuff. But no procedure for the O-rings, funny enough. Like the thing that keeps them alive up there.
All right. So the fact that we can't find this maintenance schedule, what is the implication of this? Is it that the O-rings are fake, or?
No, the O-rings, I'll give you a little rundown what I found, right? I found out that in order to achieve, and maybe you'd know this, I think you work with vacuums, right? In order to achieve a vacuum greater than 10 to the minus 6 torr, I was told and I found out that you need metal O-rings to achieve that kind of pressure, higher than 10 to the minus 6 torr. Okay. So that means, Jarrell, that the O-rings on the ISS would not function because the pressure there is 10 to the minus 12, I believe. What say you? You have experience in this stuff?
Yeah, but
what kind of vacuums have you used?
I've used all sorts. I just don't know if the ISS is trying to create a vacuum or it's trying to just prevent the effects of an external vacuum tearing it apart, right?
Yeah, but nevertheless, the O-rings would still, even if you're pushing outwards or pushing inwards, right? Does that make much of a difference on the O-ring, on the shaft? Whether you're pushing it from one side or the other, you think that would make a difference?
No. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't make a difference.
That's what I'm saying. So we have an issue here. We have O-rings that we know cannot withstand greater than 10 to the minus 6 torr, but yet here they are in a dynamic system, 7 shafts that equals to 14 O-rings turning around for like over 20 years without a maintenance record. Now, I think that's a problem. What do you think, bro?
I don't know. I mean, this is brand new to me. I gotta digest this.
I've been talking about this for so
think
long.
There should be a maintenance schedule out there, shouldn't there? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say so, bro. Yeah.
What would be a maintenance like a checklist or something, or you want to know when maintenance was done on it and when did they plan to do maintenance in the future type of thing?
Yeah, like ISS maintenance schedule record 5th February 2008. Said O-ring from shaft B was scheduled and changed. Something like that. And yeah,
Ah, yeah. I don't know if that would be something they would put like on a website. Like um, when you like, I mean, that stuff is just stored internally. I don't see. I'm sure if you ask them directly for it, they would provide it to you. I just don't see the point of them having to store such information, just out there.
well, we're gonna do that with NASA audits. Shout out
Okay.
Witsit. If that ever gets off the ground, we'll do that. But still, shouldn't the freaking records be available?
Yeah, like I said, if you ask them, it would definitely be available. But I mean, it's like saying that a public school should make its janitor schedule available to everybody to just see. I should just, whatever school Jeremy works at, I should be able to go online and see when last the fire extinguishers at that school was tested, or when last did Jeremy change like the roll of toilet papers in the cubicles.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't
fair enough.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see the point for that being made available. But I'm sure if you went to Jeremy's school and asked, they would provide it to you.
Okay, I'll accept that. That maybe it's not like, but don't you think somewhere in these web pages, somewhere there should be some information on something that keeps them alive? I mean, this is not like toilet paper, right? How many
I
vacuum
hear
pumps
you.
did they change? Yeah.
I mean, there's a document I have here with looking at the ISS EVA systems checklist. So it details the various safety checks they do. I don't know if that would help.
Nah, bro, I scoured through all. Like, I've been looking for years, bro. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. And believe me, guys like Blue would love to make me look stupid, right? And he's been looking for a while now. And if Blue hasn't found it, trust me, it's not there. And he is an aficionado. When I talk bad about space, he's the first guy to come out. So Blue would have found it, trust me.
What is it?
Yeah, but I mean, this looks a bit conclusive. Like it tells you what the objectives are, what the time limits they have. Like here it says you got to replace the Medox canister inlet and outlet port for the O-rings. Then step 2, you got to remove the old O-rings, stow O-rings in the trash, unstow new Medox canister O-rings, install new O-rings. I mean,
Is that in the cupola? Is that in the cupola?
I don't know. I'm just reading one page here.
Yeah,
Let
but
me post.
that's it. Yeah.
Let me post the link, and then you can look at it and see. I don't know if this will satisfy you.
Sure. Maybe we missed it. I mean, after all these years, it's possible we're just bad researchers. Yeah.
What is it? Do you think I've been looking for? You see, I really haven't been actively
Haven't
looking
you
for
been
it.
looking, Blue? Haven't you been looking for the O-ring maintenance record replacements?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
No,
Then I stand corrected.
I haven't assumed that there is any maintenance requirement for that part. I would say that the gigantic vast majority of the ISS has no maintenance requirements.
The majority of this set ISS has no maintenance requirements. That's your position?
Well, yeah. When you stop and think about it, how much stuff is up there? Yeah, there are things that require maintenance from time to time, especially electronic assemblies and things like that. Mechanical parts, I would assume things like gyroscopes and things like that would have to be replaced from time to time. But I don't personally see any reason why you would have a regular scheduled maintenance on something like those O-ring seals for that little actuator shaft, which only turns a little bit more than one revolution each time they operate the window shades. And they don't do
Yeah,
that
but it
all
does
the time.
turn. It does
By
turn.
hand. Huh? It does, yeah. But it's turned by hand. It's only you can see them do it. There's video of them demonstrating it, and it's a little bit more than one revolution to go from fully closed to fully open.
Okay, what do you say to that, Chirel?
Sorry, man. I'm busy still looking into this O-ring thing. I didn't hear everything Blue said.
It
No
was,
worries.
yeah. If it was a constantly rotating part, I would be in 100% agreement with you that you would assume that thing would wear out after so many revolutions. But when you're talking about this thing, which, like I say, only turns, they only have to turn it a little over one revolution by hand. There's a little knob inside there, inside the cupola, and they turn it by hand one revolution, that opens it. They turn it back one revolution, that closes it, and they're not doing that constantly. So what would be the predicted life of an O-ring under those conditions? I don't know, but I would assume it would be an extremely long period of time just from mechanical wear.
Right. Now, everything I know about this completely contradicts what you just said, Blue. No disrespect, and I'll tell you why. For one, I know that O-rings made out of rubber cannot go more than 10 to the minus 6 torr. That's number one. Number two, it's a dynamic system. That means that the O-rings rub against the metal parts, so there would be wear and tear. Then you have heat, contraction, expansion. You have the cold. You have the vacuum. Yeah. I don't know how you can come to that conclusion, Blue.
Well, simple. I've got a NASA document that says those O-rings are good in vacuum chamber applications to 10 to the minus 9th.
Impossible.
Well,
Impossible.
I'm going by what NASA said. You've got one guy that makes a little vacuum chambers saying one thing. I've got a NASA document that says something else.
Incorrect. I don't just have one guy. I have multiple.
Well, you've shown one thing.
Well, I showed you a guy that actually does it by hand. I mean, I can find you more.
Well, I've still got the NASA document about O-rings and vacuum chamber, and this is a vacuum chamber application. And again, the problem is not you've got the pressure on the wrong side. They're just trying to prevent the atmosphere from leaking out of the ISS. That's what those O-rings are doing. They're not trying to prevent atmosphere leaking into a vacuum chamber. That becomes a limiting factor for the vacuum pump itself. Vacuum pumps can only go so far. And in fact, if you had it perfectly sealed, absolutely perfectly sealed, no vacuum pump is going to ever be able to take it down to a number below 10 to the minus 14th or whatever. That's just a physical limitation of the pump, because the pump's got seals in it too.
It's not the pump can only do so much, Blue. I don't know if you're aware of that.
That's what I just said. The pump has a limitation, and once if you have a system where the in leakage into the chamber exceeds the capacity of the pump, that's it. You're not going to go any further.
Well, you're wrong, Blue. They have other methods that remove other. They have oil pumps. They have ion pumps. They have a whole bunch of stuff that takes over after the vacuum pump.
Yeah,
the vacuum pump is only one of the.
I realize that, SC, but if those other methods, which are designed to help you once you get it down to a very low level, if those other methods would work all the way from atmospheric, you wouldn't go to all the trouble of putting that big vacuum pump in there. It's still a problem of in leakage, and the types of any type of system is not going to be able to perfectly eliminate all the atmosphere in a chamber. And even if theoretically it could, you can't be constantly injecting more atmosphere into that system and expect it to go any further. That's just the way it works.
And nobody's saying otherwise, but now the conditions you have in quote unquote fantasy outer space, you don't got to worry about no pumps, about no ion pumps, about nothing. It's there already. That vacuum is there. Now you got to deal with it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right, Issy. But it doesn't damage the ability of outer space to maintain a vacuum of 10 to the minus ninth. It just doesn't do that. A little bit of atmosphere leaking out of the ISS doesn't hurt a thing.
I don't know how you can see that. I don't know if you heard me and Chiral before. We discussed the O-ring, and we came to the conclusion it doesn't matter whether the pressure is exerted from the inside or the outside. That O-ring still has to perform.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that, SC. And it is not, the vacuum has nothing to do with it. It is pressure. It is the pressure side that is forcing atmosphere past those seals if they leak.
Exactly. And if on the other side there is a lack of pressure, you see what I'm saying? Then the inside can push right out. That's what we're talking about. We have one side of the wall with pressure and on the other side with no pressure.
That's
so there's
right.
nothing pushing back.
And that's right. And then that's exactly right, SC. And it doesn't matter if you've got a near perfect vacuum on one side and 14.7 pounds on the other side, or you've got atmosphere on one side and 30 psi on the other side. It's exactly the same thing. Identically.
Right? Exactly. The O-ring would fail.
Just the pressure differential. No, O-rings don't fail like that, SC. They never do. O-rings
yes, they do.
No, they don't, SC. O-rings can be used at tens of thousands of psi and are.
Not in a vacuous condition. No, absolutely not, Blue.
Yes,
You're wrong.
absolutely so. Yes, I've got a NASA article here, a NASA paper where they
Okay,
talk
show
about
me. Okay, fair enough. Show me where they tested this rubber O-ring 10 to the minus 9 torr. I called bull. Not on you, Blue. You're just reading stuff. I called bull on NASA. Let me see that.
It's used in vacuum pumps, in vacuum chambers, SC.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
not
is.
Not more
Yes,
than
they
10 to the
are.
minus 6. No.
Yeah, they're used at 10 to the minus 9th.
Okay, I'd like to see this fantastic material. I'd like to see it.
Well, it's called silicone rubber.
Yeah, silicone rubber outgases. There's nothing.
Everything outgasses, SC, and we've already been through that. Outgassing doesn't mean a thing. You just know a term, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does.
SC wants the atmosphere that was trapped inside the rubber and the volatile organic compounds that were trapped inside that material when it was manufactured. Once those evaporate, once they outgas, there's nothing further happens.
Yes, it fails. Once that happens.
No, it doesn't. See, you need to provide a document saying that outgassing causes an O-ring to fail. I've never seen that, never heard of it. It doesn't even make sense.
Because you don't know what vacuums are. I mean, I posted plenty of stuff saying exactly that. I'll post them again. You're just going to ignore them.
Because it doesn't mean anything.
I'll do it. I have things saying that in order to reach higher than 10 to the minus 6, you need to have metal O-rings. One-time use. There's no way around that. Unless
flange, that's a flange gasket. See, that's not an O-ring on a shaft. That's a flange gasket. And yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, it's a one-time use, right? So there's no way that
the reason it's one-time use is because when they torque that plate down, it squashes the copper or the lead or whatever it's made out of. And when you replace it, you have to put a new gasket on. But that's in a flange gasket, like you were putting two halves together. It's a sandwich type gasket. It's not an O-ring.
Okay, so why don't they just put up an O-ring there to seal it multiple times and save money on the copper? You know, copper's damn expensive, right? Why don't they just put a rubber thing there? Yeah, that's right.
You're talking about in a vacuum pump design, a vacuum chamber design. That's not what the ISS is. It is not a vacuum chamber.
No, the vacuum is on the outside. It's in a vacuum chamber. You know, like a marshmallow,
Yeah.
like a balloon, like a soda can. It's
right.
in the vacuum chamber.
And
Yeah.
and the limitation for the rubber seals is the amount of leakage that you would get through it or past it. And in a vacuum chamber, that's a big deal. That's what you're trying to do, is get rid of the atmosphere that's in the chamber. If you allow atmosphere to leak into it while you're trying to take it out of it, you're defeating the purpose.
Exactly. That's why
the
you need
point.
solid. The point is, you need solid O-rings to achieve that kind of vacuum, and the rubber ones
Yeah.
just can't handle it, Blue. I mean, it's physics.
And if it, if the ISS were a vacuum chamber, I would agree with you, but that's not what it is.
It's in a vacuum chamber, Blue. Correct.
It's a pressure vessel.
In a vacuum chamber.
Metal to metal on a shaft, a metal O-ring on a shaft. That doesn't even make sense from an engineering standpoint. You could not twist the shaft if it was metal to metal. It wouldn't work.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Yeah, well, why are you saying they should use metal O-rings, but now you're saying they shouldn't use metal O-rings because it won't work? You're not making any sense, I see.
No, you're trying to turn the thing around and everybody can hear you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a rubber O-ring cannot achieve the pressures they say that's on the ISS. So therefore, those rubber O-rings would not work. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they should have put metal O-rings there. I'm not dumb. I know they wouldn't work. They couldn't. That you couldn't turn it.
I've got a hydraulic cylinder that achieves 10,000 psi that seals with a rubber O-ring on the cylinder, so I can debunk that right away.
No, you can't. Is it in a vacuum? Is it going every 90 seconds plus? Don't interrupt me.
It's just a pressure. It's just a pressure differential, Essie. It's not nothing special about it.
You interrupt me because you don't want me to finish the rest of the sentence, but I will. Is that thing in a vacuum chamber? No. Is it going from 200 C to 200 minus C every 90 minutes? No.
And those O-rings are not doing that either, SE. They're not out there being exposed to the sunlight. In fact, that little actuator shaft where the seal is, I think, is very close to the inside of the ISS. And you can do the thermal calculations or try to if you like. I'm not even going to attempt it. But it's not swinging like you're talking about the temperature differential between direct sunlight and no sunlight on the outside of the ISS. Those things are not just hung out there in space.
Yeah, but they still experience the heat and the cold differential. It might not be the full 200, right? But you don't think that they're getting any heat or cold as it's transitioning from daylight to sunlight? Maybe not the full amount that the exterior is getting, but there's got to be some heat transfer, don't you think?
The O-ring is obviously exposed to the gas outside of the ISS. No.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why have an O-ring there?
Yes, obviously, no doubt about it. But the housing it's in is not necessarily exposed to that.
Doesn't matter. It's exposed. Doesn't matter where it's at. It's still exposed to the vacuum, the cold, the heat, all that.
And I'll ask that you go and check out the operating temperature range for some of these elastomers that are used, like ethylene, propylene. It isn't necessarily silicone being used. Could be ethylene, propylene, could be N-butyl. I'm not sure what they use. They don't tell you, or at least I haven't found it. But
no doubt, we'll just get the temperature of the. We'll get the temperature of the medium, and then we'll get the temperature of the operating that it can operate under, and we'll see what's what.
Well, you won't be able to, but you can waste your time if you wish.
Why won't be able to?
I don't think you'll be able to find enough information online to be able to do the analysis that Jeremy's talking about.
Well, somebody of your ilk with your engineering degree, I'm sure you can get in there, those paywalls. I'm sure you can find that info, Blue, without costing you a penny.
I have no ability to get past any paywall. Come on.
Well, don't they have like exceptions for engineers and stuff like that? I was told.
Nah, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Because I know Witsit was trying to get some info behind paywalls, and he said if you're a PhD or if you're something like that, you can get the info.
Well, if you're associated with a university, yeah, sure. But I'm not.
I know. I'll ask Professor Parks. There we go. We have a solution there.
Yeah, there you go.
He's a nice dude. He'll probably do it, and we'll get to the bottom of this. Because to me, that's damning stuff.
Well, it's because you want it to be.
And you don't.
I don't see why it is. I see nothing abnormal about what they've done.
For you, Blue, I understand, right? You're an army guy. You're patriotic, and I like that. I admire that about somebody. And you don't want to let this go. I understand. You wanna keep America rah rah rah. I get it, bro. I get it.
That doesn't have anything to do with it.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm very sure.
Wouldn't you want to know if you've been fooled, Blue? Wouldn't you want to know? Wouldn't you want to make it right? Like, wouldn't you want to start a program that could actually get us up there, whatever up there is in reality? Wouldn't you want to know that?
Well, sure.
Like, let's say it's not space. Let's say it's a superfluid. Let's say it's this, that, or the other thing. Wouldn't you want to know?
I said yes.
So you should be on our side, bro, asking the questions, demanding answers.
Well, when my experience with equipment like this tells me there's nothing to be concerned about, and I can read a few things published in terms of the appropriate use of various types of material in those sorts of applications, and none of that tells me there's any reason to be concerned. Why do I want to go demanding information from NASA about something in the first place? What would ever make them say, you're right, this won't work?
Yeah, of course they won't do that, obviously, but we can find baking temperatures. We can find outgassing things. We can.
Well, they published all that, though. That's all published. That's what I looked at. They publish all that information about outgassing.
Okay, so who's right then? All the research that, let's say, I've done, and I found every one of these chambers, vacuum chambers, every one of them, past the 10 to the -6, they all have metal O-rings, right?
I don't doubt that, and not a single one of them has a shaft penetration going into it that is designed to rotate. Not a one.
Exactly, Blue. I mean, you're saying what I should be saying. I mean, how do you not see that?
Why aren't you saying that then?
I've said it so many times, but you're not getting it.
Say it correctly then, SE. All the research you've done has been related to vacuum chambers. The ISS is not one of those.
I've said it over and over. It's worse. It's in a vacuum chamber, Blue. Why don't you get that, man?
As an engineer, that's just silly. That's why I don't get that, SE. That is not a problem. That's not a problem. There's no pump up there trying to maintain the vacuum of space. In a vacuum chamber, you've got a huge issue with in leakage. We had a vacuum chamber in my early professional career. Had to do with the construction of high voltage transformer rectifier systems, and those were big. They did not substation size big, but the ones I was designing weighed 3,000 or 4,000 pounds, and they had to be oil filled, and they have a lot. And transformers have a lot of paper in them, and insulating characteristics of mineral oil, which is used quite often, both as a coolant and an insulation, is dependent on the amount of moisture that's in it. Okay. So the one thing you got to do is be sure that you've removed all the moisture content from the internals, as much of it as you don't want to remove it all because it'll mess up the paper, but you need to dry it out, and the way you dry it out is in a vacuum, and the way you degas or remove the moisture content from mineral oil is also by using a vacuum system. So we built a vacuum chamber. That thing was about 7 feet tall, 8 or so feet in width, and 12 or so feet in depth with a big ass vacuum pump on it. And it would go down to about 1/10 of a torr, right? Something like that. And it only took a minor tiny little issue with the big door seal, neoprene door seal that we had around it. Anything that went wrong with that, and the pump would just stall out. You'd get down to 5 torr or something, and it wouldn't go any further because it's leaking gas in too fast. And it's the
Yeah,
same
because you
thing.
couldn't achieve the seals needed.
Right, the seal wasn't good enough. And that's the same issue that they face with these vacuum chambers that you're talking about. Exactly the same thing. They get to a point where there's enough in leakage into it, one way or the other, that the pump just can't do any more. The pumping system, whatever that is,
That's what I said before. Yeah.
cannot do any better. Okay. But that's not what goes on with the ISS. The ISS is not trying to achieve a vacuum. It is just trying to maintain pressure inside. So
Yeah, it's in a vacuum, Blue.
Okay,
It's
great.
in a freaking vacuum.
We know that, SC. We know that. There's a perfect vacuum on the other side of it. What we
Not
want to do?
perfect. Not perfect.
No, I'm just going to make it even worse. It's a perfect vacuum on the other side of it. What we want to do is keep the pressure inside the ISS. We don't want the pressure, atmospheric pressure that we have inside that vessel leaking out into the perfect vacuum. Okay. Now let's assume that one of those O-ring seals. Let's just think about this. Let's assume one of those O-ring seals leaks a quantity of gas equal to a 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter volume of gas per second. Can you envision that? You know what 2 millimeters looks like, right?
Yep.
And I would assume you would agree with me that if I made a gas, an air bubble 2 millimeters by 2 millimeters by 2 millimeters every second coming out of an inner tube from a tire, for instance, a water tank, you wouldn't have any trouble seeing that, right? I mean, you got to admit, 2 cubic millimeters, well, yeah, 2 by 2 millimeter bubble of gas would be a significant amount of gas. That would be a ridiculous amount of leakage, would it not?
Yep.
All right. If we take that amount of gas per second, it would take 34,722 hours for 1 cubic meter of gas to leak out of the ISS.
I don't know, Blue Man. You see, this is what you guys do. You go into mathematics. You don't think of real life practical terms. Like you think it's a calculation. It's not a calculation, Blue.
I'm giving you real life. That's that's a real life simple explanation, simple example that I can think about. I can think about these little 2 millimeter diameter. Let's call it just 2 millimeters in diameter bubbles of gas per second shooting out past these O-ring seals. And if I did that, starting with a volume of 1 cubic meter, it would take almost 4 years for all that pressure to leak out. One cubic meter of pressure. How many cubic meters do you think there are inside the ISS? I mean, lots, right? So you see why it doesn't really matter if the O-ring and I've probably used an example that's 100 times more bypass than you would ever possibly have. That's why it's not a problem. They'll never notice the amount of leakage.
I don't know how you see things like that, Blue. I mean,
Oh, he's actually he's making a lot of sense.
Yeah, it
No, it
does.
doesn't
And
make
if
sense at all.
you would have to go outside and spray soap bubbles all over it and really look close to see that little bubble leaking out around that shaft.
All
If
right,
it
guys.
leaked-
I mean, if
if it
that's
leaked-
how you think,
If it leaked that much, I would be appalled. I would say you got a problem.
you're just not getting it. You're just not understanding that they couldn't achieve that. It couldn't work in that condition, man.
You
10 to
don't.
the minus 12. Those O-rings would fail, guys. You're just not seeing that. You're refusing to see that.
You are wanting it to fail, but you have nothing at all saying that the O-rings fail, SC. You've got an operating limit, that's all, not a failure point. No place in anything that you've come up with does it say that beyond 10 to the minus 6, an O-ring fails. You
You're
don't
just
have that.
lying because I have the guy saying it in the video.
Show it to me.
What do you mean show it to you? I posted it a couple of times. That
All right. Where does
10
the
to the
guy
minus
say?
6.
Where does the guy say an O-ring fails at 10 to the minus 6? I don't believe you, SC. I think you're lying.
Oh man. All right. I'm gonna comb through the video later and I'm gonna clip it out just for you, Blue.
You be
Oh,
sure
I'd like
to
to
do
hear
that.
that.
Yeah.
I didn't ever hear. I watched it. I've watched it a couple of times actually.
You haven't
I
heard it
don't
too.
remember.
You haven't heard it
Yeah.
too. That you need metal O-rings. The guy shows them. He has them in his hand. He's showing them
Yeah,
to
it's a
you.
flange.
You don't remember that?
He showed a flange gasket. It's not an O-ring.
Oh my God. Yeah. You guys are gonna just try to clinch every little thing that you can, but you're fighting against an uphill river. You're not gonna win this one. I'm telling you, you're not gonna win it.
I used to fucking make flange gaskets. I mean, I don't know, SC. I don't understand why you won't accept the word of people that have actually worked with this material and building things and pressure washers and vacuum pumps and hydraulics, and I don't understand why you don't listen to that information and you just stick to your script.
I'll explain you why. Because a pressure washer and that have nothing in common. Absolutely nothing. The man I listen to, one of the men, builds them from scratch. The guy's a
He says he
professor.
does.
Yeah, of course, you're gonna try to say this guy that I found is no good, and I know how you guys do it. It doesn't matter, irrelevant. He works with silicon wafers. He's an expert. He built at least 2 of these vacuum pumps in the past couple of years. He shows them. He explains them. He explains every aspect of them. So who am I gonna believe? You or this guy? Plus, I researched other places that do vacuums, and they all say the same thing: metal O-rings. Who am I going to listen to? Blue and Left Lane, or the research that I've done? You tell me.
Show me the vacuum chamber
what do you
that's
think
got a
about?
rotating shaft in it. Show me the vacuum chamber that you've seen where there is a shaft penetration going into it that rotates.
You see what he's saying? An absolute ridiculous thing. He knows it doesn't exist, right? Because it's ridiculous, and he wants me to show him a unicorn. And I'm telling him unicorns don't exist, and he's telling me, "SC, show me a unicorn."
I'm telling you that you are comparing apples and oranges, SC. You've got an
telling you
absolute bad comparison. This
No,
is
I'm
not a
telling you
vacuum chamber. The ISS is not a vacuum chamber. Got it? It is a
Right.
pressure vessel.
It's in a vacuum chamber. Got it? You're not gonna get away with this, Blue.
You really don't.
No
You
chance.
really don't understand, do you?
You really don't get it. I know you
The
don't.
vacuum of space is not going to be damaged by atmosphere or gas leaking out of the ISS. SE. A vacuum chamber here on Earth will not function if you're allowing atmosphere to leak into it. Do you not see the difference?
Nope, there is no difference. We went through it with Cirality, and he
I
agreed
quit.
with me that inward pressure or outward pressure on the O-rings are the same thing. Try again, Blue.
I've explained it to you. So if you can't get it, that's on you, not me.
You can't explain the unexplainable, bro. You can't set water on fire, no matter how much you try, bro.
You're stuck. I realize that you have no place to go here, SE, but you're not looking at the same thing.
I sure as hell am. I have proof. I
just
posted
aren't.
pictures, videos from various places, people that manufacture this stuff, and it's very clear. Now, if you don't want to get it, I mean that's on you.
Well, you show me a vacuum chamber then with a penetration going into it, and I'll listen to you. I'll tell you what, even better. Show me a vacuum chamber that achieves 10 to the minus 12th with a pressure vessel inside of it that's leaking out into the vacuum chamber. That would be the direct comparison.
Look at
No
that,
such
my
thing
friend.
exists.
Look at that chamber the guy built by hand. Look at that steel. Look
I
how
see
thick
the
that is.
steel.
Ain't no chance your ISS can do that, bro. Forget about it. Forget about it.
But isn't trying to. I know. To me, it's quite clear. The vacuum chamber is trying to get as close to zero as possible. The ISS is just trying to isolate it from the vacuum, but has a much larger tolerance for failing to do it perfectly than a vacuum chamber. The vacuum chamber just tries to isolate that as perfectly as it can. The ISS doesn't have to do that. It's fine to leak some of the air because if it leaks very slowly and they get oxygen tanks from time to time, that's not an issue. And that actually is what it's being described. So I don't know what the issue is.
Sure. You can just talk all you want. I have pictures there. The people will be the judge. Look at the thickness of that thing. Look at that
That's what I
thing.
said.
And then look at the ISS, my friend.
I can tell you right now, the thickness of that thing is absolutely immaterial. That is a red herring.
Uh-huh.
It is, SC. It's only 14 PSI.
You can say what you want. I'm going to keep posting the proof, and the people listening will be the judge.
I hope so.
Well, I could keep calling you proof, but you haven't addressed what I said.
What'd you say?
Basically what Blue have been saying for the past half an hour.
And you think that's going to somehow enter my head differently because you said it?
Maybe. Yeah, different people explain differently.
Nah, the proof is right there. Aluminum, thick stainless steel, huge bolts, all kinds of pumps. There's
Roy.
nothing you're going to say that's going to change that. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's not true. I can see that, but that's not a proof though. You're just
It is
trying to
to
make
me.
it a proof.
I don't care to prove it to you. I really don't. I know no matter what I show you,
I know
you
you
will not believe.
There it is.
This is not
There's the
proof,
problem.
guys.
SC doesn't care. SC doesn't care. That's the problem.
I don't care about you, Bacon or Blue, because I know whatever I tell you guys, you're going to go against it. There's nothing that I'll be able to show you that you will agree with me. I already know this.
Well,
So
stop
this is
showing
not
wrong
about
stuff
you.
then.
I show the stuff and people will decide.
SC, we have destroyed every argument that you've made.
Uh-huh. Only in your brain.
You have absolutely nothing. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is.
Hey, no worries, bro. You can believe what you want. I'm going to give the people information and the people will decide for themselves. You guys don't run the show, man. Just because 3 guys on the internet say something, it means absolutely nothing. I have a man here, a professor who builds these things by hand. I'm going to go by what he says, not by what you say.
And see, the guy you're calling the professor that did that video, do you not think that it's strange that he does his narration from an inset little box and talks about this is my shop and this is what we do here, and they never show the guy's face that's actually in the shop. They never, the guy in the shop never talks. They're just showing a video of a vacuum pump, and all you see is this guy's hands in the video, and the guy that is in the inset is claiming that that's him, and that's just strange to me.
So you're gonna go after character assassination now. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Not character assassination. I'm pointing out a fishy. It looks fishy. And people lie. See, people lie on the internet. So you know they misrepresent all the time, and I think that's illegitimate. I think that video is illegitimate.
Of course you do. That's the only thing you can say, bro. Of course you do. And all the other vacuum chambers I posted and all the other stuff I posted, I guess they're all illegitimate lying, right? All these vacuum experts? Yeah, probably.
No, I've sold vacuum pumps. I've sold big screw vacuums, big screw compressors. I mean, the biggest shit that they make. I was an Ingersoll Rand distributor. I sold the shit. See, I know what I'm talking about.
How much O-rings have you sold to the ISS?
None, but if they called, I'd be glad to. I might mark it up a little bit.
Yeah. Here's one of the oil pumps that this fake professor uses.
I'm not saying that he is fake and is illegitimate. It just looks fishy the way that he's presenting himself.
Yeah, of course, because you don't see his face in the thing, you say. So that's fishy to you.
Yeah, it's kind of strange the way that the video's made.
Well, you can go on like trying to find discrepancies like that and don't address the main issue, which is the outgassing of the rubber O-rings. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, if it was me, I was the professor and I built vacuum pumps and I did all this stuff, I would be in my shop broadcasting as myself in my shop, not showing a video with me in a little inset up in the corner talking about how great I am.
Never said how great he is. He's just explaining the stuff which you refuse to see. I'm making headway now. I'm showing you that these gaskets won't work. And now you're going to try to character assassinate the man that's bringing the message. But look at that. Look at those O-rings. Look at all that stuff on the table. This is thick gauge metal. This is not little plastic toys. Look at that stuff, man. Does that look like plastic to you? Does that look like toys to you? Rubber? No, that looks like solid machining. You see that last picture there? Left lane?
No, I can't. See, I'm driving.
Okay, he shows a rubber O-ring. And then he shows what you need for greater 10 to the minus 6, which is the copper one, metal one. You know what that is, gentlemen? I learned more from this fake professor than I did from anybody else. I challenge anybody to listen to this guy talk and tell me he's fake. They say I have no proof. Anybody watch this video and tell me there's no proof. Just watch this one video. And if that won't do it for you, here I posted another video. Evidence upon evidence upon evidence upon evidence. Here's a torr meter for you, Blue. As you can tell, the silence says it all.
I was watching there. I also saw him loading what looked like some kind of little piston into a housing that had O-rings on the OD of it. I wonder what that's about.
Good question. I don't remember that.
It's where they're talking about the ionized and the 10 to the one pump will go down to 10 to the -3 or something, and then they got another pump, the turbo
That's
pump.
right.
Right after they show him loading what looks like some sort of piston into a bore, into a cylinder that had O-rings on the outside of it.
Okay, I'll check that out. I don't leave any evidence behind, no matter which way it points to. You find something, show it. Well, I'll be better for it. We shouldn't be working against each other. We should be working with each other against our captors. I keep saying that, but you guys just don't get it. Wouldn't you want to know, Left Lane, if you've been fooled? Wouldn't you want to know? Come on, man, say the truth.
Yeah, I definitely would, but like I've said, I just do not believe that it is beyond our technical abilities and our engineers of today to do these things at all. It's just it's absolutely not beyond our scope of ability to do what the ISS and space travel and all that. It's just not beyond us.
Even when I show you proof or evidence to the contrary, you still fight it.
Yeah, I disagree that that's evidence that it can't happen.
Okay. Here's another one. I mean, this is not like guy from down the street in the corner, right? This is a guy that builds them by hand. Everything, every part of the machine, he knows inside out.
So these are the Apollo detectives. Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
I highly recommend people subscribe to them.
Yeah. Probably. The top two guys I can think of for not being able to understand what pressure is. Those two.
Of course. Of course, Lou.
Well, see, they don't.
How many vacuum pumps have you built, Blue?
Just one.
You built a vacuum pump?
I didn't build a pump. I doubt this guy built the pump. They usually buy those things from somebody.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
I've rebuilt. I've rebuilt pumps.
How many vacuum chambers have you built?
One, a really big one.
You build a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, I told you about it earlier.
Oh, was that big thing in that big warehouse thing you were talking about a while ago? That big monstrosity thing you're talking about?
Yeah, a big vacuum chamber in a transformer factory. Yes.
And can you explain what torque it achieved?
Yeah, it would go down to the best I could get it down to was about 0.1 torque.
0.1 torque. Okay, I mean still better than I built, but hardly, 10 to the minus 12.
I typically didn't want to take it down that low simply because you'll take too much moisture out of the paper.
Okay, and obviously we can't compare that, right? Because
you can't also can't compare any vacuum chamber to the ISS. There's no comparison there.
Correct. Once again, because it's in the vacuum chamber. Yeah, correct.
The problem is maintaining pressure, not maintaining a vacuum.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's where the O-rings come in.
Yeah, and as long as we're not leaking all of our atmosphere that we need to breathe out into space, we don't really care if it leaks a little bit. With a vacuum chamber, we care a lot if it leaks, even a little bit. That will limit how good a vacuum we're able to achieve.
So you're saying that the ISS leaks a little bit all the time, and that's acceptable?
I'm sure it probably does, I see. And yeah, it would be.
Okay.
Well, how often are they bringing air up there?
Not sure about that. We can check it out. That's a good one, Jeremy. Where's the air delivery to make up for the lost air? Which is ridiculous to say that it leaks, but okay, we'll go with that. Maybe the Russians bring up the air. Soyuz air delivery. How about them? Maybe they can burn some candles, Blue. Like in. Are you guys aware how they make oxygen in submarines? That blew my mind when I found that out. You guys ever hear of?
I don't know. Go ahead.
No, go on, Jeremy.
There's this plant. I think it's called a snake plant or something. It's like super efficient at turning CO2 into oxygen. I think they said if you were in like a sealed room and you had like 6 of these plants, you'd be fine. Now they're growing lettuce and shit on the ISS, right? Why don't they just throw a couple of these plants up there? You could have a little pod or module or something filled with these plants, and it would provide all the oxygen you need, right?
Uh-huh. Well, I found out in submarines, it blew my mind. I found this out a few months ago. I just couldn't believe it. Do you guys know that they have oxygen candles?
What's an oxygen candle? What's an oxygen candle?
It's this thing they light up. It's like a cylinder. They put it inside this steel thing. They light it up, and it makes oxygen.
Yeah, I saw it in Smart Thursday. Is that where I saw it too?
Yeah, that's where I saw it. Yep.
Very cool.
Is that cool or what?
That is very
channel,
cool.
please? Where'd you find that?
Smarter every day.
Smarter every day.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll post it.
That's some powerful knowledge.
Yeah, that's what happens when you do research.
Or when you follow some YouTube videos.
Well, I've been researching a long time, but yeah, probably not on the space topic and the vacuum that you guys are speaking about, but I already know the second law of thermodynamics, but according to them, but I know that, pressure can't exist without a containment, so.
That is not the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, all I know is it's entropy. I know what you're talking about. But
yeah, entropy is not about gases, is it?
The natural antecedent to pressure is containment. I think everybody knows this. But apparently, half the world, or 90% of the world, believe that you don't need a container for a vacuum.
You said
for air
you
pressure.
require container or containment?
A container.
I thought you said containment.
No, container.
Or what if it's something other than a container offering containment? What would that be a problem?
Okay, you can deal with semantics. You could call it containment, but there's got to be a solid barrier holding in the pressure.
Okay, what if
Everybody
I can
sees a
offer?
propane tank.
What if I can offer containment?
You know what a tire is? You put air pressure in your tire, right? What happens if you poke a hole in the
trying to
tire?
respond to you. What if I can offer containment without a physical barrier? If you don't want to play semantic games, is there a problem with that?
You'd be one heck of a magician. I mean, I never seen that. Is there somewhere
Yeah,
some kind of example, some kind of proof where you can show that?
no, I'm asking if there's any physical issue with thermodynamics or any law that prevents that, or it's just something we haven't seen here down on Earth, down on the Earth's surface.
You mean you got to go to another planet in order to
No, I'm asking
find
you a
it?
question. No, I'm asking you if you still think there's a physical problem with
Well,
some containment that is not a physical barrier, or if you just haven't seen it. Those are two different things.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way: it's what everyone experiences.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You
Well,
have to have,
actually, what
you
we
have to have a
experience.
container in order to have pressure.
No, actually, you need container to create a pressure difference, right?
No pressure, period. Now you're getting in. Yeah, now you're
Okay,
talking about a
when do
gradient
you not have
inside the
pressure?
containment. Now you're talking about gradient inside a containment. I'm talking about containment just to
No,
have
I'm
pressure.
not. No, I'm not. So let's go back in before we had containers, right? Before anyone had created any chamber or anything, we already had pressure. What containers allow us to do was to create a pressure difference, was to make the pressure higher or lower inside of an environment. So containers didn't allow you to create pressure. You already had pressure. It allowed you to change it.
Show me an example of a
Okay,
a
you're just ignoring me.
pressurized system
Never mind.
without a containment. What's the example that you're trying to put forward here?
Never
And
mind.
by
You
all
just ignore
means,
what
I'm
I'm
no
saying.
expert. I'm talking about natural, everyday experience, what I experience every day of my life, and not stories and theories and all kinds of
I'm not
nonsense. I'm
giving you any
talking
of that.
about what
I
I
was just trying to
experience
make a point. You just
myself
ignore
every
what I'm
single
saying.
day.
And you still are. So never mind.
All right,
Thanks.
one at a time, guys. If you guys are all done with this pressure O-ring vacuum thing, Bacon, when we throw a ball, right? We throw a ball in a straight line. We know there's no forces acting on it, moving it left and right? Because it's going in a straight line.
Not necessarily.
What?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean that? We throw a ball in a straight line. It's not deviating from the straight line, left or right wise. And there's no forces moving it. Right?
Oh, you don't know that.
We can see if it goes in a straight line or not.
Yeah, if I'm accepting some assumptions that you're not explicitly saying, but I know you're going to change those, so.
There's no
No.
assumptions, bro. We throw a ball in a straight line. This is real simple shit. Like children can get this. We throw a ball in a straight line. The ball doesn't deviate from the straight line. Right? We do we know how to throw a ball in a straight line on Earth?
Yep.
Okay. Throw a ball in a straight line. Do we know how to throw a ball in a straight line on Earth?
Give me a minute. I'll be right back. One minute.
Tricky one, yeah, maybe.
How many of you think they use Chat GPT when we ask them questions?
Yeah, the problem is Chat GPT ain't gonna save him for the shit I bring. It's simple, it's physics. There's geometry and science involved. Like I stick to like basic shit that even the mainstream agrees with it. Like I'm not saying anything. I never say anything like crazy outside the box when it comes to this.
Yep. Same with my O-ring argument. Yep. All physics, all logical, all tested. Yep.
Well, if they weren't so nervous about it, they would have this on national platforms. You would be on there so that the whole world could see it.
Yep.
If they weren't afraid, they wouldn't be, stalking flat earthers for years upon end. Pretty pathetic.
All it would take is one of them scientists to come in here and totally ridicule us in public. That would end it all. But they know if they come in here, the absolute opposite would happen. That's why they're scared shitless.
I've been wanting them to do a north-south navigation. I've been putting it all over mainstream in their comments. They just erased the comment. North-south navigation. Just prove us. Shut us all up. Why you got to stalk us? Why you got to terrorize us in our chats?
Bro, remember the Artemis program when they had the Artemis up there? I went to the sites on YouTube. The 3 biggest sites, they all banned me. All of them. They all banned me. They shadow banned me from the YouTube channels. Why is that?
Yeah, they do it. They do it to me all the time. I'll get in the chat and I'll be on their site chatting, and my chat will stop working. I can't push the buttons no more.
Yeah,
it's retarded. I go to somewhere else and put a comment, it works just fine. Yeah.
Yeah, all they got to do is send one of their top guns. Hey, there's a bunch of flat earthers in this stupid channel, and they're talking nonsense. Go straighten them out. Put them on CNN and just straighten this whole thing out. But they won't do it because they know they would get ridiculed if they would come in here. Ridiculed.
The problem we have is we don't have a major platform we can't get on and can't communicate it. But it's still getting out like crazy, like wildfire. That's why they're in this panic that they're in. They're in an
Yeah, it's going
absolute
out in
panic.
drips. Yeah. What we need is a fire hose, but yeah, they won't let us have that.
I'm telling you, I think where they're going to end up losing this argument that I've been making is with this force thing that I just brought up with
Yeah, I'm
Bacon.
back.
Yeah, so we throw a ball in a straight line. We know how to do that on Earth, right?
Yeah.
So, and then we throw the ball. We know there's no forces pushing it left and right, right? Because if there was, it would be moving left or right, because that's what it takes to move an
No.
object.
Yeah, only if you're assuming inertial frame. You don't have that given if you don't know if your frame is inertial or not.
So we don't know how to throw a ball in a straight line on Earth.
You can.
Okay,
That
so we
doesn't
do
mean
know
there's
how to
no
throw a ball
forces
in a
acting
straight
on
line.
it if you don't know. It doesn't mean there are no forces acting on it if you don't know if your frame is inertial or not.
Okay, so if we throw a ball in a straight line and it goes in a straight line, are there any forces acting on it?
There might be. Depends on your frame.
What force? Because the ball goes in a straight line, and where would there be a force? What force?
Well,
because it's not. There's no force pushing it left. There's no force pushing it right.
Well, if that's a given, then okay, then there's no force pushing left or right. But if that's not a given, then we don't know that unless we know whether or not we know inertial frame or not.
This is Newtonian mechanics right here, right? The ball's going straight. There was a force that would move the ball out of that straight line path, right?
Yeah, but that straight line path only implies no acceleration on the inertial frame.
Newtonian mechanics or not? Or maybe I'm talking with the wrong guy.
Sorry?
Do you know Newtonian mechanics or not? Because maybe I'm talking to the wrong person.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah. So if there was a force on the ball deviating, it would be deviating from its straight line path, right?
If you're an inertial frame, yes.
No, this doesn't have anything to do with frames. There either is a force there or there isn't a force. Hold on, Bacon, 1 second. There either is a force there or there isn't a force there, right? There can't be a yes, a force and not a force at the same time, right? So there either is or isn't a force there, right? Is that a dichotomy?
We won't know that.
You didn't hear what I said at the end because you talked over me. Is that a dichotomy of there either is or isn't a force there?
That's not what I was saying. I'm not saying that there might be a force and not be a force at the same time. You're asking if we know that there's a force there. I'm saying we don't know that unless we know the frame. I'm not saying that based on the frame there is or there isn't a force, but we don't know that unless we know that we're using inertial and a non-inertial frame.
Okay, so you throw a ball. You're in a room. There's no wind. There's nothing going on. You throw a ball in a straight line. Was there a force pushing it left or right?
Say that again.
You're in a room. There's no wind. You throw a ball in a straight line. Are there any forces on it that are acting to making it go, that would make it go left or right?
Are we on a rotating sphere? Are we on a flat Earth? What assumptions am
You
I
can be wherever
using?
you want, bud. We threw a ball in a straight line. Are there any forces pushing it to the left or the right?
Oh, if that does depend on whether or not the Earth's rotating, right? Because if it is, then there is, which would be Coriolis forces, right?
That's not a real force. Newsflash. I don't know if you knew that.
It's a force.
No, it's not a force because
It is a force. It's an
okay,
inertial
we're in a
force.
room. You're in a room. You throw a ball in a straight line. The ball goes straight. There's a meter stick down. We can see that it went in a straight line. Were there any forces pushing the ball left or right?
Oh, in my frame, no.
And any so you're saying a force might appear if I view it from a different.
Yeah, they are called inertial forces. I think you should have heard of them at this point. That's exactly what they are.
There can that's why I asked you if it was a dichotomy earlier, because now you're saying there can be no force. Look at it from this spot, but then if I look at it from a different spot, there can be a force.
Not from different spots, from
You
different
think
frames.
forces magically appear depending on how you look at something?
No, not from a different spot, from a different frame. It's not about where you are, but what
A
you're
different
doing.
frame, yeah. You think forces will just magically appear on this ball, pushing it out of the way if I jump on a roundabout and start spinning around. A force is just going to magically appear on the ball.
Yeah,
Magic.
because that's
It's
no longer
magic.
going to be a straight path from the roundabout. I mean, if you're on the roundabout checking the path, you're not going to see a straight path. You're going to see a curved path. So now there is a force from that frame. That's why they're called inertial force.
It only looks like it's deviating because you jumped on a roundabout and started spinning. In the meantime, we know it's going in a straight line. You know what?
It is deviating in the frame of
Never
from a
mind,
roundabout.
Bacon. Just forget it. Yeah, just forget it. I don't think you know how Newtonian mechanics work. For one,
I'm pretty
so that's
sure I
why
do.
you're not equipped. Dude, stop over talking me. I don't know if you know how Newtonian mechanics works, because there either is or there isn't a force pushing this ball to the left or the right. It doesn't matter if you jump on a roundabout and start watching it. You don't make a force magically appear.
That's exactly how Newtonian mechanics describes inertial forces. You change your reference frame, a force shows up. That's exactly what is described in Newtonian mechanics, the thing you're saying I don't know about.
Newtonian mechanics falls apart when you jump on the roundabout and start spinning. That's where Newtonian mechanics breaks down.
No, it doesn't break down.
It does break down because there's no force. We know there's no force pushing the ball left or right. You jump on the roundabout, now it looks like there's a force moving the ball left or right. Newtonian mechanics fall apart when you start introducing rotating reference frames.
It doesn't fall apart.
I'm
Those
obviously
forces
talking
are
to
just
the wrong guy.
inertial.
I'm obviously talking to the wrong guy. It's fine. I'll wait for somebody else.
The right guy might be a guy that agrees with you then.
The right guy might be a guy that knows about Newtonian mechanics.
Or you're not demonstrating a Newtonian mechanics. You're just claiming that it falls apart because you're defining the inertial frame as actuality and the non-inertial as something that contradicts the actual one, which is not how Newtonian mechanics deals with. You're over talking me, which is how Newtonian mechanics deals with frames of reference.
Yeah, so we know if there's a force pushing the ball left or right. There's no force because we threw the ball in a straight line and went straight. No forces.
That is still frame dependent.
My AirPod died. Check.
You're good.
My AirPod died. I didn't hear if you say anything. Yeah, so we throw a ball in a straight line. We know there's no forces acting on it. No physical forces, no actual forces. Because we throw the ball in a straight line, it doesn't deviate. If there was a force, it would have deviated. Do you understand that or no? I mean, if you don't understand that, I guess we're done. So.
Well, that's still frame dependent. Like, as much as you don't like it, that's how Newtonian mechanics describes things, and that's not a contradiction.
It's not frame dependent. Forces don't magically appear and disappear if you jump on a roundabout. There either is or isn't a force acting on the ball.
They literally do. They're called inertial forces. That's exactly how they're described. They're forces that only appear in non-inertial frames.
But,
He's right,
okay.
Jeremy.
So if I jump on a roundabout, force magically appears on the ball and starts pushing the ball out of the way. Really, that's
that
really
frame,
what you
yeah.
guys think happened.
In that frame, yeah, because the
This
ball is
isn't
gonna
frame
take.
dependent. This is a
Well, I
thing
wasn't
where there
finished.
either is or isn't a force on the ball.
Yeah, in that frame, the
Man, go
ball
fuck
isn't.
yourself.
If an object's traveling in a straight line, Jeremy, that is your first
Oh, he
clue
left.
that you're in an inertial frame.
Or maybe you should try to talk to him. I think I triggered him too much.
There's no talking with you guys. You guys think forces magically start appearing and disappearing when you jump on roundabouts. It's not how it works. There either is or there is not a force pushing this ball out of the way. Physically, a real force pushing the ball out of the way. There's no talking to you guys. I'm done. Forget it. Just fucking forget it.
Okay.
So I have a question for you, the Glovers.
Go ahead.
So you've been around the moon, right? Artemis went around the moon, right?
I wouldn't bet my life on that.
Well, that's good. That's a start. Anyways, how come we can't just fly north and south around the globe? What's wrong with that? North to south circumnavigation, one continuous flight around the north to the south.
Well, have anyone tried?
Okay, billions of people have traveled east to west in an airplane, and there ain't nobody that's gone north to south all the way
I
around.
travel north to south. I just don't circumnavigate, but I leave
Well,
south of Brazil and I go to north of Brazil twice
how
or
come that
thrice in a
hasn't
year.
been done, bud?
Okay, so what's your contention, really?
Pretty simple thing to prove. You got all this technology, all these, fancy cameras and computers and, airplanes and drones. And why don't you just prove it to us and show us the north to south circumnavigation on a single live feed?
You ever seen an east to west circumnavigation?
Don't change the subject. That's
Well, I'm just
non
asking.
sequitur.
Could you answer the question? Have you ever seen an east to west circumnavigation uncut all in one shot?
That's not the point.
Yeah, it is a point. There's
No,
a
that
point
isn't
there.
the point.
There's a point there.
You're trying to prove to us crazy folks over here that we're nuts. We know we all.
We don't need to prove that. That's obvious. But
We're not trying to have you prove east to west flights. We're talking about north to south circumnavigation with a single live feed. That's it.
man, we got satellites doing that.
Simple experiment, man. You could just shut us all up. You wouldn't have to come onto our live streams and tell us we're a bunch of fools.
We got satellites doing that. That's not a problem. But the last circumnavigation, the last north to south circumnavigation, which required a number of fuel stops, obviously, because we don't have airplanes that fly that distance, was
They got
a thing called one more
the
orbit.
fuel in the air.
No airplane in existence will circumnavigate the globe in any direction without stopping for fuel.
Are you kidding me? Are you that simple minded that they don't
Don't
refuel?
call me simple minded, boy.
They got planes that refuel in the air, dum dum. They got refueling in the air. You don't have to land. You don't have to stop.
If you're gonna bring in military equipment, yes, you could do that with military equipment that can do air to air refueling. There are no commercial flights. There are no commercial flights that can make it around the world.
Are you ex-military?
What does that have to do with it? You're talking about non
Has
sequiturs.
everything
Now,
to
what
do
does
with
that
it.
have to do with it? What the fuck does that have to
You're in
do
here
with it?
bragging about nonsense
What
about
the
endless
hell does my
vacuum.
military career have to do with it? Are you
You being a
ex-military?
glober. That's what I'm talking
Are
about.
you ex-military?
No, I'm not. It's probably why I know the truth and I'm willing to tell it. I ain't got no bias. I'm not trying to protect the system we live in. And I'm just asking for a simple experiment. Maybe you got some or some military buddies. You can say, why don't we just shut this flat earther up and just do a north to south circumnavigation, continuous live feed with witnesses on the plane, okay, with the cameras rolling, north to south circumnavigation. You got all this GPS, you got satellites, you got all this stuff. How about just a flight from north to south?
How about you come up with the money and we'll be glad to.
Oh, I got to pay for it, huh?
Fuck yeah,
You
you
don't
do.
think you
I
don't
have
think
no
you spending
reason to
enough
do
money?
that. I know what shape the earth is. I have no reason to want to prove that. If you think
They
you can
just
disprove it, come up with
the
some money and we'll see what we can do.
the whole world through their banking system just paid for them to make an imaginary trip around Artemis, the moon. How about a simple flight around the globe north to south? How about that?
It's been done.
You can quit coming on the here and flapping your gums. All you got to do is get in a plane and go north to south.
All you got to do is pay for it and we'll do it.
We got to pay for it, huh?
We know what shape the
How
earth
much,
is. We don't
how
need
much
to
do you
spend
think?
our money to prove that.
How much do you think it costs?
Oh, to do a thing like that? That would be a lot of money.
Oh man, how much we talking about jet fuel and cameras on board with some backup batteries or something? Some refuelers and gas tankers, air tankers filling up the plane. How much is that going to cost?
I don't even want to hazard a guess. I would think millions.
Well, NASA gets $60 million a day, right, man? They can afford it.
Why should they?
Because they want to shut us up. Obviously, you've been
Nobody wants to shut. I don't
all
want
these
to shut
flat
you
Earth
up.
channels. You
You
and your
guys are
buddies
entertainment.
terrorizing the flat Earth.
I don't want to shut you up. You guys are entertainment for me. I want you to keep right on doing what you're doing. You're hilarious.
Well, it's probably you guys are sick and twisted. Anybody that goes out and starts putting that stuff out, that endless vacuums of space and planets and nonsense, yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself. And you're ex-military. You should really be ashamed of yourself. All we're asking is for a simple experiment, and nobody wants to do it on your side because it'll cost $20,000 or $30,000, maybe $100,000.
Are you kidding me?
You're giving NASA $60 million to make a bunch of cartoons and put them all over propaganda, all the media, propagandizing the whole world with your little story about a magic ball spinning in space. Why don't you just put your money where your mouth is and prove it to us, instead of coming up with all these fantastic theories about relativity and gravity and all that nonsense. Just prove it to us. Shut our mouths. How about that?
I don't want to shut your mouth. You're funny.
How about that, Blue?
You guys are hilarious. We don't want to shut you up.
We're sick of the lies, Blue.
Talking.
We're sick of you liars.
The more
Why do you got to
the,
lie about
the
everything?
more you talk, the funnier it gets.
A simple north to south circumnavigation.
Why don't
on
you
a
do
live
it?
feed.
Why don't you guys do it?
You know how many times I've put this into NASA, I put it into all these agencies. Emails, phone calls. Yeah. Why won't they just shut us up? Why do you got to come on and call us a bunch of names telling us we're stupid and retarded?
I haven't called you a single name.
Maybe you haven't, Blue, but I'll tell you this. There's a lot of mouthy little, keyboard warriors out there.
Oh yeah, they were calling me
And
names
I
this
believe,
morning.
and I believe they're paid by the CIA, the military, the government. They have to be. They sit on a channel for 7 years. If they think it's so stupid, why are they in the chat room for 7 years? That don't make any sense. If I think someone's totally stupid and retarded, I don't go and stalk them for years upon end. You're saying that there aren't globe earthers that are out there just terrorizing flat earth channels? You don't know that don't exist? YouTube censoring the shit out of all the YouTube channels? You don't think that exists?
Well,
What
it's a
happened?
little. I agree. It's a little aggravating. And I get a lot of my videos get that damned flat Earth warning banner stuck on them just because I mentioned flat Earth somewhere in the title. Yeah, that aggravates me.
So do you think there's a conspiracy to shut our mouths?
No, I don't think it's necessarily a conspiracy to shut your mouth. I think it's a
Why would
conscious.
they have to add their little interjection into every single YouTube video that mentions flat Earth? Why do you think they do that?
I think it's a conscious effort on their part to
You think
expose
that's right?
the fact that people are putting out erroneous information and trying to say that
Well,
the Earth is something other than a oblate spheroid is
Did
erroneous.
I put a
Right.
label on all their television programs and telling everybody that that's propaganda and you should search for the truth on these certain channels, like flat Earth channels? You should go there. Should I put a banner on every one of their videos? Or could I? Can I? Is that going to be fair? Is that going to be right?
That's not misinformation.
That's not misinformation.
What you guys are providing is misinformation.
This is what we're trying to get to. Shut our mouths. Do a north-south navigation.
Well, we've done it.
You know, it's been done now.
I've said that before.
You've done a north-south navigation with 24-hour live feed so that other people can witness it. It can be a solid experiment where there can't be, you know, we know you're CGI wizards. You think you are. You make hundreds of mistakes. I mean, it's a laughable joke. It is absolutely laughable for any man to look at those videos and come to the belief that that's what they're saying is true. It's laughable. It's ridiculous. I think these people are just absolutely so brainwashed that they can't see through the nonsense that they're putting out on television. But hey, every time like Artemis, when they put a video on YouTube, Artemis, I'm going to put a little label on there that says, "This is all horse hockey. It's all CGI. It's nonsense. You should go look at a flat Earth channel to find the truth." How about I put that label on every one of their YouTube videos?
All you need to do is be able to back that up.
So is YouTube in on it or what? Is Wikipedia in on it?
In on
Are they
what?
liars too? Are they in on the whole everybody's lying? Are they in on it too? Why are they putting those labels on everybody's flat Earth videos? What are they afraid of?
Because everybody saying the Earth is flat is lying. Yes, they're just badly misinformed.
So you're calling all of us a bunch of liars, right?
No, I just said one or the other.
Why
You're
don't you
either,
prove your
you're either
positive claim?
intentionally lying about it or you're just horribly misinformed.
There's a
One of the
way
two.
for you to prove. There's a way for you to prove your positive claim of a globe Earth
No,
spinning.
we've known it was a globe Earth all along. You guys are the ones coming in with a claim that somehow or the other it became flat. It's up
You've
to
known
you to
it all
prove it,
along.
not me.
Who is this we?
We, society.
When we say they, you're saying who's they? Well, who's we? We all have known we live on a globe.
Yeah, about 8 billion of us have known that since childhood, and this goes back thousands of years.
Everyone.
Thousands of years? You mean more
Why
like
don't you?
500 plus?
Why don't you pull up a video, one of Flat Earth videos, and look at look at that little label that they put on there? Why don't you read that before
I
you
don't
tell
have
me
to.
that everybody
I
on
don't
Earth
have to.
believes that the Earth is a ball in surfing through a vacuum?
I don't have to. I can pull up one of my videos and see the
Yeah,
same
just read
thing.
it.
Just because all
Read
I
it.
do, then I
What
can't
does it
believe
say?
it. YouTube puts it on there because I mention flat Earth anywhere in the title or the description.
Well,
That's all
let's
I
read
have to
it.
do,
If
and I get
everybody
that
believes
back.
that there's a globe, why don't you read what that says? And why would they be afraid? And why would they have that on there?
I don't mind it being. Actually, it aggravates me that it's there. But the simple fact is,
Well,
it
read it
doesn't
to us,
change
Blue. What does
anything.
it say, Blue?
It
Hey,
doesn't
real
change
quick,
anything because people watch my videos
real
and they
quick,
realize
Blue.
what.
Hey, real
One at a
quick, Blue.
time.
Yeah, yeah, Explorer. You got to let Blue finish before you chime back
I
in, dude.
apologize. I
Yeah,
apologize.
no worries, no worries. Go ahead, Blue.
Just please read it, please. That's all I'm saying.
I have read it many times.
Can you read it to the group so that we can refute that you just told everybody that thousands of years everybody believed there was a globe?
Well, if you go back to Copernicus, that's thousands
Well,
of years.
I want you to read that verse so that you can concede that what you're saying was absolute horse hockey.
What do you
Because
think I
everybody's read
said?
that message.
I said people have known it's a globe for thousands of years.
You want me to read the message to you? I'll read it.
Are you talking about the message that goes on that YouTube puts
On
on there?
every single YouTube, every Flat Earth channel.
I don't
Every
think
Flat
I,
Earth.
I didn't say it said that.
You just said that everybody for thousands of years have known they've lived on a globe.
Exactly.
Okay, well, let's look at all the cosmology that just absolutely refutes what you just said. Why are you lying?
But I'm not. Stop calling me a liar, buddy.
You just lied.
I'm gonna get enough of that.
Everybody
I'll
on Earth.
tell you what. I'm done with you. Goodbye.
Okay, run away. I'll be waiting for that north.
I'm not running anywhere. I'm just not talking to you anymore.
Yeah, someone representing their view of reality in the way that they see it is not lying.
Well, okay, he was stretching the truth. You feel comfortable now? What the hell is it?
Keep hearing this term outgassing. Makes me think of farts.
That's what it is. You're outing some gas. You're not wrong. And it's very detrimental to your cosmology. Like really bad. Really bad for your ISS.
No. Oh, for the ISS. All right. You reckon it's hard to keep pressure and the gas escapes?
Absolutely cannot happen.
Yeah, I'm not too attached to any amount of pressure. I already believe it's hard to put people in that thing, whatever it is.
By the way, SE, the ISS leaks about 0.6 pounds of gas per day. 0.6 pounds. Standard temperature and pressure is around 8 cubic feet per day.
0.6 pounds. And how do they replace that? Blue?
By cracking water.
They crack water?
Making oxygen that
Crack
way.
that water.
So they have a machine like they do in submarines to extract.
They extract oxygen from water. They take water up there all the time.
Can you please post that? How they make the water go up and how do they extract the oxygen out of it?
Like a fish.
Yeah, I can, but you can also do it yourself, SE. You can look it up.
That is interesting that we've got to that bit where they have to get extra oxygen from water like a fish.
I'm curious, when they extract the oxygen from the water, what's the byproduct of that?
The byproduct is hydrogen, which they combine with carbon dioxide, and they end up making methane, which is discarded. That's dumped overboard.
So is the carbon, or sorry, is the hydrogen, is that in a gas or a liquid state when they crack the water, so to speak?
I call it cracking. It's electrolysis, really. Okay, I'll correct my terminology, but
No worries. I like that.
It's liquid, obviously, for electrolysis to work.
So you're saying the hydrogen is liquid, and it's no longer water, but yet hydrogen.
It's water, which is hydrogen and oxygen. If you
No, I understand.
electrolyze that, you'll end up with oxygen and hydrogen.
Right. So you have oxygen on one side, and I'm assuming a gas form, not a liquid. And then you have hydrogen on the other side, which is in a liquid form, which is no longer water, yet hydrogen. Is that what you're claiming?
I have no idea what you just said.
You just said they
Could be.
separate. You said they separate oxygen from the water through electrolysis.
Yeah.
Meaning that you're now separating the molecular bonding of the hydrogen and the oxygen molecule or atoms to create the molecule. So what you would be left with would be one vat of oxygen and the other vat would be hydrogen. Is that not what you're saying?
You would have oxygen in gaseous form and hydrogen in gaseous form. Yes, and you can do this yourself.
Oh, okay. So the hydrogen would be in gas, not a liquid form.
Of course.
Interesting.
Could I survive underground, Blue, with just water if someone else topped my tank of water up and I had the right equipment? I could make my own oxygen just from water.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you think that humans breathe pure oxygen and live? Is that what you're claiming?
Well, they can. They don't on the ISS, but yes, you can.
And if
Well, no, I was.
all the Apollo equipment, those guys breathe 100% oxygen.
So
Yeah,
oxygen in a
when we
pure
pick up
state.
patients that are
Wow.
patients
Three
that are
Glovers back to back.
compromised, that cardiac. No, I'm just saying. This is an example.
I'm backing out.
We
All
put
good.
we put what's called a non-rebreather mask on them, and they're breathing pure oxygen.
Yeah, I can't deal with three people at the same time, man. All good, dude. You guys go on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, why don't you guys do a one-on-one, like left lane, and like why everybody at the same time? We got all day.
Well, it's just a discussion. I thought I would contribute that fact that we have patients all the time on the ambulance that breathe pure oxygen if they're respiratory or cardiac compromised.
Okay, take 5 minutes with Dicelo then, if he's willing, and go back and forth.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. I didn't realize it was a one-on-one. I was just adding 2 cents.
No, I didn't say you interrupted, bro. I'm just
No,
saying,
you're good.
why 4
You're good,
people
left
at the
lane.
same time?
Yeah, you're good, man. I got too much to juggle to try and have that quick of a dynamic back and forth. But I think it's a good topic. If you guys want to go forward with that, that's fine. If you want to change the topic, that's fine too.
Well, I didn't think it was a one-on-one, but I'm quite happy to let you and Left Lane talk about it, Dicelo. Why don't you guys do that? He's got more medical experience than I do.
Well, anyone's welcome to jump in. No worries. I got overwhelmed dealing with driving and everything, so it's all good.
I'll go on mute for a minute. Go ahead, Left Lane.
Well, you said something about being detrimental to health to breathe pure oxygen, and I just was putting in my part. I was kind of wondering if you thought breathing pure oxygen was detrimental to the human. I mean,
well,
you don't want to keep
yeah,
it that way, but
yeah, I mean, the way I've always seen it is that pure oxygen was a rapid accelerator, which would cause cells to decay rapidly as well. I didn't know that breathing oxygen, pure oxygen, for an extended period of time would not be harmful, but I always thought it was.
it is an oxidator, and it makes it'll make things burn that won't normally burn in the in the environment of pure oxygen. But you'd have to have an ignition source. And anybody that, like emphysema patients, they hang signs on their front door, no smoking, because it's an oxygen-rich environment inside their house.
Did you guys know that U2 spy plane pilots breathe pure oxygen?
Sure.
I had no clue. Rakia shot me a video and it blew my mind. Did you know that they breathe pure oxygen and they run on a treadmill for about half an hour before they go in the plane?
So
And then from the plane, they have a canister of pure oxygen with them. And when they go in the plane, when they put their helmet on, right, they hold their breath so they don't breathe any air from here. So it's pure oxygen from there on in.
Yeah.
So is that would that be considered better, like more efficient breathing pure oxygen versus 20% diluted with
It
nitrogen
would
and
kill
other
you.
various gases?
It would
It
kill you.
won't kill you. They do it so you don't get the bends, I believe. So, yeah.
You've never heard of hyperox or whatever the hell they call it, hypoxia or whatever it calls.
Yeah, that's the word.
Hypoxia is lack of hypoxia is lack of oxygen.
Right.
Okay, what's the other one called? This. Damn it, I can't remember.
The bends, is that like nitrogen in the bloodstream? I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
the one. Yeah.
That's called nitrogen narcosis.
Yeah.
I've got a question, Blue. If that machine where they get oxygen from water, if that broke on the ISS, how long would it take until they all starve of air?
I don't know.
Because that's quite
Probably.
important, right? If it breaks, you're fucked.
Well, you don't have to worry about it breaking if you don't ever leave the Earth.
No, the
Well,
astronauts
couldn't you
do.
take the methane from your flagellants and reconstruct that into oxygen, since you can go one way by separating the hydrogen and oxygen to create the methane with carbon? Couldn't you just reverse that process? I don't know. Blue or left lane, I guess, would have to answer that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I'm sure you could chemically break down the molecule, but it would be a stepwise process, probably pretty difficult.
methane is CH4. Do you see an O in there anywhere?
Well, you said that if you separated the hydrogen and oxygen from the water molecule and combined it with carbon, that you can create methane. Did you not?
I said what you can do is take
That's easy.
you can take the hydrogen and combine it with CO2 and form CH4.
Which is methane?
That's methane. Follow along with me. CO2 plus H2 equals CH4.
Yeah, we don't need to get rude with each other. I'm just asking questions, man.
And that is a just disposable byproduct is all. They need to get rid of the CO2 anyway.
So, SE, why did they get the bends, these YouTube pilots? Why would
CO2
they
is
get
not
the
helpful
bends?
to them.
I think because the lack of pressure causes that. I'm not exactly an expert on it, but that was one of the reasons given in the video.
Maybe it's because space is water.
Maybe, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah,
And you don't know either.
U2 just flies at a high elevation, right? They just fly higher than most airplanes.
Nobody
But
knows it, but I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Well, they say it's a lack of pressure. That's the reason given.
so, like in a vacuum, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, like in a vacuum.
So why ain't the astronauts all breathing pure oxygen?
Just told you that in the YouTube spy plane, they do breathe pure oxygen.
I know. So I'm just asking you. I wonder why the astronauts don't have to breathe pure oxygen. Or are they in the ISS? Are they breathing pure oxygen?
No, and that's a damn good question. No, they're not. They're breathing similar to what is here on Earth, they claim.
They're cracking water, right?
Cracking it
There's
up,
hydrogen.
yep.
So they'd all have the bends, right?
And I'm going to look into that because I think Blue just made that up. That
But
they
you can
crack
drown in
water
space
there. I
too.
never heard that before.
I'd like to know where the water
No, I want to hear the
storage
real
is on
word,
the
Tessie. Go ahead and call me a liar.
ISS. I just want to know where they're keeping all the water up there.
Me too.
And
And
the
I was
water.
getting.
I just want to see for the ISSs even.
So which compartment do they have that mechanism, Blue, that cracks the water? Which module is it in? So I can check it out.
Are you going to want to know which wall of which of the module too, and what position on the wall? What do you need, Jesse?
I want orientation, position, XYZ coordinates, the works.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, you don't think you're just gonna say stuff and get away with it, right? Not in here.
This is called Earth Awakenings. Yeah, we're awakening to all the lies and all the nonsense. Everybody's lying, by the way. That's what you guys tell us. Why is everybody lying? We don't think that everybody's lying. We think that everybody just doesn't, that they're just so, the propaganda is so thick that there's no way to get our message out other than Earth Awakenings. And you guys got to visit us on here to try and white knight the globe. White knight for the government.
No white knighting going on.
Well, you're here just trying to refute every single thing we come up with, and you don't have answers for these. I don't know how you can't have the bends if you're in a pure vacuum and you're not breathing pure oxygen. Isn't that what you guys just said?
Well, they're in a
What's the
pressurized
article
vessel
from
with an oxygen supply. I don't understand your problem with that.
You said you're making the air supply by cracking. What are you doing with it when you? Yeah, where's the apparatus that's cracking this water and turning it from oxygen, removing the hydrogen?
No, you could look that up. I mean, I can look it up, but you could look it up too if you're interested.
But why are we always the ones looking stuff up in citations, and you guys can't show none of
That's
your?
not really how it works. You make us do all the work for you. Remember, we're your students.
Yeah, we're the ones that are stupid. We gotta
Yes.
do all of the work for them.
No. We have to do the homework assignments. Remember, which it tells us we'd have curved visual space. He argues with Jesse for hours and hours and hours, and then can't even understand the fact that if it's curved, and why can we shoot a gun and hit the target? Does a bullet follow curved visual space too? I mean, it's just lunacy.
4
It's
miles,
complete, utter
by the
lunacy.
way.
I
They
don't know.
shot
Is
a
the bullet
4
going in a
mile
straight line?
target.
Vertically.
Meaning left to right. It's not turning left to right, right?
No, but if we keep on making it go faster and faster, it'll approach that target. Never quite reach it, unless you make it arc, and you can measure the arc or orthogonographically.
Yeah, but the bullet goes in a straight line. Like if you were to shoot down a railroad track, the bullet would be on top of the railroad track the whole time if the railroad tracks were straight, right?
Right.
Right, because there's no forces if there was a force pushing the bullet left or right, it would deviate off the railroad track, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But 9 times out of 10,
that's how we know that there's no forces pushing it left or right, and it's actually going straight, right?
no forces left to right. Exactly. So why, if we have curved visual space, why does curved visual space have a precedent or a preference of up and down, but not left and right? You figure if it was curved, it'd be in all directions, but it isn't. There, I got you now. Yeah, think about that one. Never do we see it deviate left or right on the track. 99% of the time it'll hit the track if you shoot it, but it's always curving downward because of gravity, its weight. But then if you say if curved visual space makes things look up here lower than they are, then that's odd, because why wouldn't it make it go left to right? Why would it only make it go down? And number two, we could actually orthographically, side view, measure this bullet, see where it lands, how much it falls, and then approximate where this object is out in the distance above you, and have you hit it, knowing how much it's going to fall because we've measured it, and it doesn't deviate for any other reason other than the trajectory. So the curved visual space is not a thing, as as many people have already told Witsit, it's not a thing. It's a thing for machine learning and AI and robotics for the reasons I've explained, but he doesn't want to accept that. Test. Suck the oxygen out of the room, I guess, right? Oh, we don't have oxygen in the room. Oxygen doesn't exist. I've never seen
Back
it.
back to the oxygen. Back to the oxygen for just a second. The gentleman that was curious, there's 3 links in text chat talking about how they make breathable oxygen on the ISS. But I wonder if he'll even take a look at them.
Of course not. It ruins their understanding. It ruins their misunderstanding.
Well, we're so grateful for you guys teaching us all this truth. We're so grateful to you.
You should be. It's like I'm grateful for my teachers. You should be
You
grateful for
guys are
yours.
saving our
Well,
lives.
the least you could
Saving
do is
everybody.
go and research what we're talking about,
You're
so you
saving the
can know
whole
for
world.
yourself whether it's true.
What
And
is
so
the Earth being flat?
they show the apparatus and they show everything on this article.
Explore. What does the world being flat mean to you? I'm just curious. I ask this question a lot, by the way.
Well, the word explore to me means science, means, the knowledge of figuring out the natural world around you, where you live. I believe that water is one of the most leveling, accurate devices to use for leveling anything on Earth.
Sure, I agree too.
They proved they built the pyramids by digging a trench around the pyramid where they were going to put it and filling it with water. That's how they got the pyramid level.
Right.
So the flat is just describing the plane that we live on. I mean, I know mountains. There's geographic differences.
Yeah, we're not talking about topography. I get you. Yeah, so you got water level.
That's just a description of something. It's not a shape of the earth.
Yeah, it is actually.
Well,
yeah, flat words like flat and level have multiple meanings depending
what
on
I
the
believe
context.
means, right?
You believe it mean that's a belief system?
Hey, look, you guys believe in magic, things going around the moon, and they don't even. You guys believe
You
in
know
all
what?
kinds of cartoons. Okay, I call you
Really?
cartoon boys. I think you believe cartoons are real. So, I'm trying to talk to you about reality. Water's level. The whole place is covered in it, and I think we should explore the whole nature of this place. That's what I want.
What does level mean to you?
We can start by doing a north to south navigation on a single longitude.
Sure,
One more orbit.
absolutely. We could easily. We could do all the things
How
you want
about
to
that?
do, but first your definitions need to be understood because I see you saying things like level and you're equating it to flat. I mean, that's just not it's not accurate and logical at all. Because I can do this same exercise on a ball with a ferrofluidic around it, and we could talk about things.
Logical. It's not logical that you believe that I believe that flat is not a descriptor of the shape of the Earth.
No, level for our discussion should be a direction, just a direction perpendicular to plumb. And the reason I say that, and I can back it up with an example, is if you had a steel ball and a ferrofluidic surrounding it, it would have a thin layer of this ferrofluidic around it, this magnetic fluid, and it would have a covering, like a coating, and all around that coating would be, with respect to that substance, that liquid, would be level because it'd have the relatively the same depth all the way around it, similar to what we talk about with the Earth. So in this case, you couldn't say the level is flat the way you're describing it because it wouldn't be flat. It would be circular. It'd be
I know
spherical.
the definition of your definition of level is it curves. Level is a curve.
Did you not hear what I just said about the ferrofluidic coating a ball?
To be honest with
And
you,
it was,
I mean,
okay,
I want
let's
to
say I
keep
put
this
water. Let's say I put water.
argument
Okay, hold on,
so
I have a better one. I
everybody
have a better one for you.
understands that are listening that don't understand ferrofluids and everything you're talking about.
Do you not understand ferrofluids?
Look, I know they're magnetic and they can be, that magnetism
Wouldn't it make a coating?
has an effect on
Wouldn't
them. Yeah,
Wouldn't it make
they're
a coating
magnets.
around a steel ball? Wouldn't it make a
They're
coating around a
magnetized.
steel ball? Wouldn't it make a coating around a
I'm
steel ball
sure
that was
you can
relatively
make
the
it.
same?
I've used a magnet before. I've stuck it in the dirt, and yes, the iron sticks to the outside of the.
Okay, so
I
you
know
understand that coating. That coating of the ball would have a relatively uniform
Are you
depth.
saying water is ferrofluid then, right?
No, is that what you
That was
got from what I just
saying,
told
right?
you? No,
Where's
that's
the
not what I'm saying at all.
convexity of water around a ball?
Well, if you take that steel
Can
ball
you take a
and
magnet and make
you
the
scale it,
water stick to the
can
ball?
I finish the sentence? Can I finish the sentence? Can I finish the sentence? So if you take that ball and you make it much larger, as we have told you the Earth is, with a radius of 3,900 miles and 25,000 miles circumference, that curvature is very, very slight. It's very difficult to see, but we can see the effects of curvature very easily. But the point is, the definitions that I only wanted to go. I didn't want to debate about whether the Earth is flat or round. The definition of level on that steel ball would be what we're talking about. That makes total sense. That level wouldn't be flat; it would be curved around that ball. Now we also can do things like have a steel ball and put water around it, and be in a vomit comet, where the water would have a convexity around it as well. It'd be basically inside of a big ball of water, and
You
we can
guys
see that
love
water
to dance when
it
I
has a
bring up
certain.
water. Water, is one of the most accurate leveling devices on the earth, and the place is
Really?
covered in it. You start talking about steel balls and
All right.
ferrofluid.
Yeah, well, if you go on a vomit comet, or if you go on an airplane with me, and we do a zero G of maneuver.
We
Hold
go
on, let me
somewhere
finish
else.
the
We go
sentence.
somewhere
Let me
else
finish the sentence.
other
Let
than
me
on
finish
the
the
earth.
sentence.
We
Let
can
me
see all
finish the
kinds of
sentence.
random stuff going
Explore.
on.
Come on, let me finish. You can do it. I know you can do it. So if we do this experiment where we have water and I let it go in the cabin, it's not going to be flat, or it's going to be a big blob. It's not going to be leveling anything, because it's having forces on it when it's on the ground. Now, you can say the forces are magnetic. You mentioned magnetic. It could be anything you could dream of, but it has a force acting on it because it has weight. We can measure the weight of water. So we know there's forces acting on it. Now, the question is whether the shape of the Earth is round, besides the definitions, but you just don't want to get past the definitions
We're
right now.
still buck dancing, dude. We're not talking about airplanes flying in a hyperbolic thing and dropping water out of them. We're talking about when you go to a lake and you can see the reflection of the mountains through the lake. The lake, there's nothing going on. You're not dropping it out of an airplane that's going, 600 miles an hour toward the ground. We're not talking about that. We're talking
I
about
was
flat
giving
level
you
water, dude.
flat level water. How do you know it's flat?
It's a description of what the surface looks like. It looks flat.
So it looks like. Do things look like things that they are not ever to you, or do you always see things as they are?
I mean, you have eyeballs. Everybody has
You never been
has
to a
eyes
magic
in their
show?
head, right? What do you think when you look across a lake and you see the reflection of the mountain right in front of it, that's not a flat surface?
It's relatively flat.
You're saying that I'm not believing what my eyes are seeing?
I believe that
What do
you're
you mean it's
confused what your eyes are seeing, because you're not
relatively flat?
thinking it. You're not thinking it through on a large scale. Even though that flat
Okay, so
the lake looks hold on. Well, even though that lake
you're on
looks
one
really
side of the
flat,
lake at a
it
certain
may.
elevation,
Can
and
you
you
let me
go to
finish
the
the
other side of
sentence?
the lake.
Can you let
Is
me?
the other
I'm
side of
letting
the
you
lake a
finish the
certain
sentence. Let me
elevation
finish the
too?
sentence. Let me finish the sentence.
Same elevation?
So yeah, you can look at that lake, and it will look flat, but it may not be. But you can't tell with your eyes, because your eyes are not, and your brain are not capable of making
You're
those kind
saying
of assertions.
it's actually curved.
What else would it be if there isn't a geometric horizon or anything like that obstructing you?
Hold
If there
on,
wasn't,
Zanuck.
well, there is.
You're saying the water's curved, actually, that my eyes are deceiving me, right?
Of course I am.
Well,
And
hold,
Elijah's
Okay,
question is a
where's
good
all
one as
these
well.
frozen lakes in
All
the
we have to
north?
do,
There's large
all we have
lakes
to
in the
do.
north that freeze over in the
well, well,
wintertime. Where's the curve on those lakes?
the point
Where's the
really
curve
is
on those
that
frozen lakes?
He won't even let you talk,
One at a
Elijah.
time, guys. Sanic.
Yeah, the point really is that there really is no argument. It's just like I hate when people try to make things complicated. Obviously, when we say flat, we're talking about what Google Earth as their elevation profile is flat. Now, whether you want to assume that that is equidistant from the center of the sphere, or just flat like it is in the elevation profile on Google, that's what we mean by flat, man. Like, the, argue against that instead of saying, "Are you sure it's flat?" Well, I'm sure it's not a globe with the radius
Are
of
you sure it's a globe?
3,959 miles.
How are you sure
Because
it's not a
there's
globe?
no obstruction where I would expect there to be.
When? Like when you want to look at a picture like the Black
What
Swan,
do
or
you
when you
mean
look
when
at something? Can I
purely
finish a sentence?
geometric?
Can I finish a sentence? I didn't
You said
finish.
when,
I
and
didn't
you're
finish the sentence. I
asking
was still
me,
talking.
but
Elijah,
you're
you know
asking
you heard
me,
me. Elijah,
but you're
come on. Be
asking for
fair. Be fair.
clarity from
Elijah,
me,
be fair. You know I was talking. Just let me
but
finish my
you're
sentence.
asking
So,
for
but Elijah,
clarity
I know you
from
hear me.
me,
I know you can hear me talking.
right?
Hello, is the mic working? Test.
Guys,
Okay,
you
thank you.
gotta go one at a time.
So Elijah, listen.
Well, he asked for
You're
clarity.
talking
He said
about
when,
if you're,
so I started
Elijah.
talking.
I start
Elijah.
talking again, and you start talking out over me. Come on, let me just finish my sentence. I let you talk. I listened to every word you said and didn't say a word.
Well,
Just shut up for a second. Just try
well,
it.
if I
Just see if it
say
works.
something and
Elijah,
someone
just see
says
if it works.
when,
All right, you know
I
what?
have
I'm
to
out.
qualify
I'm out,
what I
Brian.
said, right?
I'm out. You know,
But
I'm glad
Elijah,
you're.
he was going to give you examples of like when, like during this, during that. He was going to give you like
No,
to
I
pick
don't
from
need
something.
examples. I can just tell him straight
It's
up.
not your direction for telling me what I need to give you. I'm giving you a sentence, and I'm giving you the
I
respect
don't
you should give
need
me.
anything
Listen, I'm
given.
not.
I
I don't care what you
already
need.
have a.
I have the right to talk.
I don't.
I was so you're just talking over me. Or even right now, I can see you lighting up.
Elijah,
So
just
Elijah,
because.
so just because you look at a picture like the Black Swan, or we can do things like look over a lake and have markers and know the distances and look at angles. The angles that we can measure above the surface do not comport with your idea that the Earth is flat. It actually shows convexity. It measures convexity. We can measure it very easily. You can go to a mountaintop and go to certain you can just go to even flat surfaces. You can go on a mountaintop and look at objects above a ski lift, bottom and top. Do some reciprocal zenith angles. All these things point to convexity.
I didn't hear when. I heard this. That this is what I mean by confusion. When someone has a specific point that doesn't need to be added to or subtracted from, but just responded to, and I asked you to respond to it, you didn't. You just went along with your argument, which is
No, I
separate from
answered
what
your.
I'm saying. And my
I
argument
answered
is
your.
simply, well, we're on the globe. There's supposed to be a cutoff point. I agree with that. If I did live on a globe, then I would believe that there would be a cutoff point. I assumed that that was the horizon. We now know that the horizon is not the cutoff point geometrically. There's other shit going on. I'm not religious. I don't give a fuck about well, maybe it's not geometrically where I would have expected. I'm not a glober. I'm no longer religious. I don't have to give reasons for why the first thing I set out to prove, which is the one claim I thought was true, isn't true, and what the caveat is. You want to do that for the rest of your life? You can.
What I responded to you with was specifically to your claim, and you said I don't see things missing when I look across the horizon. Things aren't being blocked by the horizon. Yet we do see things blocked by the horizon, and we do measure this convexity. We do measure the horizon drop at altitude. It's very easy to do. So I'm telling you, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not making a big deal out of it. I'm specifically answering your claim. Why? Listen, I specifically answer. You're saying you don't see. Let me steel man you. You said you don't see things in the distance that should be missing that are still being visible,
That's not what I
like the
said at
Black Swan
all.
is an example. Is it possible that I was muted and you
You got to
keep on
get what I
talking over me?
said
I was
right
trying to
in
get in
order
while
for
you
me
were
to
talking.
shut the fuck up.
Okay, you know what?
You got to
Forget it,
get what I
Elijah.
said
You're
right in
impossible. You
order
always
for
have
me
been.
to shut
You
the
have
fuck
not
up.
learned.
That's the problem. If you don't repeat my position correctly, I'm going to attempt to stop you. I don't know what it is
That's not how it
about you
works,
guys
Elijah.
that.
Because I tried that, it
Well,
doesn't work.
I cannot.
Just try to control yourself, Elijah.
And then fight that straw man. I can control myself, but again, it's annoying fighting a straw man 2 minutes after you've stated your position and somebody getting it wrong. It's annoying.
You clearly said, I don't think the Earth is curved because I don't see things obstructed by the horizon. You said that.
That's not it.
Well, then say it again. Then maybe I got it wrong. Go ahead, say it again.
Well, geometric horizon, meaning I'm assuming the horizon is a physical obstruction based on the size of the Earth. So when I say horizon, I didn't even say horizon, I said geometric horizon. Because I'm
So I left one
assuming
word out.
if I live on a ball, then what the horizon, I'm sorry, then what the horizon is is an Earth measured distance based on the formula that we use. Now, if
Right.
you don't think that that's possible because of other factors, that's your problem. And if you don't want to deal with this point by talking about the horizon and decoupling it from the geometric part, I have no interest in. You're not answering me. So what's the point?
Well, let me answer then. Now, don't talk, and I'm going to say my answer. So now I got it very clear. You're saying that the geometric horizon, I left out the word geometric. I thought that was implied. Yes, the geometric horizon hides things. We can show this measurably. And when things are not hidden by the geometric horizon, there are things like variables, like refraction and other types of obstructions that can be blocking an object, not the geometric horizon. They can loom things up, which would not allow the object to be blocked by the geometric horizon. But when we start measuring and changing that independent variable scientifically, we start measuring what that refraction value is by the differential heights in which we measure this object in the distance and the angles to it. And we
Category error.
find as we go higher, let me finish, almost done. As we go higher, Elijah, we do see that there is a distinct angle change which dictates that the horizon is geometric and that it is blocking things in distance. Now, I've measured this. I've done the test. I don't think you have.
That was a super category error sitting there talking about science when we're supposed to be talking about geometry and angles. Independent variable. That's the confusion that I'm talking about. People, just using words willy-nilly. But the bottom line is, okay, you change angles and you can see more of the earth, yada yada, ha. That's great. The bottom line is no. The formula is for a specific height, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. So based on my height, I'm expecting the geometric horizon to be at a specific distance, and there should be anything that I can see that the horizon isn't obstructing at that point. That's not true. The only reason I'm saying this is because it's well documented as well as it's just math. And once I understood, I'm like, okay, well, you're saying that there's a geometric cutoff. No, there's not. There's a horizon and there's things beyond it that look cut off. That's not the same as the horizon being a geometric obstruction. We don't know what the fuck the horizon is, but you're claiming it's physical because it's the earth that's curving away. That has to be at a specific point. If you want to say it's not at a specific point because XYZ, at each given case being the given height, you can argue that. I don't really care. I'm not going to be arguing that I can see around corners and I expect things to be here, but actually they're over there. You can do that all you like. Not
That's just
interested.
scalloping.
Hold
Okay,
on,
are you done?
Elijah. I'll answer it
Oh, wait, can I
for him.
respond to Elijah?
You didn't use the tricky math, Elijah.
No,
We
no.
got this
First of all,
tricky
two
math
things.
called refraction.
So two things, Elijah. First of all, the scientific method is not only applied to science type exploration and understanding. You can use this methodology, which is the independent variable, to actually do physics too. We want to get a value to see where that Earth curve is, and we want to determine what those variables are, like refraction. We can do multiple measurements. That changes the independent variable, which is the height above the surface. That is what I was talking about, and I'm talking about that. So as I go higher, I can see a change in angle to the horizon, and eventually I can dictate and determine what the refraction value is by doing this differential math. But besides that, we can actually see objects being hidden by the horizon. We can see how far that object is that is being hidden by the horizon, because we can go a little higher and then see it again. So we can do all sorts of tests, and you don't want to believe that they exist. You think because it's sometimes we don't see things where we should see them, so therefore everything is flat, or it doesn't count, or you discount it. And that's your problem, not anyone else's. Now, just because you don't see something the way you think it should be seen by others doesn't mean it to be true, because you haven't done the tests. If you did the test in the math and you gave me an set of experiments that showed me that you understand what you're talking about, then I would give some validity to what you're saying. But right now, you're saying, you know what? I just don't see it. I see times when I should see that I don't
Still a
see things, or I
category
see
error.
things that I don't see that
I'm
I
not
do
saying
see, and therefore I think the Earth is
I
flat.
didn't
And
say
that's
that.
what
I
you're
don't know
saying.
why he keeps on saying that, guys. That's ridiculous. I don't
Well,
know
it's
why
because
you
it's
keep
what you're saying. I'm reflecting what you're
saying
saying.
I see things, I don't see things. No, I didn't say that at all. That's what
You did.
you're saying. Like when people say, "Oh, I see too far." Oh, I see that. I'm not saying any of that shit. I'm not saying anything you just said. The only thing that I'm saying is I would expect a geometric cutoff at a specific point based on the size of the earth, and that's never the case. I didn't say anything about sometimes seeing this, sometimes seeing that, maybe not seeing this, maybe not seeing that. I specifically talked about the horizon being the subject in question. Is it geometric? Definitely not. But people assume it is, and that's not based on its geometric nature because it's not geometric. So you guys want to talk about other factors and this, that, and the third? Well, you haven't proven that it was geometric in the first place. So how the fuck are you going to tie a whole bunch of factors after the fact to that?
Man,
I don't know why you
Elijah,
keep trying
that's a
to
lot.
tell me I'm saying things that
And you're
I'm not
still not
saying.
done.
I'm just talking about the
And
one
you're still
claim
not
that's
done.
on.
Okay. When I
Yeah,
said see this, see not
I don't know
see
why
that, I
you
was
keep
talking
putting
about.
words in my mouth. You're talking about maybe another argument you had with somebody else, but the bottom line is deal with what I'm saying. I don't believe the claim. The claim on Google that you can find from Washington State or any of these other places where they show you the diagram and they're like, if you're this height, here's where the horizon is. I have never found that to be true. That's all I'm saying.
Have you looked?
Not saying anything else. You're saying I'm wrong. You're saying that I haven't considered other variables. And here's the thing. I know that the scientific method is just a method that establishes cause and effect. Okay, the independent variable would be the thing that is causing a phenomenon. Okay, so unless you actually, assume for the hypothesis what that is, and then test it afterwards, that's what science would be, and an experiment would be. So you said something about an independent variable. What would that be? And what would it be causing?
Okay, you went on for 5 minutes just now. It could have been simple. You didn't understand what I said
Well, all I said was
clearly. So
I
I'm.
didn't
I'm
say what you said. I
can I
said
stop?
now
Let
tell me
me.
what
It's
you
my
think about
turn
the
now. You went for
independent
5
variable.
minutes. You
It's that
literally went for
simple.
5 minutes. Let me just
Is
respond. Just
anyone
shut
else
up for a
not?
second.
Is anyone
Let
else
me
not
just
listening to the
respond.
conversation?
Elijah,
All
please
I said
control
was don't
yourself.
put words in my
Please
mouth.
control
And what
yourself.
was that thing you
You
said about
said,
the independent variable?
Elijah, you said that this and that. I don't see that. But I was talking about things you see and don't see with things like the horizon or the Earth blocking.
Stop
That's what I was referring to.
telling me
Let me.
about
Okay, let me
that
just
because
clarify
I
that.
don't care.
Why
I'm not
Hold
can
on,
he
just
do
testing
give
this?
him
you.
like,
Why
hold
can
on,
he do
Shannon.
this?
Hold on, Elijah. Hold on. Just give him like 20, 30 seconds to respond, and then you can respond after. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess.
Not because
Yeah.
this is the second
Thank you.
time that I'm
Just
telling him
mute
instead
him
of
like you mute
stepping in
me.
as
Do
a
some
moderate.
fairness, Jeremy.
This is the second.
Have some fairness,
This is the
Jeremy.
second.
Eli, let
This
him
is
Mute
the
him,
finish,
second
man.
please.
time.
I
I'm
He's
know.
not
going.
gonna.
He's
He's
gonna
not going to.
do it
He won't
again
let
and
me yield to
again.
you.
Eli, he's going to do it again and again, over and over, all day long. That's just what
Oh
he
yeah,
does.
you're right.
So I mean, we got to give him time to respond. Otherwise, it's going to be a shit show.
Yeah, we
But he
decided the
can't
only
do it.
way out is to
He
just not
can't control
engage.
himself.
The only
So
way out
Elijah,
is
the
to
independent, the
not
Witzit,
to
this is
engage.
not the time, Witzit. I must.
I think we should just leave that.
It's so annoying. Like he keeps on trying to gay lube wiggle his fucking premises into what I said when clearly I didn't say it. My only subject is the horizon. He's trying to say that I'm saying all types of other different shit. And that's how people get confused. No, the fuck, I'm not saying that. Don't you fucking tell anyone else that I said that. You tell them what I said. Well, Eli said, when you look on Google and you type in distance to the horizon, it gets you a very definitive answer based on the earth being a globe. You can then go outside and figure out if what they said is true. My golly gee, it's not fucking true. That's all I said. Don't you fucking put any extra words in my mouth when you're telling other people what I said. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So, like, yeah, I just think that we got to realize it. I got to realize it too. You know, you have to understand their position. You have to understand what they have to do to defend their position. And, you're gonna get a lot of sophistry, man. You're gonna get dragged through the mud. You have to just choose to disengage. It seems like we can't be unfair and like just never let them speak, or so you have to choose not to engage with them. Don't worry though; they will diligently pursue the engagement. But you just have to turn it down. That's just how it be, bro. The most
The last word is always them explaining first and foremost some shit that you didn't say, and then attacking that straw man. It's hard for me to leave it on the table like that. Very
no,
hard.
I get it. Trust
But
me, I get
but
it.
I
Because
understand. I
yeah,
know we're all battling the same thing. So I'll
dude, I get
I'll be
that
better.
thing you just outlined like on steroids, Eli. Like, dude, if you ever go read the comment section of any debate I've ever been in, dude, I get the build the straw man and burn it down thing on steroids. It's very annoying. It feels like you're basically being slandered, but it just kind of is what it is. I will say though, don't you guys find one of the most interesting parts of this is like once flat Earth came out and we're like geometric horizon, this is the mathematical requirement. This is where the horizon should be. This is where the Earth curve should be. That we made them update the globe position. No matter what someone wants to say about how stupid flat Earth is, flat Earthers made the entire globe position change.
Oh, you know what? That is so powerful. And I don't know. I know you popped in the 24/7 once or twice, but I don't know if you were there when I shared this video from 6 years ago. And I think it's titled "Disproving like, the Horizon." Everything that Zanuck is trying to sit here and let me fuck him. Never mind. Everything that every Glober has tried to do in relation to us saying, "Hey, isn't the horizon geometric?" Everything that they've tried to do is undermined in this video 6 years ago. Clearly, this little piece of history is just what the fuck y'all were saying. So, Tron is a response to what you've been saying for the last 200 years. How many years have they been saying boats have been going over the coast? However long that's been, this is our fucking rebuttal. No, the horizon is not geometric. Now what? You guys are gonna lie and say that was never your position. That's just, actually no. That's quite exciting. We made you take off your shoes and get new ones, not
Is he
those
like
high
going out? Or is
money
it like my
outside.
AirPods?
Yeah, you're breaking.
It might be
Now left lane's breaking up.
oh shit. It might be the win for me. But yeah, oh shit, it's flat earth, it's muddy outside, mom. I need to get my other sneakers. They switched up the
Like,
whole shit.
yeah, it's like I just think it's funny because what they'll say about it is that they didn't change it. They'll say, "No, we've been saying this the whole time. This has been the position." According to Witter, no one knew about refraction 7 years ago. Ha ha ha. But this is why I'm saying we just shouldn't engage with them because, like, I'm obviously not just lying. They changed their position. We all watched it. Anyone that's been here the whole time watched it. So first it was Superior Mirage, right? They said Superior Mirage in response to Chicago. That's the only form of refraction they said. They never said that the physical horizon could be lifted up and moved backwards or anything. Like now we have this total new form of refraction. We have everything is refraction now. And they've created entire papers since Flat Earth to try to explain terrestrial refraction with specific equations. This did not exist before Flat Earth, which means that the highest levels of academia in that field have literally been responding to Flat Earth. We actually changed the globe Earth explanation in the 21st century. So if you think Flat Earth is stupid, that's cool, but we made you change your position in the 21st century. I think that's pretty telling, to be honest.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. It's a great way to think about it. Yeah,
It's going
I
to keep
guess I
happening,
should be
too.
less triggered than I should be way less triggered when I hear Zanuck, because all he's doing is projecting the fact that the Earth was a globe in everyone else's minds, and now, even though he doesn't want to accept it, his argument had to change because of something a flat earther said. How does that make you feel, bro? Because
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
damn
like there are
sure
baller
they have clips of you
veterans in here, bro.
talking
You have to
about the
understand that
geometric horizon.
these people are veterans in here. These are baller veterans. So like, you know, like say a girl is like a scuzzy and she's cheating on her dude. If you just listen to the girl explain the story, you may leave convinced that she didn't cheat on him or that she was a victim and somehow what she did was justified or right. Like that's kind of the way the world works, man. If someone gets good enough at representing whatever they want you to believe, like they can spin a narrative tactically enough to where it can sound convincing. And you're dealing with that in here times 1,000. These people are veterans, bro. They've been in the trenches, you know. So it's this way. You gotta just kind of know that, like they're gonna know how to do it. They're gonna know everything the flat Earth says. That's why they're in here every day, is to stay up to date with it. They update constantly. They work. They literally drop down to lower rooms to work out answers in here, bro. I don't know how much. I don't know how often you're in here, but they'll literally be like, "Hey, Blue, we drop down the lower room." They gotta like work out their answer once say one of us get them caught up. So yeah, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. That's why I think it's super funny to just like bring new arguments that they can't refute and then watch them change live. Because when we talk about the horizon of refraction, they've changed it for years now. Now they have the parroted script. Light bends down to the more dense medium. This causes objects to appear higher. Even though it doesn't, it requires angle of incident, viewing angle, the actual specific uh, incident location relative to the observer, relative to the position of the object that's actually like its actual position relative to the incident. So it doesn't just make things go up, but that's just their talking point, right? So I don't know. I find it boring. I really like Jeremy's argument right now because they don't know
Yeah,
what to say to that one
yeah,
yet.
I want to hear. I want to hear. Yeah, okay, put it out there. Let one of these guys respond. 'Cause I haven't heard it in action yet.
Well, does anyone want to engage with Zanuck? I feel like from here forward, we need to ask, like, do you want to engage with Zanuck? And the person has to say yes, because otherwise he will just, he just rampages and overtalks and strawmans and does all these things. And then he talks nonstop and the whole room has to listen to him do this for hours. So I don't know. It's up to you guys.
I have to let you guys know that I've been telling y'all I don't want to talk to Zanuck, the ear racist, for like a year now. I just on every platform. I just, in case everyone didn't catch it.
Jeremy, are you here to lay out? I don't think anyone wants to talk to him, bro. Jeremy, are you here where you can lay out your new argument?
Yo, you know how we get them, I think, is with the forces. The forces, right? Because in order for the ball to be deviating left or right, you got to put a force on it. I'm driving to a bad area right now. I don't know if I'm going to get good reception, but also you could have the ball you throw go straight above a railroad track, not deviate left or right from the railroad track. We know the railroad track is straight. We can snap a line. We know when things are physically straight. And if the ball never deviates left or right from the railroad track and goes straight over it, straight down the railroad track trail, we know that the ball hasn't actually gone left or right because we know we can see it never deviated from the railroad track. Just because you jump on a roundabout, a force doesn't magically appear if I get on and off the roundabout. The ball doesn't deviate from the railroad track that's straight just because you got on the roundabout. Like they really can't get out of this. I don't.
Yeah, let me lay it out for Eli. Like that. The basic argument is they say that the Great Circle route, the geodesic, is the shortest route for a plane on the globe Earth, right? Like on a sphere, the circle, the arc is the shortest route. So when we fly from one point to another on the globe, they claim that's the shortest path. And what the plane does is it keeps its heading on that location, that city that it's traveling to as it flies, right? But if the Earth is actually spinning and there's Coriolis, then the shortest route would be leading the city you would leave the city. If you followed the city and had to constantly update towards the city, that would be a longer path, which would translate to millions, if not billions of dollars in fuel. And they would obviously take the shortest route, but they don't. They put the heading on the city. And so we've just had them freaking out about this. Jeremy's had them going crazy, contradicting themselves, making like 50 different explanations. They can't even
Yo,
answer
this argument is
the
this
lead
argument is slamming, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta come in. You gotta come in and do that for 24/7, so that Mickey could give you the clip on the new channel. Basically, how you get the wig snatcher clip is basically you just stump a global. Basically.
Am I the only one that can't hear Elijah?
No, he
It's like
cuts out pretty bad.
mic's wrong or something. Mic's up.
What is the point of buying over $100 pair? I don't. Anyway. Oh, so Jeremy, yeah, come to 24/7. Have one of these Globe Earther speechless with your argument. Then Mickey will clip it out and put you in his new channel, his new thing, for the wig snatching, You get that
Who's
clip
that,
when,
Maggie? Is that
yeah.
Maggie?
So you get, yeah. He created a new channel, so you get the clip on his channel when you stump a Glober, basically.
I better be on there.
No,
Yo, Jeremy, I DM'd you back.
no doubt. I might shoot over there.
I DM'd you back, Jeremy. You can you mentioned like getting on Jaren's show. So like I could of course get you on his show. That's like my best friend. But I'm just saying like he has something called Speaker's Corner. And every week you can call in, you get 3 minutes. And if you're saying something really interesting and he gets into it, you know, he always lets you go way over. But if you're
I only
not
need
saying
3
something
minutes, bro.
interesting, well then just use
I
the 3
only
minutes and just
I only need 2 minutes. Ask my wife.
Oh wow, dude! What a
Yikes.
strange flex, but okay.
Yikes.
So yeah.
Oh my
Anyway,
God.
yeah, you can
Very
just go to his
interesting.
show. I think it would be good because I could go explain it to him, but I like to give credit where the arguments are. And you're the first one I heard break it down like that. I have mentioned, of course, like Great Meridian flights debunk the globe, north to south flights, because you have to account for curvature, and then the location you're going to would be way off path. So you'd have to adjust. They don't adjust. But the way that you play it, I think it's the best way. Because what you have the Globers doing is denying like basic reality that like an 8-year-old could figure out. It's like if I'm flying my drone on a merry-go-round and there's someone standing there, is it going to be a shorter path for me to lead where the person on the merry-go-round is going to be, or is it a shorter path to just fly towards them and constantly correct, trying to catch up to them? You know, like you could draw a cartoon and then like a literal 8-year-old would be like, yeah, that one's shorter. You know what I'm saying? And you got them like denying that. So I think it's beautiful to keep it that like at that level.
Yo, I just saw that show recently. Didn't Troubling Tribune call in and get way more than 3 minutes because he's super cool?
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Probably.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Like I think I'm gonna end up doing a call-in show too because people like that. But the problem is that some people just have no social awareness, you know, and then so you gotta set limits and then it's a whole thing. But yeah, you should call in and join the show. That's what I think. And then we're about to rebrand and relaunch Globebusters. It's going to be fire, like in honor of Bob. So we are going to have occasional call-ins there too. So I'd be happy to get you on there to explain this.
By the way, I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. I haven't really, nobody's actually even said anything till just now. Like I seen it post on Facebook, and you're the first time someone mentions it. Yeah, I've been like on DC, so condolences to Bob, man.
Yeah, he was a real one. I actually like we did his memorial, man, and I couldn't help but like cry. Dude, it was pretty crazy. I was trying to like say my speech and I started crying, bro. I couldn't even like get out what I wanted to say. It was pretty bad. But
Yo,
yeah,
in the most like in the most skeptic place on Facebook, even they're like, yo, we're not gonna disrespect this man. And I was like, thank fucking goodness, you know. Excuse me for cursing. I curse a lot, shit. But anyway, yeah,
But they
you know,
do though. They do still disrespect him because like just like I don't know about that group, but like McToon made a video about RIP Bob, right? And it's got all the anti-flat earthers put a clip in there. And they're pretending to be human and pretending to care about Bob, but they can't help themselves. Even in like a 30-second clip about someone dying, they're like, "Thanks, Bob," and then they start bringing up their globe evidence. They all say, "Thanks, Bob." Bob didn't even touch the gyro, dude. But Bob didn't even touch it. All he did was relay the information to someone else. He didn't even touch the gyro. So it's just goofy that like like even after they
see
die,
that
they're
that's
gonna
the
say
kind
that.
of stuff that's the kind of stuff that like I mean honestly, like I am a fighter. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people misrepresenting people. Like Bob had one of the biggest misrepresentations in Flat Earth, and he has a video on 24/7 where a kid came in and tried to do the whole thanks Bob thing, and Bob broke it down to her.
Yeah, we
And I'm
recorded
like,
that.
yeah. And I'm like, I just can't stand the misrepresentation. It's like you're being disrespectful. You're the closest thing to
Man,
a
it's hard to
devil that
hear
I
him.
know.
Yeah, you're like you go to where you're really not. But like this is the thing about that. Like Bob's like a super caring person, so he cares a lot about what people think, And so like that really bothered him, bro. It sucks, but it did. It really bothered him. I'm like super desensitized to it. I find it humorous, like the lies, but it really bothered him and like was detrimental to his health, bro. Like it bothered him that much. And so did the Oakley debacle, so did all that. Like he was like obsessed with it and it's sad. And it's sad that someone would just double down on it after he passes, but whatever. I think that what Bob harped on the most was like if we disagree on things, we should respectfully disagree. That's why he got a bunch of people that have different opinions on the show. And I think that just in honor of him, we should just we should absorb that mentality, like we want the truth out about the earth. We should come together as a group and unify in commonality and then kind of like admire and appreciate our differences. The fact that we have different opinions about the earth is why flat earth is so beautiful, which is why it's more accurately denoted as true earth, because we're just trying to figure out what the earth truly is. And I think that that's the biggest thing I'm taking from it is that he harped on us just being a cohesive unit and like a family. And we have to do that to win the battle, to win the war, because we're marginalized and we're a minority and we're censored and we're attacked and blah, blah, blah. You guys get it. I'm not trying to hoorah ya. I'm just saying, like, I think that is important. And I think that that's what he would want. Um, and regardless of what you think about his opinion about gravity or his opinion about the ether, like Bob changed a lot of people's lives, man. And Bob was one of those people that you could be like, yeah, flat earth's so stupid. Go listen to my buddy talk for a second. So
I think you're right,
we
bro.
should just honor him.
I think you're right. I think the only reason flat earthers have beef at all is literally because of the initial backlash that we got from loved ones. So we think it's our responsibility to police other flat earthers so that we don't get backlash for the arguments that we don't come up with, good or bad.
Right, but think about this, Eli. Think about this. I agree with you, but think about this. That's so unrealistic and irresponsible because
No,
that's never gonna
that's
happen.
what I'm
If flat
saying.
Earth blows up, dude, just
That's what
go
I'm
look at.
saying.
I know, but Eli, go look at TikTok right now. Do you know how many? Okay, there's 2
You can't.
billion
I know you
searches.
can't stop it. You can't stop it.
But
People are
you
gonna think
can't
what they're
stop
gonna think.
people saying stupid stuff, man. Like new flat earthers are gonna come on camera before they're ready, and they're gonna say things they shouldn't say. And if flat Earth really blows up again, which it is definitely going to do, we're about to have a 2000.
Yeah, for sure, it's happening.
They have to accept that the territory, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, it just what's gonna happen, bro? There's no way around it. It's just like the Globers that are new to the convo. They don't represent the globe correctly, and all the Globers in here would not like the way that they answer. They don't even agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson, dude. So it's just kind of a thing. If you have a large number of people saying something, then you're gonna have people say things wrong or say things in a way that you don't like. I think that was Bob's whole point, man. Is like just who cares? It's like, is it better that we all talk about flat Earth together, or is it better that we don't do it because we're not all saying the same thing? You know?
Yeah, it kind of that definitely it sucks because I extended out to you and I's relationship because I'm not in the generation of Bob. I didn't even come along till I think what is it, 2017. So that's what I mean. Like the way that I see you and the people I came up with. Obviously, I'm gonna look at that as my class. You know what I mean? Like I can't. It's a different way that you see the people you come in with, uh, versus people who have been here and people who come in. And
True.
just from our relationship alone, I realized that others were willing to put on you what I know isn't on you, isn't true. Like I know you're a genuine person, you're a real person. I know that you're trying to change, everything that's wrong with the world as much, if not more, than I do myself. And I'm like, but that energy that you were talking about earlier would have me blinded to that, would have me believe that you're my enemy. Why? We're in this together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you're my brother, bro. We hung out in person. Like I will say, yeah, like just the one thing. The reason that I'm like the Bob thing messes me up so much is like he was like I think we forget that we're real people and we put people on pedestals and we expect them to be perfect but that was a real person and he was like my second dad. Okay, so like I couldn't talk to my family about flat Earth. I just kept it to myself and talked to my friends and then worked and then randomly ranted on Facebook. He saw it and then tried to talk me into coming on. And I was able to talk to him about like my real life and what flat Earth was doing negatively in my life. I was able to run new ideas where your dad's supposed to be proud of you. Like my dad's never be like, bro, the fact you just put together, the pure potential state of inertia being the background medium, that'll never happen. But Bob was like proud of me when I would put some of these pieces together, and he encouraged me. And so he was like my second dad. He was like my flat Earth dad. He was like the dad I could talk to about conspiracies and stuff. And so I was like, he helped me out with so much. He talked me into doing this. He got me the laptop. I mean, I paid for the laptop, but he covered the little extra and then put it together, spec'd it out for my first streams. He ended up getting me my last computer. He helped me on the whole tour, blah, blah, blah. He helped me so much I couldn't even list it all. And I'm like, wow, he must really just think I can help Flat Earth you. And then once he passed, I found out he did that with everybody, bro. He was like, there was like 100 people that were like, he helped put my computer together. He helped me pick out everything for my setup. Everybody is talking about how he loaned me $6,000 here. He bought my $1,500 guitar here. He spotted me $400 on Need Help here. Like he was helping everyone behind the scenes. He was actually like an unspoken hero, bro. He was like like the father figure in Flat Earth in a way. And I think that we should remember him like that, man. And we should honor him. And I don't want to get too like in the feels, but you get it. Like we should honor him by kind of coming together as a family. And if there's like some metaphysical equation where he's the catalyst for us to come together and shatter the Overton window, then we should just embrace that. Does that make sense? So that's what I think.
And to go back to your earlier point, if more flat earthers did realize, oh wait a minute, the enemy, the real enemy, which is the lies. I don't think it's people. I just think we were all brainwashed at something, and so we're all playing at the part of the game that we're willing to play at. But ultimately, it's the lies that we should focus on. And I think you saying what you said about, like, 'cause I'm just sitting here, I'm mad at Zedek, right? And then you're just like, yeah, but They had to change their entire argument. I'm like, oh shit, what am I mad for? You know, like I think if more of us realize that, maybe we could get a little closer. We don't have to be
Yeah.
afraid that they're gonna lock us back in the grove for another 1,000 years. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we don't. Yeah, we don't have to keep going. I see people already getting triggered about it, but I just want to throw that out there because I think that yeah, I think we are kind of like a family, man. You know, like I think that you come closer in times of attack, and we should do that. So that's pretty much all I'm saying. And then just to kind of switch back over to Jeremy's argument, so people don't get so triggered. But Jeremy, if you want to like expand on it anymore, or I don't know, Eli, what you think about it, but I think it's like it's pretty damning. It's very eye opening. When we fly planes in the real world, we fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. But not only on a basic level, but even with how we actually fly from destination to destination. We put the city in the heading, and then we go to that city. That's it, right? We go to the city from where it's at when we take off, relative to us. We do not say, okay, well, there's going to be a slight deviation at cruising altitude of Coriolis, so I need to account for where the city's going to be displaced and then leave the city. We don't do that. That would save so much money if the Earth was a spinning globe. It's pretty lethal. That's a pretty lethal argument. I mean, the money doesn't care about globe zealots on the internet. You know, that's why I always say, like, if it was all about money, the Earth would be flat overnight. Everyone would know the Earth's flat overnight. When it comes down to money, people don't care about weirdos, sun worshippers that thought the Earth was a ball that goes around the sun. No one cares about these weirdo sorcerer, occultics, alchemists. No one cares about them. They're like, okay, this is how we have to do this and invest our money to make money. That's why I love the argument so much, because money cuts through all the rhetoric.
Yeah, man. I can't wait. A year or two from now, oh my God. Holy shit. Boy, oh boy. Whoever wants to start in the projects with me, I am down. And I will have the cash. But it's time to take this thing up to the next level, man. Like it takes energy and make no mistake. The currency you make is representative of the energy that you put out. Now, the caveat is whether or not you have a hole in your pocket that you haven't figured out. But we all put out a good amount of energy. We should be reaping that return. And
Sorry,
yeah,
Elijah, we could barely hear you, buddy.
I know. I just realized that. I'm gonna have to go home and
Outer Space, brought to you by Walt Disney.
Isn't NASA just Disney for adults, though?
Yeah. Religion for atheists, whatever you want to call it.
That's a good one, too.
Hey, Shane, how's it going?
What's up, Jesse? Remember how I used to have to call you Gordon because there was that other Jesse who went insane and became a Glober because Witsit pushed him off the flat edge?
Witsit pushed him off the flat edge? Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Well, dude, like he had, remember that fight you had about whatever? And then, like, literally got so angry at him, he reversed his position on life, became an anti-flat earther, and disappeared.
I think I was missing that day. Maybe I was at work or something.
It was like a week-long, drawn-out thing.
How do you like my voice changer? Actually, it's just my webcam mic, but it sounds different enough. People are like, "Who are you?"
Yeah, you do sound shittier than normal.
Yeah. When I plug in my headset, then I use the headset mic. But if I unplug that, then it switches to my PC speakers and my webcam microphone, which doesn't work very well.
Aren't you
I
like a
think it's
theodolite genius? Can't
Yeah,
you figure that out?
You could think
Yeah.
I can figure out how to plug a microphone in, huh?
You know, I'm starting to question all your theodolite measurements now because of this, Jesse, just so you know.
Oh.
Jesse, have you ever said a curse word in your life?
Solved a what?
Have you ever said a curse word in your whole life?
I don't remember.
Ever said the D word? Like
I
darn, like darn, but more forceful.
Jesse, I was muted yesterday. I wanted to ask you about your conversation about the diagram. Why didn't you just divert to that tube angle and just say, well, if you lift the tube up and that hits the top of the building and the building gets further away, the tube would actually be lower. So it actually is getting lower. Or you could shoot a bullet or something if you could have a high-powered rifle, not have too much drop. Why didn't you use that argument? I just didn't see. I was frustrating because you're going back and forth about actual parent and curved visual space, but you actually had the tube. He actually mentioned the tube going from you sighting to the top of the building, and if you went further away, because you kept on saying the inverse tangent, arctangent of the rise over run. So if you went further away, he was asking you to say lower the angle. You didn't say it because you're kind of fighting him, but yeah, as you go further away, you would lower the angle to the top of the building. But that tube would still be a straight line to the top of the building, and it would be lower.
I just thought of something. For my.
Can I get Jesse's answer first?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying, Xanic. The thing is, he was trying to make a false continuation. He was saying that if moving the building farther makes it appear lower, that therefore moving it far enough would make it appear below eye level, when in reality it wouldn't. So I don't know what you're asking. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Xanax, we don't care. Xanax's last statement about a tube.
Respond back to me.
All right, go ahead, Xanax.
I didn't think that he said it would go below eye level if we go far enough away. But I think main point as I took it, and I think he would agree, he seems to think that when things get further away, they are getting lower, but they're not actually lower. And you were kind of agreeing with him, but the trigonometry, that's when you started bringing up the arctangent, the rise of a run. So it does get further away, and it does get lower in your horizon, but it actually is not getting lower physically, is it? But that's the trigonometry that says that as you get further away, it will get lower.
Neither of us were talking about that. Even Whitsitt understood what I was saying. I think you must have been confused.
Oh, you didn't you mention arctangent several times? Rise over run, the position changes. Yeah, you did. So you were talking about that, and he seems to think that actual building is becoming the path of the building is not actual because it's getting lower, but yet it still stays the same size. That's how I mean, I'm just listening as a bystander, as an audience member, listening to you guys go back and forth, and you weren't really conceding the lower thing until eventually you did say, yes, it does get lower in your field of. Then you had the tube going to the top, a pipe, and you're sighting it. And if the building went further away, that pipe would actually be lower in view. An angle you gave the angle would be the inverse tangent of the rise over run.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
You don't want to talk to me about it. Okay. I guess the question, Jesse, is why don't you just say what if it's actually going through space? Why does that pipe? And he would agree. Why would the pipe actually be lower to the top of the building as the building's further away? What would be curving it? If it's curved space, you shot a bullet through that tube, it would hit the top of the building, even though it had a lower angle. You know what I mean?
All right. I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem fair to talk about things Whitsitt said when he's not here. So
I was just talking about what Jeremy, what Jesse was saying, but it's okay.
I would rather hear what Jeremy was going to say.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry. Got this force thing going on
Hold
with
on,
the.
man. I need 2 minutes. Just carry on. I'll be.
No problem.
I got some dope ass shit for this argument, and it's a tube. Zanuck made me think of a tube, but I'll be back in a minute. Hold on.
Well, let me ask you, Jesse, since you were going, are you still there?
Yeah, but you're making me feel drunk, and I've never been drunk in my life, so I don't know what to say. I don't understand what you're getting at.
I think I'm being very, very, very clear and concise, Jesse.
But nobody else
Say it
thinks so,
again.
Zanuck.
So real quick, Jesse, if the argument for curved visual space is that we see things and they look lower than they should be because vision it's curving things as it's traveling through the medium. If that's the case, when you have a physical pipe going to the top of the building and the building gets further away, or another building that's the same height that's further away, the pipe would actually lower. Well, it sounds like that pipe is physical, and that this lowering in your field of view is actually due to trigonometry, as you mentioned. So how could something be in visual space if the actual pipe is actually lower and it's physical and straight and is not curving itself? So how could the visual effect be changed by curved visual space when you have a pipe that's actually low for some further away? Jesse, you still feel drunk? Jesse passed out. He pulled a Johnny on us.
I was going to say he might be out. He's
All right,
not
here's
used to
what we
being
do.
drunk.
Here's what we do. We make a tube in a straight line, right? Do you agree we can make a straight line tube, Zanuck?
Yes, we've made one. A couple miles long.
All right, cool. So we make a straight line tube. We
Hold on.
shoot
Go ahead.
the tube straight. It's not curving left to right. We throw a ball through the tube. It doesn't touch the sides of the tube. It goes straight down the tube. Are we good with that?
We're good.
All right. There's no forces on the tube. There's no forces on the ball pushing it left or right. It doesn't touch the walls left or right. It just goes straight down the tube in a straight line, right?
Well, it would have an arc because it has weight in the tube, unless we have an anti-gravity tube. But go ahead.
Sure. We arc the tube. So it can.
Oh, we arc the tube. Now it's not a straight tube anymore.
It's straight, not turning left to right.
It's arc tube, but it's okay. Got it.
It's following the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, it follows the curvature of the Earth. Great.
It's a level tube.
Yeah, whatever, but it doesn't curve left to right.
A level tube.
Circle route, whatever you want. Okay. The tube does not curve left to right. We throw a ball in the tube. It never touches the sides. It stays the same distance from the sides the whole time. It just goes straight down the tube and falls.
Right.
My AirPod's dying. Hold on.
You've matched this tube to the parabolic path of a thrown ball. Got it.
I came back to see if we could talk again, and you guys are talking about some cool shit.
Which really wouldn't be perfectly level cube because the projectile would have the highest velocity as it leaves and would have less velocity as it lands. But you want to be further clear? Like, is it a vacuum tube? Is it the ball self-powered so the velocity is constant? Does that matter? I mean, I'm just curious. I don't know where you're.
Or you just throw a ball. You just throw a ball.
You're throwing it. Okay.
The tube is straight, as in it doesn't curve left to right.
Got it. Can it roll at the bottom of the tube so I don't have to worry about this other things that I'm thinking of? Can it just be rolling when you throw it? Can
How
it roll
about you
the
let
whole
him
time?
finish the sentence, Zanuck? How about that?
Man.
Can I throw a ball so it doesn't curve left to right, and then construct a tube, and then throw it the same so that it just goes straight down the tube and it doesn't curve left to right?
Is it touching the bottom of the tube?
Not until it lands. Not until it's over with.
So it's not a perfectly level tube. It's going to be a parabolic shaped tube, which is based on the trajectory
Parabolic shape.
path.
It's great circle route shape. It doesn't curve left to right.
Okay, well, I'll go with it for now. I don't see any problems yet, but I thought I might be. Go ahead.
Well, he's asked this question already.
Well,
could you shoot that and make it not touch the walls?
Yeah, so we construct a tube that followed a parabolic path of a projectile that had a known muzzle velocity as it exited, and then we would know that it's and it'd be a vacuum tube too. So
I'm going to be breaking up again in a second. I'll be right back.
I know, Jeremy. I'll answer your question. Zach, you're taking this way. Just you got to get to what his point is. His point is, can you make this ball go through there? I think the answer is only direct east west, right? Because otherwise, it's going to have deviation.
Yeah,
it's a magic.
No
it's a magic ball.
Right.
It's a magic ball. It goes through the tube from point A to point B.
You've constructed a tube based on this projectile shape and everything, and the medium inside the tube. It fires. It doesn't touch the walls the entire time. Does not deviate left or right. I got you, Jeremy. We're good.
I think he's asking if you can do that. If you can shoot it and it won't touch the walls.
Well, yeah, you have to make the tube so it wouldn't touch the wall. If it was the shape of the great circle, then it would always. Of course, it would touch the projectiles. Don't have a.
I think those considerations. I think to give us to him because I think he's asking about Coriolis.
I don't know what he's at. I think he's.
Well, all that's important is there's a ball traveling on a straight trajectory from point A to point B, and nothing is affecting it. Nothing's pushing it left or right. It's just following a straight trajectory from point A to point B.
That's why I said, can we just have it rolling in the tube, make the tube the shape of the Earth?
The whole point is, if the Earth were turning and it's in the inertial reference frame, or is it anyway? If it's actually in a straight trajectory, then the turning Earth would have an arc path.
I think I understand what Elijah. So
let's let Jeremy clear it up.
Okay.
Yeah, would the path of the ball hit the sides if it free fall tube? Would it actually have a left or right deviation with respect to the tube? And the answer is yes. Because we have projectiles that are 100 yards off if they're shot north or south. 25 miles.
Well, Jeremy's unmuted, so I don't know if he's attempting to clear it up or.
Yeah, but with respect to the pipe, how long is the pipe or tube?
Do we have a tube that? Can we make a tube? He says. Well, we made tubes that are straight. Then he changed from straight to curve, but not deviating left to right. So straight in one dimension.
Okay.
Yeah, just make a vacuum tube, make it horizontal, make the arc match whatever the velocity of the projectile is, and that that it creates. So the arc that it creates. I mean, so just give him all that. I think he's.
That's what I was doing, and
he's not clear. He's not clear.
He's too complex.
Well, no, I'm doing this for you so that you don't ask any more questions about that. But
well, those are valid questions, right? I mean, why wouldn't I want to know about those?
It's fair. Yeah, you're right. It's fair to clear up, but still, I think he's gonna clear it up. I don't know if he's not saying anything, but I think he's just asking about if there's gonna be left to right deviation or if you can.
We got it
so
too.
Well, Elijah
he's clearing up. He's clearing up.
Okay.
So we got a tube. We're throwing a ball down a tube. It doesn't deviate left to right. It stays the same distance from the tube. We know the tube is physically straight in reality, right?
Straight as in left to right straight.
Left to right straight. Yep. It's physically left to right straight. It's not curving. We throw the ball. The ball stays with the tube. The ball's not curving, right?
Ball's not curving.
Right.
With respect to what?
with respect to reality. That's it.
So
With
as
respect to
you shoot
reality,
the
we
ball,
know the tube. We know the tube is straight, right? In reality, we know the tube is straight.
does the ball have a higher tangential velocity according to the leaves the projectile gun to where its destination is? Wouldn't the destination point have a different tangential velocity? So momentum would have to be destroyed or created depending which direction you're shooting it.
We're
North
on
or
the
south?
equator. We're on the equator. Holy shit, bro! You know what? I
No,
don't
go.
know.
Oh, Jeremy, go ahead, Zig. You got it. Let's give him space to
We're
clear
on
it
the
up.
equator. It's not changing its tangential velocity speed. Okay, Zanuck? We're going to
On
throw
the
it
equator.
west on the equator. Yep.
Okay,
We're
west.
throwing a ball
Got
west
it.
on the equator. Holy shit, man.
Got it.
Fucking believable.
Got it.
Okay,
No,
so the pipe, the tube is physically straight. We throw the ball down a tube, it doesn't deviate. It stays in the center of the tube, and the ball goes straight, right? Yeah, this is a tough one, I know.
no,
This is
I'm
your
with you.
doing. You're with me.
I'm
The
with you
ball is
100%.
actually going. In reality, the ball is going straight, right?
With
Do
a
you
curve in
agree?
it, yes. A curve up and down,
With a
yes.
parabolic arc, but as far as left to right, it's not deviating left to right at all. In reality, it's not doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Now we install a roundabout under the tube. Okay, and we put someone on it, and we put someone on the tube. Is the ball really deviating? The guy sees it. It looks like it's curving left to right now for the guy in the roundabout. Is it really curving or no?
What do you mean a roundabout? Where's the roundabout?
It's underneath
The whole
the tube now. It's a clear. Yeah, it's right underneath the tube.
But is a roundabout connected to the tube, or the tube is just above the roundabout?
The roundabout is underneath the guy. There's a tube in the air. We throw the ball in it. Then we install a roundabout underneath the tube. And now the roundabout is spinning. They're not connected. They're not. Why would we connect them? They're not connected.
Okay.
Okay, and the guy sees that it looks like the ball's curving.
Right.
Right.
We have a curved path from his perspective.
Yeah, but we know the ball's not actually curving, right? Because we know the tube's straight.
Well, depending on which reference frame you're looking at the ball from. If you were looking at the
So
ball
if
from a
I-
rotating reference frame, hold on, let me finish. If you're looking at the ball from a rotating reference frame, it is curved. An actual effect of observing something from a rotating reference frame.
Okay, when I jump on a roundabout and I look at the pipe, is the pipe curving?
Can we be clear about something? I think probably for
No,
the rest
let's
of
be
these.
clear with that question. When we
I
jump
know.
on the
That's
roundabout and we look at the tube, is the tube now curving left to right?
this is regarding that question, because I think we say, like, is the ball curving? Is the plane curving? I think we have to be explicit and say, is the ball's path curving?
Is the tube? We jump on the roundabout. Does it? We know that in reality the tube is physically straight. We jump on the roundabout. Is the tube now? In reality, is the tube now curving, or is it still really straight?
It looks like a propeller. It looks like a moving propeller.
It's spinning. Yeah.
Okay, but in reality, we know it's straight, right?
You can measure it to be straight. Yes.
Straight
Yeah.
in
So we
both
know.
cases.
So
yeah.
we know. Here you go.
It looks like a propeller spinning.
Okay, so the tube looks like a propeller, but we know the tube's not moving. It's implanted into the ground. We also know it's straight.
Yes.
So we know that's not. So we know what we're seeing from the merry-go-round's not true about the tube, right?
Yeah, we see the spinning propeller. It's straight, but it's spinning. Like looking at a propeller on an airplane. You can tell the propeller blades are straight, but they're spinning.
Okay, but even when you view it when you view the tube from the non-inertial reference frame, the merry-go-round frame, we know that the tube is still straight in reality, and that when we throw the ball down the tube, the ball went straight with it, right? Because it didn't touch the sides of the wall.
No, the path of the ball will be a curved path.
Yeah, according to
Hey,
you on
Gus.
the merry-go-round, but we know it's not really doing that because we know that it's not touching the walls of the tube, and we know that the tube in reality is straight. So
Correct.
so it only looks like so it only looks like the ball's curving. It's not real, right?
Yes, through transformations, we would be able to discern that path of the ball, even though it looks like it's making this crazy path, curved path, we know it's straight because the propeller blades, this tube, is straight. So we know that it went straight in the tube, but it looks like, from our perspective, from our reference frame, the spinning reference frame, that it took a curved path. The ball did.
So now we know that the non-inert. Hold on, Kosho. I know.
I
So
just
now we
Go
know.
ahead.
Yeah, I know. So now we know that when you're on the spinning non-inertial reference frame, we know that what you're seeing is not true because the ball's actually going straight in reality, right?
Are you
Yes,
guys
using
trying
your
to troll
vernacular,
each other?
as we agreed to yesterday. As we agreed to yesterday, the actual reference frame is the preferred reference frame in your vernacular. So I agree with you. Yes, the way you're using it, the actual reference frame is the inertial reference frame, so it is actually going straight. The other one's just
In
an observed
reality.
effect.
Yes,
reality is the
it's going.
reality is the inertial reference frame, preferred reference frame, as you call it. Yes.
Okay, so now we're on Earth. We're gonna fly a plane. What would be the shortest path the plane could take would be the inertial frame, right? Because that's the reality frame.
Correct.
Okay, so now if we go straight, if we go in a straight line, we have A to B points. If I were to go to that A to B point in a straight path or a curved path in the inertial frame, which would be the shorter path?
The curved path.
A curved line is, if I'm going from A to B, you're telling me it's a shorter distance if I take a curved path as opposed to a straight line path.
On the Earth.
Yeah, because the straight line is a curve on the
We're in the
merry-go-round.
inertial frame. Remember the frame that's reality, because we know the non-inertial frame is not to be trusted because it's an
There is no preferred. There is no preferred.
Yeah, but we have to. But NASA, we have to talk in Jeremy's vernacular. He agreed that the non-inertial frame is not the.
Yeah, Master, we got to give.
And the inertial frame is the absolute frame. Everything else is fake or.
We got to give Zanuck and Jeremy a chance to go back and forth because, yeah, Jeremy will blow up at us if too many of us get in.
Oh,
The reason, if we didn't have an atmosphere, we would lead. Right, Jeremy, we'd lead for the shortest path.
He's been on the merry-go-round too long. I think he needs to get off it and let the blood return to the.
There's nothing to do with the atmosphere. The atmosphere doesn't matter. It's all out there. The Coriolis effect.
If we're on this
Okay, so
Earth
we know
that had no atmosphere,
we know that the inertial reference frame is what's really happening.
Yes.
We know that in the inertial reference frame is the reality frame because that's what the object is really doing. And the non-inertial frame is not to be trusted ever because that's not what's actually happening, right?
According to you, yes, and I understand your definitions.
According to reality. According to reality, as per our example with the ball that I just detailed in the tube, remember that?
Mm-hmm.
The ball, the pipe, the tube, the ball, it's all going straight, and then you jump on a roundabout, it looks like it's curving. We know that's not to be trusted because in reality, the ball's actually going straight because we got the straight tube.
Right.
So we know the inertial reference frame is the reality reference frame now, right?
That's what we've established, that your definition.
No, not my definition.
No one agrees
Carry
with
on,
that.
guys.
In
There's
physics,
really no
there's
point
no
in
preferred
doing it with
reference
these
frame.
guys, I know.
As NASA said, in physics, there's no preferred, but I understand what you're saying along with it, and I have no problem accepting the fact that the preferred reference frame, the absolute reference frame, is the inertial reference frame, and everything else cannot be trusted. I agree. We're good. Let's go forward. Totally agreeing with you, Jeremy.
Yeah, but isn't that wrong?
Well, the way he's using it is okay. He just wants to say that by looking at it from the inertial reference, everything is going straight. Anything else cannot be trusted. It's not happening. It's only a matter of apparent curve. So we're not looking at that because it's only apparent. We really want, because we stay in the preferred reference frame, the absolute reference frame, which is the inertial reference frame.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The absolute and the preferred.
Don't argue with
those
them.
are wrong.
Yeah,
those. Right. But I know if you just are exchanging that for inertial reference frame, then it's meaning that has no meaning because the whole point of him using those terms is that those frames are the ones where things that you can describe things as really happening, whereas everything else is lesser than that. And
Yes, the
that's not
ball's
the
really
case.
going straight. We really made a tube that was straight. Do you agree we can really make a straight tube?
Yes, Jesse. I'm with Jeremy.
We can really make a straight tube in reality, and we can really throw the ball down the tube so it doesn't touch any of the sides left to right. We can really do that in reality, right? You guys are
Right.
reality deniers, is what it is. You're
No,
reality
but
deniers.
you
Remember you
you
called
made
us
this
science
tube,
deniers?
but you threw
Remember how you
but you
called us
threw the
science
but,
deniers for years?
yeah, but okay, you don't need to
You
attack
guys
us.
are
You
reality
did
deniers.
you made the claim that we're going east to west. Did you want to go north to south with this tube?
Nope, the tube's going east to west, so we know it's going in it. So
Okay,
we know that when we throw the ball,
focused
it's
then.
going in a straight line and it's not touching the side.
Let's stay focused then. Okay, good.
Even
East to
inside
west,
the
not
tube,
touching the sides.
even inside the tube, it'll trace a curve in the non-inertial reference frame.
He's talking about the curve is matching the projectile parabolic path. So it's a straight left to right tube, but it still has a curve which matches the parabola of the projectile. Good. Okay, we're good, Jesse. Jeremy, what's the next step?
Did you just correct
I don't
yourself
know.
and say Jesse?
I know. Ever since I had my little interaction with Jesse today,
You agree that in reality the ball actually goes straight through the tube and the tube is straight and the ball's path is actually straight in reality. That is really what's going on. The inertial frame is the reality frame. You agree to that?
Yes. By that definition, I totally agree with you. Yes.
By what definition?
That the
What
inertial frame
definition
is
do you
the
have a problem with?
frame. That the
What
that the
definition do you
inertial
have a-
frame is the actual real frame, reality frame, as you say.
Well, in this case, it is, right? Is the ball not in reality going straight? The
Well,
tube's
Jeremy,
in reality
there,
going straight. It's the inertial frame, right?
the way they've been trained and told to think about what you're calling reality is a relative hodgepodge of just different reference frames in order to crack open things in order to basically push a deception. I'm not saying they're pushing the deception, but the people that have fractured reference frames into a relative system are using it to deceive people of reality. So what you're calling reality, they don't agree is reality.
So you think these guys in the turning reference frame that I just posted, you think that ball, that whatever it is, that push thing, doesn't actually make a circle, as observed from the rotating reference frame?
Is it a reality?
First of all, touching the table, right? It's touching the table.
Yeah, that's from
yes,
somebody
yes.
moving. Yeah. If you have what we'll use the term a universal reference frame, like the ether, the life, the thing, the whole thing we're in right now, the world, the realm, everything. That's what we're doing. If you then make a straight tube and a straight pipe and all this stuff, and you do a straight thing, that's all straight. If you put someone else on a rotating thing, you could call that a reference frame. Yes, that is a reference frame compared to what the universal reference frame is. And yeah, things can look curvy and wurvy and all kinds of stuff from that other frame.
Geo, if I'm at that table, doesn't that look like, and doesn't that, we can actually have points on that table, wouldn't that object scribe out a circular path? Actually, by us at the table, looking at that table, looking at that object, did it not make a circular path that we could actually draw a circle on the table and say, this is what it did? Isn't that reality? Didn't it do that?
When a plane flies, is it touching the ground or is it in the air?
What does that got to do with shit?
Confuse the situation. I asked Gio
Everything.
a
This
real
is
specific
not.
question.
This is not.
I
the same
asked
thing
Gio
here.
a question, Essie. Can you just wait for him to answer for me, please? Thank you. Gio, can we not draw a circle on that table that that object did as the rotating reference frame was in action? Didn't it actually scribe out a circle, paint a circle that matches that path? So it actually did that in that rotating reference frame?
I don't know. Are you referring to a specific GIF or what are you referring to?
Yeah, the object on the table. So the guys in the room spinning, they push the low friction slide, that ball slide, to their buddy across the table, and the object scribed out a perfect circle on the table. Now that we observed that it actually did happen with respect relative to the table. So the reality in the reference frame of the rotating reference frame is that it made a circular path. That is just as real as us looking above these idiots on this table spinning, and the actual path, as Jeremy says, is a straight line. So from the non-rotating reference frame, it's a straight line. From the rotating reference frame, it's a curved path. They're both equally as real because it's
No,
just
they're
a
not.
point.
No, they're not.
Says
They're
you.
not equally real. The ball
Let me give you a
traveled in a
definite.
straight line. There's nothing
Let
you
me
can
give you
say to change that.
Yeah,
I
it's
can say
like
something.
there's the real thing it did, and then there's the secondary thing that somebody observed it.
Okay, it's secondary. Right, got it. Well, here's the thing. Reference frames are point coordinate systems. They're environments for which you view motion. All it means is whatever environment you're in, rotating or not, or accelerating, it's where you're looking at the motion from. That's all it
Where you're
is. So if you're
describing
looking
it,
from
where
the
you're
motion,
describing.
if you're looking at the motion from a rotating reference frame, that's what it looks like. It's just as valid. Now, I understand, Jeremy, and even your mentioned, Geo, that there's a preferred referencing, a universal reference, inertial reference frame that is preferred. If that's what you want to do, great. I'm on board with you. Fine.
Now, I don't think you're going to get away with talking like that, bro. No, negative.
I'm
The
agreeing
ball
with you.
traveled in a
Listen to my
straight
words.
line. Don't interrupt me. I want to be short. The ball traveled in a straight line. How it looked from any other location on this universe doesn't matter. The ball traveled in a straight line. Nothing you say will change that, ever.
Okay, so you're in the same.
This is what Coriolis originally was doing. The guy Coriolis, it had nothing to do with an Earth rotating. His original work had to do with mechanical systems. So I don't really think we need to go back and forth about mechanical systems till the end of the world. I mean, is that really helpful? I mean, yes, we all know that there's different things that, like, you can view things from another angle and get another perspective of something. However, there's the real thing that it's actually doing in the coordinate system of whatever you want to call it, universal coordinate system, life, Earth, consciousness, any word you want to use. It's the actual thing that it's doing in the actual coordinates. Like if I move my hand, I have my hand in front of me. If I move my hand 6 inches to the right in a straight line, that's what it did. 6 inches to the right in a straight line. If I go back to the middle, then I go 6 inches to the left in a straight line. There's an XYZ axis of coordinates that we live within: horizontal, vertical. So that is the thing that's the only reference frame we've ever lived in ever. There's no, I mean, we could, they try to claim they're floating out in outer space and all the rest of those stories. But the reality that every single human has always lived in and existed in this realm is the XYZ, down is down, up is up, horizontal and vertical. Now, you can do things in that, what I was referring to, in that, if you want to call it a universal reference frame, you can do things in that. You can then view it from a secondary or a tertiary. You can view it from other angles and get different perspectives, which is what Coriolis was originally doing. He was working with mechanical systems. That's why the Coriolis effect came from him working with mechanical systems. So yeah, that's all fine. Now, obviously, there's
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
No, I was just wanted to get in before somebody else did, but if you're not finished,
well, the final part of it, I mean, the contention comes with the idea that we're on a spinning globe, and then now it's all been congealed and mishmashed together to where, what is the universal reference? Well, there isn't one. Well, is space the universal reference frame? Like, if you were outside looking at the globe, are those coordinates of XYZ in space a universal reference frame? You guys would say, well, no, not really, because the Earth is spinning and flying at millions of miles an hour through space, so that's not even. So I don't know, like this whole heliocentric model has fractured reality into a mishmash of reference frames that everything is now contorted and twisted. No, Coach was next. Contorted and twisted into a way that now everything is relative, and now they've gotten a way to kind of weasel in to where basically what they're doing, they're taking the secondary reference frame that I was referring to, they're making that, well, all right, I'm trying not to go on too long. I mean, there's a whole other part to this.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And what I have to say very brief, and it's probably in reference. It's going to relate to what you said and what everybody's saying right now. Because again, do with the words that we're using, and I think that I don't know how big of a change this might be for anybody else, but I think that it might make a difference if you, instead of describing reference frames as it's specifically saying things we see, we see these we see things happening in these reference frames, instead of using that word, we should just use reference frames or the coordinate system that we describe movement in. So it's like anytime you're describing a movement, you're going to use a reference frame. So it's not just that you see things happening in this reference frames. It's just how we describe how the movement is happening. So it's like, they're arbitrary at that point. I mean, it's not arbitrary because you're gonna choose the one that's most relevant to whatever it is you're doing. But it's not like you can't use any. You can pick any reference frame you'd like ever and describe the coordinates that something's moving in. It's just you're going to use the one that makes the most sense. But yeah, so if we're seeing stuff happening in front of us, we say it's an XYZ and it's moving like this, that's just the coordinate system we're deciding to describe that movement in. But we could describe that movement from any reference frame we'd like. So, it's
Yeah, but you can't extract that from the actual universal one. I'm just using that term, the universal. You can't ever remove the stationary Earth in the universal reference frame that we live within. You can't remove that and fractionalize it, fractionate it into a bunch of different reference frames that are now all relative that you can then start to contort reality through.
Yeah, but that's what I mean is that there isn't one. Like it's not that there's a chosen one and we're just making other ones up or whatever.
How do you know there isn't one?
Because it's all mathematical. So it's like these are like the concepts. Like these are concepts that we've created, like coordinate systems, like XYZ, or we can use spherical coordinates. Like we've come up with these to describe movement and stuff like that. So it's not like there's a reference frame. It's not like there's a reference frame coordinate system that just exists out there. It's like we have to sort of establish them ourselves, right? Like,
but I asked, how do you know that? How do you know that? Like, you've lived your life in a universal reference frame your whole life. Up is up, down is down, left, right, horizontal, vertical. You've lived your entire life this way. And when a plane flies above you, it's flying above you. When you drive in a car, you're doing something different. You're driving within that XYZ axis. So other than mathematical models and ideas and concepts, how do you know that there isn't an actual universal reference frame when it's all you've ever experienced?
I'm not baking get into it. I'm just going to say very quickly that.
So you don't have an answer for that?
Well, no. I mean, we drive on the right side of the road, and I'm driving in the opposite direction of somebody else who's driving in the right side of the road as well, but from their perspective. So it's forward and back, left and right, and up and down, or to me, they're just relative directions.
I understand that, dude. That's fine. I'm not. That's what Coriolis originally did. I'm not like debating that you can have different reference frames because yeah, you can be on different flying objects. But if those two cars collide, what are they colliding in? They're colliding in the universal reference frame. They're colliding in the place that those two other frames meet.
The one that we share, yeah.
Yeah, the one that we all share and have lived. Every human that's ever lived in the history of all of reality in this entire realm has lived within. That's what happens when you incarnate into a human body. You incarnate into this reference frame.
Wow, no.
I get what you're saying.
But
you'd have to show that there is something different. Now, I understand they're claiming they're going to space, and now there's a ball, and the ball's flying through this other thing. So I guess that's where you guys are trying to get that from.
But all motion is relative. Your reference frame isn't the same as the car coming at you. Yes, you can have an outside observer have a third reference frame, but okay, who's to say that this God reference frame is the one that you have to worry about?
Well, because it's the one that the two collide in, and it's the one we actually experience and live within, and it's the one that everything distills down to.
The guy driving has his reference frame. The guy driving at him has a reference frame.
Yeah,
right. But if you had like 100 balls and you have cameras on all the different balls and they're all doing things, yeah, they're all going to be looking different from different perspectives. I mean, in a way, that's what humans are. Like, I see things my way, you see things your way. Right. So in a way, we all have our own reference frame of our brain, our eyeball, our head. Right. But when we collide or when we have a